to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, my brother. How about yourself?
Hey, man, no complaints here, man. Everything's good. Just learning and, trying to make the next day better than the last.
Indeed. Every day, trying to increase that knowledge, increase that chi. That's what it is.
Absolutely. But before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people over on Patreon. Once again, thank you all of our patrons for showing love, for helping to, push this podcast forward. And, we're definitely looking to, definitely make some significant changes, in the way that, in our production and, what we're able to bring to people and stuff like that. And really, position this podcast to be, a major force in the world. You see, like, it's some little things I be seeing, man. I don't know if you be peeping this, Rob, but, there's certain little social media platforms when you go and you put your birth date in there, they automatically put your tropical signs in there and stuff like that. Like, we need to change that. We need we need to get the sidereal placements in there and stuff like that. Little things like that to kind of just put that in the in the global consciousness of the world, and whatnot. So we definitely appreciate that. And like I said, you can find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward PUSHITFWD. You can find us on the web at the same spelling, pushitforward.com. Of course, follow Cosmic Convos on Instagram, COSMICCONVO at Instagram. Brother Ra, how can the people get in touch with you?
You can hit me up on calipruciaastrology@gmail.com, or you can get at me on IG or Facebook at Shechem Ra. Either one of those, any one of those would definitely get at me.
Absolutely. So yeah, the last episode, man, people like those type of episodes, man, when we just kind of come and kind of almost like tell the weather, and kind of do, a little predictions and stuff like that. They always do pretty well. So I got a lot of good feedback on that episode. And, like you pointed out last episode, we also celebrated our 1 year birthday and stuff like that. So, had the opportunity to have a little fun on Instagram, and, people, came in and, let us know what their, favorite episodes and stuff was, and it was a fun interaction indeed, and whatnot.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really did. I got a lot of good feedback as well. A lot of people I heard enjoyed, just touching base. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's going on? What's happening? What's the atmosphere and what's to come? So more of those. There'll be more of those this year as we move towards the actual election. As I stated previously, Biden is ahead, right? And I'm pretty sure Biden will be. In fact, it was funny. I don't know if you saw this, Satef, but they had a something on CNN. It was a clip, and they showed Donald Trump saying, "Well, Biden will be your next president." And I guess his people just don't like. But he actually said Biden will be your next president.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So that just kind of gave me a little little tap on the shoulder, like look at that, like even Trump is basically conceding. You know what I mean? Because in the polls right now, it's bad news for your boy. So he's definitely holding on with tooth and nail. But I foresee that, unless there's some major change in the political scene, uh, you know,
Well,
Joe Biden would be the next U.S. president.
well, we know something's going to transpire. I mean, whether Trump concedes or with a gracefully or not, you know, I just don't see it being a smooth transition, and I mean it. It may not even have that much to do with Trump. I mean, it might have something to do with Trump started, but as far as him as the person, it might be beyond him at that point. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stuff like that, because it's some interesting little configurations and transits and stuff like that that we're going to be coming up against next year, and stuff like that. So whatever happens, how it happens, we looked at it, and I'm definitely more in agreement with what you're talking about as far as Joe Biden ultimately winning in the presidency, but I don't think it's gonna be a smooth transition. Not even not close at all.
No, it's not going to be easy. Just come on in. No, he's going. No, it's going to be it's going to be a circus. Definitely.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Yeah, because he's probably gonna be picking up right when the recession really hits. Like, we got a taste of it.
I said before. I said it.
Mm-hmm.
Watch. I said 2020 is not the time it's going to hit. It's not. And you can see it. We're halfway in the year, folks. Yes, there are record numbers of unemployment. Record numbers. But the unemployment checks, the stimulus checks, a so-called proposed second stimulus check. I mean, I deal with people that deal in the financial sector. I have clients that are in the financial sector. And lo and behold, trust me, they're all cautiously optimistic is the word. It is the mantra in the financial sector. We are cautiously optimistic with the next quarter and the next rest of the fiscal year or rest of the year. So, I mean, folks, take into consideration that most of these people have astrologers that are. I mean, I have me, and I work with people in the financial sector. So people know, what I mean, people use astrologers to forecast what is going on. I mean, stocks are nothing but the residual effect of people's thought processes, fears, and hopes and dreams. That's all stocks are. Literally, the stock market fluctuates based on the patterns of human behavior. So, if that's the case, and human behavior is beset and influenced by the stars that be, then of course then the stocks are as well. So and everything else is as follows. But we're gonna, like I said, it's gonna be interesting to see the next 3 months what happens, because
Oh
they're
yeah.
going to try to prepare and talk about this so-called second spike instead of a second wave. But what will happen is it's gonna exponentially do this in September. Just pay attention. All these planets, when they come full motion and then Mars goes backwards, and it's almost like they do it simultaneously. They do it within almost the same 30 days.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? This is, like I said, next year will be the financial crisis that everyone is thinking that they're having right now. And, your COVID will be slow but settled, because it's fizzling. It's getting to a height, but by the end of this year, it will have been a 1 year process for COVID to have been involved in the world scene. And by that time, after a year, the sun has made its full circle. Then we have a idea of what it is that we're dealing with, even if it's not necessarily manageable. It's at least understandable, and that creates a different pattern of behavior from going forward. But at the same time, the fallout from what's going to happen throughout the rest of the year will be next year, and that's when you're going to see the financial stringency.
You know,
But
yeah, I mean, I delve a lot into the baz, the
but
baz astrology, and I took the cycles over a period of time and just kind of looked at them from a global perspective, and I lined them up with a very, 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 very you know talented you know economist from back in the day, Nikolai Kondratev.
mm-hmm.
And you line it up, the cycles with his graphs, with his long waves and short waves, it's like almost a perfect match.
Wow,
you know,
wow.
and stuff like that. As far as like the downturns and stuff, they just sync up almost perfectly. I mean, pretty much perfectly, or whatnot. So it's not, one thing I like to, astrology is almost like if you know what you're looking at, it's almost like a cheat code. Because when you got all these researchers and these analysts and stuff like that, they go and they pull the data, all that's going to do is just bring the teeth, the details of what you can see astrologically ahead of time. You understand what I'm saying? They don't contradict each other. They always complement each other if they, they're looking for the right thing.
Well, let's look at it like this. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Everything on this planet is governed by a force, right, or a energy. And well, what are we trading? Right, the residuals of those forces and energy. So we talk about, let's say, for example, gold. Right, is traded on the stock market. Silver, copper, commodities. I'm talking about commodities: pork bellies, orange juice, sugar, cotton. Right, these are commodities. Right, and so when you understand that these commodities are governed by a planetary force, it just
Yeah.
gets down real quick. So if I'm looking at gold, well, I look at the sun and I look at Jupiter in light of gold, right? To understand the gold highs and lows, right? And it matches, like you said, perfectly, never fails. The only thing is that the astrologer has to be keen enough to understand certain subtleties within the markets and within the varieties and variables of human nature, because again, we're talking human nature, right? The only thing that gold represents is the same thing that's in your innate chart, which is the sun. So if the sun has challenges and you're part of that particular system, then your relationship to that particular energy has to be understood as well. So personally, also investment from a personal standpoint, because not everybody's meant to invest. So when you really get into the science of astrology, when you start to using it to forecast and to really apply it on a long-term scale, then you do see, like you said, that there's always these ebbs and flows, these highs and lows, and it even going backwards, looking backwards, you just see it continuously. So if you're wise, right, you contact an astrologer before you buy a stock. Like there's a stock that I was going to invest in and keep a close eye on it, folks. There's a little tidbit, right? It's called Stitch Fix. You've seen it before, right? You've probably seen it on your Facebook phone, maybe even IG, right? They're primarily on Facebook though, but what they do is they provide these outfits, right? And they outfit you with different, occasions and stuff like that. And they have men, women, and children. But I got a tidbit on the stock, and then I'm checking the stock out, and then I'm looking at it from the last, because it's been around for about 8 years, I believe, 8 to 10 years. And so I've been looking at the stock, and it's just not solid, right? But it's trading, right? The trading rate of it has just been atrocious. It hasn't gone beyond $50 a share. I think it's bottomed out at maybe a 9. So that's a very volatile stock, right? Even with, I mean, considering that range is not that volatile, considering other ranges, but just as a starter company, it's just not a very solid investment. Well, pulling the chart, looking at the dynamics, right, and trying to get as much information as possible, try to isolate certain algorithms with this 10-year, within this 8 to 10 year cycle, it's very difficult because we don't have the initial time of the stock, the initial time when it went public. I tried to find it, couldn't find it.
Yeah.
So, and that's how you use it. You find the stock when it goes public, and then that's when. In fact, we can do just episode on stocks and astrology. Did we already do it? So I'm trying to remember. We got so many. I'm trying to go through.
Nah, we didn't hit stocks. No.
We'll do stocks. We'll do stocks in astrology. Wall Street and astrology, right?
Hmm.
But it works, right? And it works to the point where. And here's the thing, folks: we can only predict 80%. Right. At a given day, in a given day. Now, we can't predict 100% on human behavior for the most part because humans, I'm talking about an individual, is very much predictable, right? But I'm talking about large groups, large entities, things that have multiple factors, 80% at best, right? Sometimes 90 if it's really solid, if you have confluence after confluence after confluence. But nonetheless, I say 80. And that's even according to the scriptures, which Shiva's curse basically made sure that astrologers, right, would never completely agree. So, with that being said, we definitely look forward to a class that kind of expounds upon that. Or not
Indeed.
a class, but a podcast, excuse me.
Yeah. Indeed. So, let's jump into today's topic. We did a show. One of actually our one of our most successful shows. We did was kind of hitting on we touched on the concept of a soulmate and what does that actually mean from a astrological perspective. And today we're actually gonna kind of hit the opposite side of that equation, right? And we want to talk about. I ain't gonna say. Well, I'm not gonna say opposite of a soulmate, but kind of the opposite result that you're seeking that actually occurs in regards to conjugal relationships and stuff like that. So we go ahead.
So, we touched on that idea, soulmate piece, and it was, it definitely got a lot of views.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because people have an idea that we're so westernized and we live in such uh, a a Hollywood esque bubble, if you will.
I
Right,
blame Disney.
right. Disney too, right? Disney are all part of that Merlin's magic, right? Hollywood,
Yeah.
but reality is a whole different story, right? And astrology talks reality, doesn't talk fairy tale, doesn't talk Disney, doesn't talk Miramax, doesn't talk any of the major film. It talks reality, and reality states that you have karma. The movies always portray that you can always overcome your karma in the end. In fact, there's a movie, I don't remember the name of it. It's a while ago, but it was about a guy that died, and he went to heaven, and he met this chick, right? And the chick was a new soul, so she had to come down, and they made a pact. Well, not they didn't make a pact, but they kind of he made a bargain. He said, "I'll go back, right, to get her because I'm in love with her." But one of the angels told him, "Well, if you go back, you got to get her by this time." So he goes back, and they have this horrible life, right? So he has a horrible life. Well, actually, he has a horrible life. She has an excellent life, right? Best schools, good family. He's born into poverty, the whole bit, right? But the rule is they have to find each other by 40 in order to at least have some happiness in their life, right? And so they go through, they have their lives, they get married, they have they have their own lives, right? She divorces, marries unhappily, and then finally, like at the last minute, right when they're turning 40, they see each other, right? But kind of goes to say, life works in strange ways. You think that you're getting married to someone for the intents and purposes of love. Usually not reality, right? Usually get married for intents and purposes of karmic debt, right? To pay off
Yeah.
that debt. And the thing is that, in astrology, relationships are generally viewed upon as the seventh sign, seventh house, which is akin to Libra. And Libra is the scales. I want you to think about this, folks, for just a second, right? Libra being the scales, right? It's all about measurement, right?
Yeah.
Well, we measure things in order to get the value therein or the weight, right? But we also measure to understand if you owe us something, right? Right?
Hmm.
When you go and I bought some asparagus today, right, for dinner, right, and I ran the thing and it asked me to weigh it, and I weighed it and said, okay, well you owe me this. Oh, okay, because it weighed this much. This is the value therein, right? And so relationships are just that way. When you meet someone and you go through the process of interacting, at some point, there's a conversation that ensues that says, hey, you know what? I did this for you. 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 So you what? You owe me,
Yeah.
right? This is a pretty common theme in relationships. Very rarely are we entering relationships with this holistic, selfless love that, we're, myotic and completely giving and, right? Yeah, that lasts for a little while, right? Right. Until you start weighing stuff.
Yeah.
It's the size is deep, right? It's dope, right? Because it talks to you. You start weighing stuff. Like, well, hey, you coming up kind of short over here. You owe. I mean, this is what we want to say. But we going on. We gotta. We don't really say it that way because we're trying to get that still hetero thing going on. So we kind of want to be nice about it. But in essence, when it gets to the point you can't take it anymore, you tell them you owe. Right. You need to pay up X, Y, and Z, or else. Then you begin to see, oh, wait a minute. I didn't marry for love. I mean, I do love the person, and of course, I care about them and the whole bit, and yeah, that part. But the other part is, you know, at some point, if you ever hear older couples talk, right? The ones that have been around for a while. I'm talking about the ones that really kind of hunkered down and stayed in there, right? There's almost a kind of give and take, pay like as you go relationship process, right?
Yeah.
And it's automatic where you learn that okay, this part of this person is lacking therein, so that other part is kind of filling, and you notice they work together in a tandem. I'm talking about the older couples. I'm not talking about young couples that have been married for a while. I'm talking about the ones that have separate bedrooms,
Yeah.
right? You wonder why do they have separate bedrooms? Because, right, the spirit, right, understands certain contexts in certain relationships that look after a certain time the conjugal Venusian part wears out. The only thing that's left is the Saturn part, right? The Secker part, the part that makes you face responsibility, own up to your duties, go beyond the necessities of what you would normally do for others.
Yeah.
That's when I'm paying a debt. It feels paying. You're paying it, and not all relationships. I'm saying not all relationships are to the sense that it's a drudgery. Some people like it. Meaning, like I love getting up, going to work. I love paying bills for my wife. I love taking care of my responsibility, and that's that healthy part of that Saturn, which is strong in the chart. That's healthy. But I'm talking about when the karmic debt, when the scales are uneven, right? When the scales are tipped, and you know it, then you know, right, that that debt has to be paid. And guess what? You don't pay it usually in that relationship. You have to be broken down. You have to be right rearranged. You have to go through the process of dying to that person to be reborn to someone new. And then you realize the grass is not greener.
Yeah.
Then you realize, well, wait a minute. These problems are still with me. They ain't going nowhere. And this is what happens, folks. And then you know it is because the person says, well, this is not working. I'm going to go to another one. Right. And so they have a turnstile, right, in relationships. Well, guess what? That's in the chart, right? That's in the horoscope. All of that's there. And you didn't look and you married him or married her, and you didn't know they had a sixth house and sixth lord and seventh lord exchange, right? Which creates an automatic divorce machine. I know that seems kind of cold.
Yeah. Everybody gonna be looking like, hold up, let me see. I got a
Yeah,
six.
when you have the Lord, that the planet that governs bonds. See, the seventh house is about bonds, a bond, right? A vow, a commitment, a promise, right? And the thing that breaks it, right, is the very house or planet that rules the house before it, which is the sixth lord or the sixth house. So any interaction between those two, divorce will ensue. See, in these teachings, they say that the closer you are to being a divine being, the easier it is that you can marry anyone. Right?
Yeah.
Closer you are to being divine being, don't matter who you marry, because all the karma is worked out in you. So karmas don't have any room for that kind of. There's no room, right? When you're a divine being, when you're living at a level where spirituality takes precedence, right, and over everything, right? Because people say, well, you wear jewelry, yeah, but I don't wear jewelry like you. I don't wear jewelry for the purposes of looks. I wear it for the purposes of energetic outputs, right? People say,
Yeah.
"Oh, you wear colors. You wear. How come I see you in turquoise on Mondays?" Well, maybe you should ask not only why, but what is the benefit?
Yeah.
Right? I don't eat the same foods that you eat, even though I eat. I don't eat for the same reasons you eat. I eat for other reasons, right? So when you become in that particular mindset, you become what's called the hanged man, right? In tarot, everything is reversed. Right? So in astrology and talking about right divorce, right, it's pretty common in the West. And so you see charts that facilitate that very easily in the West. It's very strange. Charts in the East don't facilitate it as I'm. It's strange. I know it's weird at tough, but when I look at charts in the East, they've a lot of them don't have the potentiality of divorce that American charts do. So even
Yeah,
the
man.
country you're born into facilitates a lot of that karma. The nation
Yes.
that you're born into, because that nation has a vibration, it has a history, it has a whole slew of things that go with it, even astrologically speaking. So, by far, and think about it. And I know, folks, you're hearing people out here talk about Scorpio Sin and in America. It's not. Sorry. I mean, we'll talk about that. Trust me, expound on that in some way, some form, or fashion to elucidate this point. But you have four planets in the seventh house in the American chart, meaning that the nation that you're born into have propensity, right, on promises, right, deal making, right, um, trading, right. That's all seventh house in the realm of right mundane astrology, but it also applies in the sense of that area of life has 4 planets in it, and 4 planets. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to have the 12th lord, the 8th lord, right? All these different lords, and I say the 8th lord because the 8th lord's not in that, but you have 4 planets in the 7th house. That gives the propensity for divorce, meaning the divorce rate of that country is going to be high. So you don't have to have necessarily planets in the 6th or 8th. You have just to have too many in that area in the 4th in the 7th house. That will create a nation that has a high divorce rate because the sun is there, Jupiter's there, right? Mars is there,
Mercury.
and Mercury, right? All those planets are there. It's too much.
Not Mercury, Mars. Sorry, Mars.
Yeah, Mars. It's Venus.
Mars, Venus, Jupiter,
Yeah,
Sun.
that's what Venus. I know Venus is there, but
Mm-hmm.
Venus in the 7th house, right? It's not good. Too much of one thing. It's not good. So again, showing a nation that deals in divorce, right? And there's other things, but nonetheless, gets back to the astrology piece on the individual level. So when you look at certain things, first thing you want to look at, right, is planets in the 7th house. Just look in there, see what's there, right? Because those planets are really going to be the dictator of the relationship, the partner, the primary partner, the investment, the ability to keep a promise. If Saturn's there, doesn't necessarily mean you won't necessarily have a relationship. It just means that you're going to be pressed to keep a promise. You're going to be tested to keep a promise. You're going to be, and you will have the ability to endure. You're given as much as much required. But at the same time, the person that you're married to, right, also feels the pressure
Yeah.
because they're the ones facilitating it. So they feel the pressure, and then you feel the pressure. And if Saturn's not placed very well in the 7th house, which it rarely is, right? And even if when it is, there has to be certain stipulations for it to be functional and well. I mean, I've seen some exalted planets in the 7th house, and even with exalted planets, the person divorces.
Yeah.
So the 7th house is just a house that if I were to say, I would probably not have any planets in it for a happy, strong, healthy, long-term marriage. Because once you start having planets there, we're talking about Mercury. He likes variety. See, planets in the 7th house are going to do something there. So that mate, here's a prescription. Here's a down and dirty. If you marry someone that doesn't match the prescription of what has been bequeathed to you in his life, you will divorce. That simple. K2 in the 7th house doesn't do well in marriage anyway, but they have to have someone that's spiritually oriented or has occult knowledge. They have to. And that's hard to find, isn't it, folks? So guess what? They have to wait. Wow. It's crazy how it works.
Yeah.
Just works that way. Planets in the 1st house will have an effect on the 7th because now the 1st house is you. So you now take precedence and reflect back to the mate, which is the 7th. But it doesn't necessarily do so much damage as planets necessarily in the 7th because that house is one that is going to call out that person in your life. You are going to meet that person at some point in your life, face to face, right? Mirroring you back. And you say, oh, they're so great and so wonderful. And then the Venus wears off, and now you're left with this karmic payment. And unless you're spiritually oriented, disciplined, has longevity, right? Have good kidney chi, good liver chi, which are the two fundamental bases to a healthy relationship. Because kidney chi allows you to finish things you start, and
Yeah.
liver chi allows you to control the flow of your emotions. So if those two aren't in check, we don't even, I mean, granted, right? Even if you got a great chart, you might be damaged enough from the previous lifestyle and living that you may not have enough kidney chi to even facilitate the destiny. So there's just so many variables, and the society is getting weaker, right? Over time, the physiological bodies, the bodies of the body is getting weaker, right? So the kidney chi is getting weaker. Imagine the kidney chi of folks that lived in times when they were living right, because of course the life expectancy of individuals from a long time ago was very short compared to what it is now. But when you did live right, you lived super long, right? And imagine those people that lived right, that literally did everything. That, I mean, their chi is on fleek, right? The chi is
Yeah,
off the chart.
it's like a like a major river system,
Hmm.
right? I mean, because you take, let's just use the United States for example, right? The Mississippi River starts, I believe, in Canada,
Canada, right?
and it spits out in Louisiana.
Right. The
Same
Gulf.
river system.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like that water. That's how it functions. It got a destination, and it's gonna get there, no matter what. I mean, if there's some rocks blocking it up, eventually it's gonna make its way through them rocks. It's gonna find a way, but it's gonna go. It's gonna get there, no matter
It's
how
gonna
long
get
it
there.
take. Yeah.
It's gonna get there. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so life is the same way. You know, those currents take you into places you didn't know you were gonna meet that person at that time. You didn't know you were gonna go that whole route and marry them and meet their family, and their in laws don't like you because K2's in the eighth house. You didn't even know you had K2 in the eighth house. You sit down with Raw and like, oh man, my wife's family can't stand me. Yeah, I
My
know.
wife.
Yeah, my wife's family can't stand me. Man. Yeah, K2's in the A. Yeah, they have no connection with you, brother. Matter of fact, they probably would be happy if you left. You right? How'd you know? Right? Because it doesn't mean the mate doesn't love you. It means you have issues with the family, right? But that's K2 in the eighth, right? And that can create problems. It also means that your wife ain't gonna give you no money, right? So you're not gonna have shared resources, right? So there's just little things you'll notice that will create little issues in relationships. But when you see the seventh house slash the planet that rules the seventh house interact with the sixth lord, the eighth lord, or the 12th lord, you can guarantee that divorce will ensue.
Yeah.
It's going to be a struggle. They might have a long term relationship, but at some point, they will release each other through that, as far as that karmic debt. And you do pay it off at times. How do you know? When you walk away from the relationship in complete peace. There's no angst, there's no animosity, there's nothing that you owe me. I don't need anything from you. You've paid your debt. I'm at peace, right? That's rare, but it happens. And that's when you walk away with no strings, as they say, attached. Your Ranubanda has been cut or severed. Ranubanda is the karmic bond, right? That happens very rarely because most of us end up exiting with some emotional tie, right? Emotional baggage, emotional frustration, angst, or residual.
Yeah.
That is when you know you're not finished. It's hard to. So, well, what about when they're abusive? If you have to protect your physical life, by all means, you should protect yourself. You have to protect your emotional well being. But a lot of us just don't have the ability to understand that. We don't have the emotional barometer to understand how relationships work. And so we think when things get tough, that's the time to exit. Well, here, every 7 years, you get a test in your marriage. Every seven
Yeah.
years, Saturn squares itself. So every 7 years, you get a test in marriage. They call it the 7 year itch. Now, if you marry well, usually it's not an itch. It's just like a nut. It's like a little. But if you don't, the itch becomes a scratch. A scratch becomes a burn. And burn becomes a scorching. And scorching becomes an overwhelming passion to get out of this. Right. So,
Yeah.
you know, when we're doing this, now there's other things you both may. Now, here's the thing: you both may have very, very healthy, viable charts. You just married wrong. Some people are good people. They just don't belong together. That
Yeah.
happens. It does happen. People say, "Well, how does that? How do you forecast that in astrology?" Well, a lot of times Rahu will cast an aspect to Venus or the seventh lord of the seventh house to create confusion. See, Rahu's confusion, so he wants you to be confused. And usually those relationships are either annulled or kind of they don't marry for very long. They stay, very they get out very quickly, and then they usually marry the person that they're intended. Usually. But if Rahu's
Yeah.
involved, it's a very good chance you could be confused. It's just in the initial what you need and desire and want in a relationship, because he wants you to figure you out first before you marry anyone.
Yeah.
So you could have good charts. You could have fairly healthy destinies, and they just don't go together, and so that creates divorce. It's not the traditional divorce of the drag out, dog out. Oh, I hate you, and call my mama and don't call my daddy, and I don't like you either, and I don't like your dog. Right? None of that. It's just a lot of times they just amicably. No, we just don't need to be together. We're cool. We're better off as friends. I know people like that, and they are actually really good friends. They just don't need to be together. Right. So some people have that disposition, but those are when the charts are fairly favorable, and they can walk away because they're healthy people. They're healthy. Their destinies are well organized. It's just they just didn't they got a sidetrack. That
Yeah.
happened, and you can see that in the astrology.
Yeah.
But there's other combinations that just create automatic divorce. Kuja dosha, Kuja dosha. When you marry someone and you have Kuja dosha and they don't, they ain't gonna stay long because you're beating up on them emotionally, and they can't take that heat. That's too much heat, too much emotional fervency, too much emotional passion, too much drive in the direction of expression. Right?
Yeah.
And many times people can't take that manglik or that kujadosh. Right?
Hmm.
So you have to marry someone with that same manglik position, and when you do, then it offsets, and the heat and the passion kind of it's like two big warriors being in the same room. Like maybe I don't want to test him, maybe I don't want to test him either. Right? So there's a stalemate and there's an understanding. A lot of times you still have some issues, but it's kind of like uh, I'm not gonna go there because I know I could go there, and I know you could too. So let's not, because we know we can. Whereas I don't know you can, or you don't know I can, if you marry someone that doesn't have that same Mongolic disposition. And that's when Mars is in the first, fourth, seventh, eighth, and 12th house. Right.
Hmm.
So, right, considering very important stuff to take a look at when you're dealing in relationships. Um, there's just so many things that can. And I mean, we live in a society that's divorce oriented towards divorce. The society's not oriented towards marriage. Everything that you see on TV is about the single life. The ideal is the single life. The ideal is the bachelor, right? That's the ideal for America's, right. You don't see the family man as the ideal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if the family man was the ideal, right, the role model for the man of America, then you'd have less of a divorce rate, and then the energies would shift. And here's the thing: if for that to happen, it had to be a whole shift in society, right? And then
Yeah.
you'd have to reorient the country. Probably have a whole new rulership. So then you have a new chart because of a whole new country. It probably wouldn't even be the same. I'm saying like these are paradigm shifts, is what I'm saying. Paradigm shifts are big. We're having a paradigm shift slightly now, slightly,
Yeah.
right? Slightly, right? But not major enough to really change and shift the world. It's just a tap on the shoulder. This is not a paradigm shift yet, y'all. We're not there yet, right? Paradigm shifts is when literally the whole world. And yeah, because of a pandemic, that's one thing. We're dealing with a pandemic, but I'm talking about the thought process of the world changing. Like the world is flat, right? To the world is no longer flat, and sad enough, some folks still think the world is flat. But
Literally.
right, literally, right. So paradigm shifts are major things, but paradigm shifts facilitate whole new countries and new things like that. But nonetheless, back to the divorce rate and the divorce in astrology and seeing it, a lot of times planets in the 12th house will also facilitate divorce. Why? Because the 12th house is the house of bed pleasures, the house of clandestine relationships, the house of hidden things, right? It's your closet, right?
Yeah.
And so things that happen in the 12th house, right, go bump in the night. They're not designed for you to be seen. They're hidden. They're hidden, right? Well, if you count 12, let's count from the 12th to the 7th, right? That's 8 houses away. And from the 7th to the 12th is 6 houses. So anytime you have what's called a 6-8 relationship, well, not any time, most times, about 75% of the time, when, say, the ascendant, the moon, the sun, and other planets that interact with therein are in a 6-8 position, meaning they have no. When people say, what does a 6-8 position mean? Real quick, they don't have any energetic connections. They're completely dissonant, right? From Libra to Pisces, right? Libra has no resonant energy with Pisces. Libra is air, Pisces is water. Libra is cardinal, Pisces is mutable,
Mm-hmm.
right? See, from a 5-9 relationship, you have an infinity because it's a trine, so they have the same elements. From a 1-7, even though you don't have the same element, you have the same modality. So there's still a common bond. From a 4-10, meaning when planets are in the fourth or 10th or in opposition, there's still a modality. They share
Yeah.
the modality, so they can still interact based on that mode of existence. But when there's 6-8, there's nothing in common. They mean the modality and the energetic output are completely non-resonant, right? So that 6-8, whenever it's in the chart, automatically creates that fighter stance or that kind of uneasy shifting energy between a warrior and a police officer, or between a criminal and a police officer.
Yeah.
So those are things you look for, right? And those always win. Those always work, especially when you have certain placements like the ascendants don't resonate, right? Just it's hard to get along. You got a Libra ascendant, which is air flowing and thoughts and communicative and rajasic and sociable and right. And then you have let's say Taurus, which you would think Taurus because they both are ruled by Venus, but they're dissonant because Taurus is Earth, right? Venus is air. So yeah, you think you're gonna get along for a little while, but Taurus is slow, pedantic, methodical, likes to take his time, doesn't want to rush, right? Wants the physical pleasure of side, where Venus is intellectual, communicative, right? A people pleaser, right? Doesn't always necessarily not in a rush, but doesn't always tarry either, right? So because Libra likes to do everything in a medium stance, in a medium way,
Yeah.
right? But it's not slow, right? And so that intellectual disposition, the quick wittedness, the thought process of the Libran energy is going to not agree with the Taurian disposition, even though they're still ruled by the same planet. So if you're a Taurus, one's a Libra, they're both going to say, okay, well, we like pleasure, but that's when the buck stops.
Yeah.
And then that divorce process will then ensue. So, you know what I mean? It's just knowing these subtleties really quickly down and dirty. With the ascendant, same thing with the moon. The moons are 6-8, you can cancel. They're not going to resonate. Now, you might have one thing maybe in that position, and then other things are healthy. That can support a long term relationship, because sometimes you do need a little something to keep the energies where they're not too matched, because then it'd be like dealing with your brother or sister or you know what I mean, like someone that is just basically part of your own family, because that energy when it becomes so resonant, there's nothing that's there that kind of attracts. You know what I mean? You need
Yeah.
some of that distance and difference between each other. Certain things should be there. That like sometimes there's good squares and sometimes there's good oppositions. In fact, oppositions in astrology typically good from the perspective of Jyotish. When one man's, and I know there's a Kuta system as well, and I'm gonna get into that. That's a whole nother topic because Kuta system is a point system that deals on several levels, and most people don't even need to be concerned about that. And a lot of astrologers say it doesn't even work in the West, but some do, right? Nonetheless, though, um, when the moons are opposite, a lot of times there's a seesaw, but the seesaw effect helps balance each other out, right? So if the ascendants are opposite, moon is opposite, it helps because you can see each other, right? Even though you kind of like it's like a seesaw effect. You know, when you were a kid, when you're on a seesaw and you down, I'm gonna keep you up, right? You gotta let me down, all right? And then eventually, like, it's a back and forth, right? But if over time you do learn that fine point, and that's when a lot of times oppositions and charts can be helpful in relationships. But nonetheless, right? So planets in the sixth and a lot of planets in the 12th house are going to offset the seventh house, right? Again, planets in the sixth house are going to offset the seventh because they're right behind it. They're going to take away. They're going to suck all that all that promise and promises you made. Well, I'm gonna suck all the energy out them promises, right? Because literally, I'm behind. The sixth house is the house behind it, so it's going to take away or leech, right? And whatever's in that particular, so all of that. Say you got Venus in the seventh, and it's all gravy. It looks good, right? Then you got a debilitated Jupiter, debilitated Mars in the 12 in the sixth. So now you have a temper. You can't control yourself, right? You have all these issues that pull from the marriage. You're in debt. The parent you marry the person and you're in debt. So the parent when you marry, the debt becomes that person's debt.
Yeah.
I'm just showing you, like, literally, this is the way the world works and the way astrology works. When you marry a person, you take their debt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spiritually speaking, too. Especially spiritually speaking. Because the debt that you took on was seen in the chart in the sixth house. We see debt. The sixth house literally is debt.
Yeah.
What you owe, service, to be a servant to someone, to be a slave to another. That's what debt is. So when you
Yeah.
understand that, and kind of strange, sometimes we're a slave to the person that we thought we were married to, not the person we married to, the person we thought we were married to. So I thought I was marrying. Well, I thought, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. You thought wrong, right? Right, but you take on those attributes and you start sounding and looking like the person. He tells you a lot, right? Because your karmas are constantly interlacing. So from that perspective, when you marry, if the person doesn't have good debt management, you got a divorce.
Yeah.
Right? Karmic debt is worse than financial physical debt.
Mm-hmm.
Pay that off. Karmic debt, hard to pay off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you see people with you see people come with, here's the thing, right? They say money, right, is transmitted from generational. It's generational wealth, right? They have generational curses too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you walk into a family's house, just the person you're dating, and you see curse after curse and no red flags. You walk in, curses, the flags are everywhere, but you're like, no, I'm not listening. Or you guess what? You got something in your chart that shows you got debt because it attracts, right? They pull because someone with a clearer debt balance is gonna walk in and say, "Oh no, nah, Thanks, but no thanks. No, I'll see you around on Facebook or wherever. And they don't have any issue because they clearly see that's not me. Right? Doesn't it make sense? But when it's you and you can't see you, you just as blind as the room. So you no red flags.
Yeah.
Then you wonder why 3.5 years later, when the midpoint to the 7 year itch is there, you start feeling a little weird. Like, oh no, maybe this ain't the one. I don't think so. Maybe not. Start questioning.
Yeah.
But the flags were there. You were part of the flagging system, so you didn't see the flags. They were your flags. They were your debt. They were your stuff. So when you come in and then all of a sudden now we have an issue, no, this was there. But now we get to work on it. That's the beautiful part. We can work on it. We can engage it. We can fight through this. We can manage because that's what relationships are all about. But no one
Yeah.
wants to do that in America, so they throw the flag in, right? And then the next one comes, and then the next one comes, and then you're by long looking at all these different things that you haven't accomplished because you've wasted so much energy and time on paying off some debt that you should have paid off before you even got to the next one.
Yeah.
And there's just so many different placements, folks, that can cause it. Rahu in the seventh, Saturn in the seventh, Rahu, Saturn, Mars, K2, Sun, Venus. I mean, these are 5 planets I've made so far, all divorce factors.
Yeah.
Right? Jupiter in the seventh does very well. That's the one planet you can count on will do well. Sometimes even if it's debilitated, it can do well in the seventh. It really does no harm. The one planet, every other planet, for the most part, from what I've experienced, creates harm. Moon in the seventh means that person's mind is constantly on relationships. Constantly thinking about their partner. Now, it's good for business. They can actually do business, but it's sentimental, right? It's business based on, things that deal with, lunar type things, mothering, daycare, liquids, nursing. It's just different things you can deal with as far as that moon in the seventh, as far as business is concerned. But when it comes to partnership, a lot of times a person will be overly thinking or overly concerned. Their whole mind is just nothing but on the mate. And then when they don't have a mate, they're just mindless because they try to have a mate. Right? So it's very hard a lot of times for folks to deal in that. And then when that person has a mate, that person becomes the whole world. And then they get let down because the moon goes in cycles. See, that's how you read. So it's not just, the planet's here. There's something that it does. You want to know what it does. Sun in the seventh, horrible. So you don't want to really have any planets there. You see what I was saying? Like, you don't want to have any planets there if you could help it.
Yeah.
Right. And if you do, right, then you want to take the precautionary steps to understand what those implications are and what to do and who to look for in order to accomplish and pay off that karmic debt. One last thing I want to say is the eighth house, right? I did mention has some stipulations with in fact, it's one of the. It's considered somewhat of a challenge position. I say it's a double-edged sword because the eighth house can bring you very positive marital benefits if things are placed well there.
Yeah,
it can, because it can make your mate very rich if the eighth house is placed very well. Venus there exalted, meaning the wife usually is very beautiful, or Venus in the seventh. But remember, Venus in the seventh is too much. So you'd rather have Venus in the eighth, right? It's just strange, right? Now, Venus in the eighth damage can create the eighth house is just one of those strange things, right? It's like a dual-edged sword. It's a razor-thin line.
Right? Yeah.
anything there can do well, like Saturn in the eighth, right? Would definitely not do well in marriage in regards to the marital assistance, but would do well with regards to longevity for the person,
Yeah.
right? So God kind of gives you the supreme being in its wisdom, says, well, I'll do this, but I'll give you that, right? Right. You can handle this, but I'm gonna give you this too, right?
Yeah.
That's how you're built. You're built according to your destiny. God, what they say, the supreme being don't is only puts as much on you as you can handle. That is pretty much true. Because
Yeah.
if you were to take my stuff and I said, well, here, just do these, teach these classes, do these readings, do this consult, create this, do this, most folks would be like, raw, I'm about to go nuts, right? Whereas if I took over an engineering position, right, in the city, and I'm like, whoa, I don't know none of this, right? So you're built for what you're intended to do. When you start trying to do something too far outside that and not orienting yourself towards a spiritual disposition in it, then you can hurt yourself, right? Because you can
Yeah.
do all things, but remember, God does things in time just like man does.
Mhm.
So, right, you can't master all things in one life. That's why right. There's a destiny because you have a limited time to do it,
Yeah.
right? Um, so those are just a few things to notice. Um, and all those positions that I mentioned can there have benefits with the
Excuse me.
challenges. Nothing comes just as a isolated type of one dimensional thing in life. It's very multifaceted. So the very thing that can hurt you can help you in other areas. Because if you're, let's say, Mars in the seventh, and you're a hell of a negotiator, you are cutthroat to the point, hardcore business, straight up in the business boardroom. Do not play, shrewd, right? But
Yeah.
can't got to turn that off. Click when you leave. Doesn't turn off that easy. So then it comes home,
Yeah.
and then you're doing business in the bedroom.
Hmm.
You're doing business in the living room and in the kitchen. So you see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how life works, right? Sun in the seventh. Mate is a boss. Straight up. I know several people. One of them is his wife was controls one of the largest banks in California, worth $5 million. He ain't worth $5 million. She is.
Yeah.
Sun in seventh. Now their marriage is horrible. I mean, they're at the level of divorce right now. They're going through divorce proceedings. Lasted for a long time though. He's got Venus in the eighth, exalted. Right, so she definitely uh, contributed to the wealth factor in his regard. You see how it works? Just
Yeah.
that automatic.
Yeah.
But he's a hell of a businessman himself too. Right. So you know what I mean. These are the things that you begin to understand. They have no children, right? None, and didn't want any. So everything is it's based on what you need to develop and grow. Sometimes we think we get the person because, well, why do I get this one? It's what you need to grow. It's the soil that makes you sprout your divinity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Saturn is exalted in Libra, folks. So it says, "Hey, I do well here over time. I'm not a sprinter, right? You have to. Um, I don't follow Sadhguru, y'all. But some of the things he says is correct, right? Not everything. A lot of stuff he says is garbage, especially about astrology, right? Sadhguru has a lot of. Uh, he's not a guru to me, but some of the things he says is correct. But one thing he does say, and I agree with this, is that if you're gonna get married, you have to at least give it 20 years. Don't get married and think you're gonna do nothing in 3 or 4 years. It just doesn't happen. You're not going to see everything. You're not going to learn anything. You're not even learn yourself in 3 to 4 years. So just take your time and marry properly, or at least marry as best as you can. Right, but the thing is, we have oracles, we have divination, you have astrology. So nowadays, there's really no reason why you have to marry in a handicapped position to understand not only the debt that you bring to that person, but also the debt that person brings to you. So looking at that from an astrological perspective, from a karmic perspective, allows you to really face it. Okay, yeah, you know what? I see you got Venus in the sixth house. You got some addictions, straight up. Yeah, you got some addictions. Yeah. So you know that now. Now, when you marry, there's no secrets. You can't hide nothing from the astrologer because he'll see it if he's keen enough.
Yeah.
And he'll say, no, this right here is going to create a problem. Right. And so, but the problem is manageable. Very manageable most times. You can overcome those issues for the most part, unless there's some serious, when I say serious, I'm talking about physical damage. I mean, like there's some abuse, and there will be seen as well. Mars in the seventh house, I've seen it exalted, and the person's, her husband was abusive to her. He was a surgeon too, though.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like you get that.
Yeah.
Like, he's a
Yeah.
surgeon, top of the line, but was beaten, on her. So um, you know, there's a lot that goes on into this, and you can have the seventh lord in the second house. That creates a problem. It creates a financial issue. You usually are living from pillar to post. Why? Because if you count from the seventh to the second, it's 8 away. And usually, if you want to know, folks, who the next person is they're gonna marry, look to the second house. Why? Because the eighth house is the house that destroys or changes, and the second is eighth to the seventh. So that's who the next person is gonna marry, the second house. Then count 8 away from that. That'll be the third. So 8 away from that is the ninth.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see the next person. Then the next one will be the 11th. Then you marry yourself through the fifth. If you go through 5 people, you run it down to where you can't handle nothing but something that look just like you.
That's different.
I'm sorry. That's funny to me.
That's real different.
Right. Because the first one is opposite you. Right. Then you marry someone that's closer to you, like your family, second house. It's weird. Then you marry someone that's closer to your father's kind of imaging energy. Then you marry someone that's a friend. Then you marry back to yourself. And if you're at 6, I don't even know. Like 6 are probably, it's probably the third house because you're just trying to get back to the 7th again. So I mean, all those different marriages, but it's all seen in the chart.
Yeah.
So destiny has a way of showing you, like your relationships, destined, or the divorces are there too. The good marriages, which are rare, but the divorces are there, especially in a country that lives according to a model, right? You can, I don't chase them, I replace them, right? So that kind of motto is what we deal with, and I'm not going to be long with it, but because there's much more to it than that. You have to look from the 7th. You have to look at all these different factors because they all contribute. Everything matters in astrology, even though it may not seem like it. The 11th house matters to the 7th house because it's the 5th away. So that means this is the person's ability, the wife's ability to sustain herself through his network via her intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Can she support him, in other words, in his endeavors? That's the 5th, the 11th, 7th, and 11th interaction. So they all matter, right? But there's some hard-nosed rules you can always look at. Lots of planets in the 7th house, automatic divorce, or high propensity for divorce. Just like I said, moon in the 7th, planets in the 6th, right, which will offset the 7th. Planets in the 6th. Planets in the 12th, which will offset the 7th. The planet in the 6th, which offsets the 7th. So all those different factors, looking at those just quickly, just look and say, "Yep, I see one," and then ask yourself, "What's the nature of the planet?" Which would detract from the union that you're looking at, right? That's it becomes that easy, and then you begin to gradiate and go from there, and fine tune. But for the most part, folks, I mean, not only is marriage written, but divorce is written, and the person you're gonna marry next is even written. So,
Yeah.
by and large, right, these things can be seen via astrology very easily, very easily.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So with that being said, I want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology, and our good patrons over on Patreon. Once again, thank you all again for showing us love and helping to support this podcast. I did want to do something. I didn't do it at the top this time, but we did have a couple questions. If we can go through them real quick, if you don't mind or whatnot. You want to go through them real quick?
Yeah.
All right, so these should be pretty easy. Just as far as the first question was, what's the most common ascendant and rarest ascendant that just from all the collection of charts that we've accumulated. What have you seen? Have you seen that?
That's a good question. I've never really considered. I tell you this much. I don't see very many Scorpio ascendants. What about you, brother?
Oh yeah. Scorpio's by far the rarest. Oh my!
Yeah, I don't see very many of those. I don't see very many Scorpios. I don't see a lot of Aquariuses either.
Yeah, those are the two I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of them. I see Caps, Cancers. Cap and Cancer seem to just pop out just easy. Just Cancer. I mean, it's strange because Cancer is ruled by one planet. You would think that the planets that would be dual rule, or the signs that are ruled by, but planets that have that rule two signs would be more prevalent. But
yeah,
actually, Cancer seems to be pretty popular. I don't know why. Virgo ascendant, I've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
Virgo ascendant, I've seen a lot of Virgo ascendants. Gemini ascendants, I've seen a lot of Gemini ascendants. But I can honestly tell you the one I have not seen them very often is Scorpio.
Yeah.
I've seen more Aquarius ascendants than I have Scorpio.
Yeah.
So Scorpio is special, right? That little small, and it's a very small, it's actually a small constellation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In comparison, I mean, Pisces is massive, right? Aries is extremely small. I mean, Aries is probably the smallest.
I don't see a lot of Pisces either. I
see some, but not a whole lot. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. I over the years I've seen some. I mean, because I've seen them, but if I had to pull down, like, I don't recall very many.
Yeah.
Sag is pretty popular too.
Mm-hmm.
Sag
I see more Caps than Cancer. I mean, just in my database, I don't know. I have probably a few thousand charts in here, something like that. And I see more. I see more Cap. Yeah, I see Cap. Yeah, I see Cap a lot.
Yeah, Cap is common. Mm-hmm. Cap is definitely common. Sag is common. Like I said, Virgo. I don't see very many Libras. Libras are kind of like half and half.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
If you really kind of go through it, they pop up every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Them Geminis and Cancers and Caps be popping, pop. Like, wow. Oh yeah, okay, got you. Aries sometimes too. Not very often with Aries too, because Aries is one of those rarer ones, but it does pop up. But I can tell you honestly, folks, it's between a close race between Scorpio and Aquarius, and I would say Scorpio is the lead.
Indeed. Indeed. The other part of the question was, have we ever looked at the charts of Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, Mao Mao, or Ho Chi Minh?
You might
I
have.
never.
I haven't.
I haven't seen good times on either of those.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Che Guevara has I guess a so-called a better rating of time is a B than Fidel Castro, but I've never looked at their charts.
I mean, these guys are revolutionaries. They're at a time where I don't even think they recorded. They popped out and they were happy to have a healthy baby, probably. Versus worried about what time it was. So, those guys are kind of hard to isolate. Like you said, doing a good readout, good read up with a good chart. It's hard to do those. So I really haven't looked too much into them. I tried to find some good times on Stephen Biko. I couldn't get good time on that. Nelson Mandela is not really considered revolutionary to me, but I've seen his chart a few times. He's got a good solid time. Patrice Lumumba, hard time to follow. I follow a lot of black revolutionaries. I mean, that's just me. I try to follow them. It's hard to get, strangely enough, man, revolutionaries is hard to get a good time on. It's like the energy don't want them to be known, or like you can't see them coming. And here's the thing, folks. The system has been keeping time since the 50s. I'm talking about like systematically keeping time since the 50s. So if you're born in the 50s or after, it's a good chance that they have your time, that you have your information in a database. And Masons are astrologers, y'all, and they use this form of astrology, sidereal, not tropical. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the things that come out, the people that come out now, have already been kind of run through a system that they may have, right, that they may have access to really pull out who's the who's who, or who's the potential of who's who, right? Some odd reason, in the back of my head, I think they got that somewhere. I don't know, it might be my own conspiracy theory, but you know what I mean? I know they do record those times, right? And they have done so since the 50s. More so regularly. Now it's really regular, right? Like time of birth and accuracy is pretty common for kids born nowadays. But even when I was a young man, when I was coming up, I know my time is off. I had to rectify it, but it was off like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But it's a different ball game. So I don't really deal with those. Like if I can't get a good time on you, I'm not gonna beat myself up to rectify it. I'm just not, unless I really, really, really want to know, and then I'll do it. Most of the time, I got enough charts of people to deal with constantly, so I rarely have that time to really go dig deep and do that kind of research.
Indeed, and I did a quick little database search, just real quick. And you know what? Actually, in my database, Scorpio has the highest. Aquarius, really? Pisces is the lowest in mine. Some of these are, I'd say about 5 of them are like sketchy times, but the rest are, I guess pretty reliable times. But Scorpio is the highest in my whole database, and Pisces is the lowest.
Interesting.
Yep, and right after that is Aquarius. Aquarius and Pisces are the lowest in mine.
Interesting. That is interesting.
But I think really you can have this, 50, 100,000, charts, to really get a good gauge on it, or somewhere upward, than the database that I have, but just on mine, that's what it looks like.
Interesting.
But Cancer and Capricorn, Cancer and Leo comes right after Scorpio as far as most common as far as in all the
In my
charts I got.
database, I got Scorpios the least.
So you probably got a bigger database than I got, though. Bigger sample size.
Scorpios the least. Wow, Libra, believe it or not. Wow, Libra has the most in mine. And then Gemini, like I said, yep. Gemini is second. Yeah, it just depends on the database. Because Scorpio is like nil.
Yeah, and I got. I mean, it's
hardly. Yeah. Just depends on the database.
Indeed, yeah, because I got Bob. Let's see who's some notable Scorpios. Bob Marley, Benjamin Netanyahu, the let's see, Janae Aiko, no ladies like her. Do I got a good time on? Because I got Kim Kardashian here as a Scorpio. I think she got a good time. Princess Diana.
Princess Di. Yep, she's Scorpio. Have you ever noticed they're real small?
I could see that. Yeah.
Small. I've never seen a big Scorpio.
Well, I know some guys that are big. That's Scorpio. Yeah. But matter of fact, all the guys on here that I think of, except for maybe Bob, are pretty. At least pretty tall.
Right.
Cindy Crawford. But I think her time, I don't know. I think her time, I gotta look at her time. Brad Pitt. There's a couple in there.
I think, what's her name? Can't remember her name. She's Scorpio, isn't it? Actress. But yeah, I figured when I pulled my database, like, I've done a lot of charts. I ain't seen a whole lot of Scorpios. I've done a lot of charts. I've seen some, but I ain't seen a whole lot. Like, it's a few, right? So it just depends. Right? Database, everybody has it,
Yeah.
But nonetheless, so hopefully that answered your questions, definitely keep them coming. Keep the questions coming, y'all. It gets us to where we can really, talk about some stuff, outside of the scope of the podcast.
Indeed. Well, with that being said, thank you all for tuning in. We're gonna be back next week with another good show for you all, and again, just continue to stay safe and keep your eyes open and stay in tune to what's going on and stuff like that, and we'll get back with you all on the next one. All right, so that being said, peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and I got my good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, excellent. Enjoying life, enjoying my students. Peace out to y'all. we definitely enjoying these classes that we're doing, learning leaps and bounds of knowledge. So I can't say, man, this is one of the best times of my life, brother. I don't know about yourself, but I'm loving life. How about you?
Man, everything's well, man. Just, the podcast is doing well, of course. And, I'm working on this second short film. We're in production now. So that should be out next month. I'm trying to get it out before everything shut down heavy again. But nah, man, everything is working good, man. I mean, I've been really able to kind of capitalize off of the situation and stuff like that's kind of freed up some things, allowed me to kind of do a lot of things at once. So I'm definitely enjoying the process, indeed.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, it just gets greater from here, man. I mean, the podcast is doing well. Film is taking flight. So, it's only upward from here, my friend. Only upward from here.
Absolutely. But before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people over there on Patreon. Thank you all for all your support and, all of the questions and everything that you contribute to the show. If you want to get with us on Patreon, you go follow us on Instagram and you'll see us right there in the link tree, and Patreon is right up there. So you click on that and, go ahead and, lock it in and, and you can start, hitting us up and, making your contributions to the show or whatnot. Cause it's more than just questions and stuff like that. Like, the Patreons actually, come through and, make suggestions and stuff. We've made little changes in the show based on that. So, if you got ideas, you got things, that you think, that can help take the show to the next level and stuff like that, hit us up. All right. And, as far as Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us on Instagram at Push It Forward, PUSHITFWD. You can find us on pushitforward.com at that same handle, pushitforward.com. Also, Ninth Lord Films. Follow Ninth Lord Films, right? That's 9TH Lord, LORD Films on Instagram and ninethlord.com, right? Spelled just that way, ninethlord.com, and you can go on there, check out the short film and any other new material we got going on. Brother Ra, how can the people get with you?
Man, same old same. Caliprucia Astrology at gmail.com or Facebook or IG via Shechem Ra. So either one of those can definitely hit me up. People have been getting at me at the Caliprucia Astrology email. That's what's up. A lot of people have my personal email, but Caliprucia Astrology really is where I want everything to kind of funnel through. So that would be the first preference. If you could hit me up that way, that'll get you the fastest answer. Because I have so many emails coming through other venues and avenues, and it's just that probably would get my attention a lot quicker because it's actually down. I mean, it hits right to my phone. So definitely hit me up on the Caliprucia first. If you can't get me that way, then the other means would definitely hit me up as well.
Absolutely. So we're here at episode 16, and we crossed that at 40 episode threshold last week with episode 15, and we were getting some interesting feedback from that. Whenever we hit relationships and things like that, it's always it definitely, when I go back and I look at the analytics and everything like that, those relationship episodes always have a high number, always perform pretty well. So we hit the opposite side of the spectrum this time, and seems like we got a lot of good feedback on it. What about you, Brother Rock?
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, a lot of people want to kind of have an idea of what their love life looks like, for lack of better words. I don't know if you want to call it that, but their love life, a lot of people want to know, am I with the right person? And, how does this work? How long can it last? And, what are the pitfalls? And everybody wants to know that. I mean, that's really the most common area I think that people contact me for is, really, what does it look like for the long-term perspectives of relationships? So it's not surprising. It's not surprising. And we're going to have a lot more we're going to have some shows that do explore a lot more along those lines as far as relationships and compatibility and things like that. So stay tuned, folks. It's going to get better. We do get more of those goodies that come along. But, it is good to see that the Pyramid Show, I think, did very well as well. I think Pyramid Show, I think I got a lot of good feedback from that as well. So, people have their favorites, people have what they like, but, I understand why people tune into those, because you start looking, you start looking, wait a minute, let me look at this. I got your chart. Hold on, let me see, right?
Yeah.
So, that's kind of like how people go, but, it's to be understood, definitely understood.
Indeed.
So, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Are you good? I'm good.
Yeah. So, yeah, man. I mean, I saw that one definitely. The hey, I don't want to sound like an analytics guy, but looking at just how certain episodes perform. The pyramid episode definitely performed very well because a lot of people have been asking about that one since the first episode. And then the pyramids is the pyramids. You know what I mean? It's always, it's always is always going to be a relevant, thing. Our ancestors did they did an excellent job of really tapping into that, and bringing that forth and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it's it's a good process. I'm for me, I definitely want to see this podcast propel into a semi-mainstream format, you know what I mean, as far as just being able to have Jyotish or just the sidereal perspective on astrology a thing, you know what I mean, and stuff like that, so hopefully we can do that, and I think this is the right vehicle towards bringing it into that light that way.
I agree.
Indeed.
100%.
Indeed. But you would see, you want to do the questions now, or you want to do some questions at the end?
Let's go now.
Okay. All right. So we got a question coming from both Patreon questions, right? The first one is, you have any remedies for Mongol dosh?
Mongol dosh, Mongolic dosh, to be Mongolic. There's a couple things about Mongolic dosh, because it's based on Mars, first of all, and Mars is a planet that is treated differently, more or less, in different cultures. In the West, right, we're more Mongolic anyway. If you want to be brass tacks, right? We're kind of more Mongolic just by disposition.
Yeah.
Right.
Kicking it with the Aryans.
Yeah. We don't really take the
Aries,
the more,
man.
Yeah, exactly. We don't take the more refined approach. They kind of say chivalry is dead, if you will, but it's different in the West. In the East, Mongolic is viewed upon as a real, it's called a dosh, right? An affliction. That's what dosha means. It's an affliction. So, you got to understand, in the West, right, we can divorce easily, right? When these ideas were crafted, what they were intended to convey is really, divorce wasn't really something that was like the looked upon means, even though it was a part of, how things work. So marriage was looked upon as more of a sacred sacramental thing. It wasn't something that was just done because you liked the person, right? And so that approach, Mongolic has it stains a lot more on the fabric of Eastern societies, versus in the West, right? It's the stain is not so, it's the blemish is not so there so much. It's there, but it's not as rough, So that's the first thing I just want to say is that Mongolic is different per culture, right? Every interpretation of this knowledge is going to be different per the culture that is supporting the people that live there and the people that are living out the areas that are being examined, such as relationships, profession, and so forth. So we kind of have to adjust it to understand the real underlying meaning of it. But the real remedy for a Mongolic is to marry another Mongolic, right? That's the best remedy, right? Because it cancels. I don't want to say cancel. When I say cancel, folks, I don't mean like cancel like all the way gone. Like there's nothing there. It's peaches and cream and everything's just right. No. It means that it's the work that's involved is commensurate with the effort that's put out and what's also received. In the Mongolic relationship with another Mongolic, there is an underlying hidden see, the life force attracts and repels people, right? It's automatic.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're attracting and repelling, and there's another energy that is doing something similar, it's two negatives equal a positive.
Yeah.
So it's the same manifestation of that energy within the context of relationships. When two martial energies meet up, they kind of know, well, this is kind of like the person that can handle me. Ever heard somebody say he can handle me?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Right. Let me like boil it down. Right. He can't handle me. I'm too much woman, man. Oh, you're a Mongolic. Oh, I got you. And it's not foreign. It's not, it's like, it's not so hard. You're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. To us, it's nothing. Right. Because we don't really see it as such. But to understand what it's saying is that, she can't handle me. I'm just too much for her. Yeah. And then you meet a woman. Oh, she understands me. That's what Mongolic dosh cancellation really does.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You kind of understand. I used to have a boss. I used to work a part-time job at this gas station, and this was a while ago. Just trying to get some extra money, and she had a boyfriend, right? And she had me do the guy's chart, right? And her chart too. And I just, I pulled it up just so I could see some stuff because I like to know who's around me. And so I did it. I looked, she's Mongolic, major Mongolic, like bad.
Mm.
And I pulled his chart up, Mongolic. But the conversation was always, well, he's a bad boy. I like bad boys. I'm like, oh, do you? She's like, yeah, I do. But that Mongolic nature, and she's like, oh, I could say something and go off on him, and then I know when to stop. I know when to halt. I know when not to go there. That's Mongolic dosh cancellation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. So, and for the man too, right? Man comes in, he knows he didn't eat the dinner. You better eat something on that plate, right? Because Mongolic dosh, right? Might let him know how she really feels, right?
Mm-hmm. So
there's a equal understanding. So if you're really looking to really do a remedy, the remedy for Mongolic is to find the Mongolic, right? That fits in other capacities, because Mongolic is only one aspect of looking at a compatibility component in the chart. So, I would definitely run with that first before I start trying to do other things, such as mantras or hakao or, yagyas or sacrifices or rituals, things like that. Gemstones work on a lower level, right? Mm-hmm. Gemstone's not going to change your relationship, yo.
Yeah.
It's just not, right? It's not gonna change you. Let me say this. What it will do is facilitate the change in the auric field, which will allow different thoughts to resonate and maybe interface with the thoughts that are there that may be challenging to those thoughts that might operate you and put you into a different position to attract or repel certain things that are or not supposed to be in your life. That's what the ring does.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're not receptive to them and you have a challenge with understanding or a challenge with processing those thoughts, because it'll start to mess with you a little bit. That's why they say try the ring, try the gym on before you start wearing it every day, because they want you to see if it's going to resonate with you, as they say, right? So the ring can give those changes of thought patterns and energetic patterns, but it's not going to just change miraculously things around you. It can produce some like effects in regards to sudden things, but it's not a sustained thing, right? The only thing to sustain is the access point to that energy in your auric field. And there's a whole nother conversation on how that works. But nonetheless, right, the best remedy for monolith is to find another monolith.
Indeed. So hopefully, that answers the question for you, my brother. And the other question we got is, does the condition of Jupiter and Moon in the D9 chart cancel the Gajkashari yoga in the D1?
No. So what is a Gajrakasari yoga? So Gajrakasari yoga is when Jupiter is in the 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th house placement from the moon. And really, it's Gaja is an elephant, right? It's like it's a yoga, and a yoga is a planetary combination in Jyotish or in Vedic astrology that we look at that carries a certain type of outcome with regards to those planets. So Jupiter, right, is the planet of wisdom, guidance, insight, foresight, keen perception, ability to foretell events, spirituality / religion, all those things, right? So when it has a specific propensity to be in an angular position, 4, 7, 10, or in conjunction with the moon, then that angular position creates an angular momentum, right? And so that momentum then allows the mind, which is the moon, to filter or to not only filter but to kind of inculcate or bring in those qualities that Jupiter holds, right? And so there's no cancellation of a Gajrakasari yoga. You can't do it. But what you can do is modify or qualify the yoga. And so I don't want to get into a whole class about how to do that, or dissertation rather. But the way you look at it is the moon and Jupiter should be positioned well, right, in the chart. Now, if these positions are in the natural 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th house, that number one boosts the yoga, right? Because it's now interlaced into that person's perception of reality directly. It's a part of the cross that they bear, right? So that's the first thing, qualifying it. Qualifying the yoga is what we always do, not just having a yoga, right? Once you qualify it, then you say, okay, well, yeah, let's say if it's in the 1st house and Jupiter's in the 7th. So then this is going to come by way of the mate. The Gajrakasari yoga is going to bring a mate that's going to have these qualities. 4th house, different qualities. 7th house, different qualities. So this is what I mean by qualifying it. Then you take and know the position that Jupiter is in, right? And even if it's in the D9 or the Navamsha chart, that Navamsha chart should do the same thing with the D1 or Rasi chart, which should show qualify that to be a healthy, viable yoga. So if Jupiter is debilitated, for example, right, that can change the qualification of the Gajrakasari yoga, even though it's still there, right? It never the blemish or the dosha of a debilitated planet doesn't go anywhere. It just there's cancellations to it, but there's still the challenge. A weakness becomes a strength, right? But you still have the weakness,
Yeah.
right? So you have to go through and qualify. But no, to answer the question ultimately, bottom line, Agachakasari yoga is a yoga that cannot be canceled. It can be qualified, but not canceled, right? If it's qualified at the highest level where Jupiter is in Cancer, right, and it makes sense because Jupiter is in Cancer and the moon is the ruler of Cancer, that's an extremely powerful Gajakasaria yoga, right? Jupiter in Pisces, Jupiter in Sag, in the first, fourth, seventh, or 10th, powerful, right? Jupiter in Aquarius, right? Also a hidden exaltation most people don't know about, right? Jupiter it's in Parashar. You can go look for yourself, right? It says that Jupiter is akin to exaltation in Aquarius,
Yeah.
right? There's a whole There's a called a Kumbh Mela when people come and they gather, right? And when Jupiter's in Aquarius every 12 years, right? It's a grand Kumbh Mela, right? It's a grand where all the sages and the gurus meet at once.
It's coming up in a couple years.
Yeah, I got Jupiter in Aquarius,
Yeah.
right? So, but nonetheless, right? And if you want to look at an article on it online, it's called. There's an article by Sanjay Roth, right, on it. He breaks it down pretty good, right, on why it's considered akin to exaltation. But nonetheless, right. So that cancellation never happens, right, with a Gajakasario. Just Jupiter will always, when it's in a angular position from the moon, it just will do well, right? It just does. And it's part of it is actually the qualifications for a cancellation of a debilitation Jupiter is to have the moon in 1, 4, 7, or 10 from that particular, but it's one of the ways it's canceled. So automatically, you see what I mean? That cancellation is there, so you never have a cancellation of that yoga. You can't, right? That's why you can't cancel it. Because it would cancel the debilitation of a debilitated Jupiter in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. But nonetheless, right? So to answer the question, because I'm long-winded with these things, no, you cannot do that, regardless of the position in any of the Varga charts. And in fact, that's a really excellent segue to today's show.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
So I'll let you kind of take over and then let me know. I'll just jump right on in.
Well, I mean, today's shows, we're gonna go over something that's pretty, unique to Jyotish, and it's something that I don't have any never heard of in a Western astrology or anything like that. Is the divisional charts. And I mean, we get a lot of questions about them. They're very important, and I think today, man, you just give a good, kind of overview and just their role, in the grand scheme of things, and stuff like that.
Indeed. So there are Varga charts in Western astrology. They're just called harmonics.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're called harmonics, and they work similarly. Like they do have some similarities, but we're going to talk about the differences today, right? Because they do have them. In fact, some of them even go pretty high. They go pretty deep. When I say high is relative to low. Right, always. When I say high, it's always relative to going deep, right? So they go deep in as far as the cuts, but the cuts comes. We're going to talk about that in a minute, right? Why some of the way they use it is a little skeptical for me, right? But some people swear by it and they use it, and I have very respect for someone that can apply something and show me that it works. But I have yet to see it work every time. And there's a specific reason why, but let's talk about it. So Varga charts, right? They're divisional charts. And they're charts that we in Jyotish as astrologers use to fine tune, right? Certain planetary placements, right? And so it's kind of like taking a piece of something and opening it up to its various constituents to unpack it all, right? You have an apple, right? You see the apple, it's whole, right? But when we cut the apple, the apple has a 5-pointed star inside of it, right? So from the outside, you wouldn't see that, right?
No.
You would never see 5-pointed star inside of it. But when you cut it, wow, right? You have a pentagram inside of it. Right? So seeing that, oh wow, right? The apple has a pentagram in it, so it is created by the Fibonacci process. Right? Because 5 is a key number in the Fibonacci series. Right? And you can look that up for yourself if some of you folks don't know what that is. Just check it out. But understanding that from the surface of something, yeah, it does have this perception, but there's a deeper meaning to that particular thing, right? Whenever you look at something from the surface, you see it, but it has, the human body, for example, has how many different types of cells in it? Brain cells, or nerve cells. You have blood cells. You have immune cells. You have bone cells. So you have every whatever tissue you have is just a cell for it primarily. So the same way, you see the whole person, but we want to know, hey, that part, right? What's that part doing? We want to know what the cardiovascular system is doing. So we unpack that, and we can see it is a system, and it works with the whole, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Excuse me. And so understanding it works with the whole, the Varga or divisional chart has to always be tied to the whole. Right. It just doesn't work on its own so well. I mean, it can stand alone, and these become actual charts that we garner from the original chart, which is called the Rossi. Right, the main chart is called your Rossi chart, and that's where we begin to start to cut and slice to understand those smaller components of that particular area that we're looking at. Right. So, for example, right, I want to know about your brothers and sisters, siblings, right? I'm going to go to what's called the Dracana chart, which cuts things in 10 degrees. Every 10 degrees creates a new sign, right? And that allows me to see a lot of different things. It allows me to see your ability to express yourself. It allows me to see your level of courage, right? How you handle information, how you regurgitate information, how you process adversity. Right? Are you good with Are you good with bridging people and bridging ideas in order to make them holistic concepts? That's the third. That's the Dracana. Education, I can see a great deal. A person's education can be seen, not necessarily the education itself, but their education propensities, meaning their mental inclinations or their study habits, is the Dracana. All of it because it deals with the harmonics of the third house, or it deals with the actual underlying way that the third house is going to express itself via different planets within that particular Varga or divisional chart. Right. So if Mercury is in the third house in the divisional chart, that person's propensity to speak is excelled. Right, because that's the natural place where it's going to do very well, right, in that position. So they're going to have the gift of gab, even though we might look in the third house in the Rossi and there may be nothing there. Right, there will be other things to support it because the D1, the Rossi, has to support what's in the D3 or in the Dracana chart or in the chart that's cut 10 degrees, sliced 10 degrees, every 10 degrees is a new sign, right? So, right, these charts become fundamental in understanding different areas, different aspects of life, right? Another one, right? And let's just go down the line, right? It starts with the Rasi, right? That's 30 degrees. But then we look at the Hora, right? And that's more or less your wealth, right? We can see how well you handle money, resources, right? How if you something passed down, can you sustain it, right? And there's other uses for it, right? We won't explore them all, but just understand that each one is going to reflect. So the Hora is the second house type chart because it cuts things in half or in twos, 15 degrees, right? The Drekana, right? And I'm not going to, this is what you learn inside the class, right? So we're not going to go through each and every aspect of all of them, but we will touch on a lot of the major ones, right? So another major one, right? And they go through Jacana, Chardachamsha, Panchamsha, Shastamsha, Saptamsha, Ashtamsha, Navamsha, Dashamsha, Ekadamsha, Svadashamsha, Sadashamsha, Vimshamsha, Chartavadamsha, or the Siddhashamsha. And I mean, it keeps going up. Trimshamsha, right? And you've heard me say some of these in the past class. Like, in fact, the Trimshamsha, right, is the chart that we use to gauge the virtue of a woman, right? The virtue of not saying, oh, there's a lot of women can take that in a way that's saying that, a woman has, man can't be virtuous either. It should be absolutely, right? But the energy of male and female in the light of how things are designed is just very different. Just is. I'm not trying to be biased, chauvinistic, or anything like that, but it's just form and function goes with it. It just does. It's kind of how nature designed things to keep a certain level of integrity. So we can look to that D3 if that level of integrity for a woman is there, in regards to how she handles herself, in regards to being chaste, being able to control her sexual energies. Certain things we can see in that D30. More so for a woman, but also we can see other things in general, just with regards to the karmic outlay for a man as well. Right, but that Trimshamsha is it slices things by degree, so every degree is a different sign. So if the chart is off, and this is where the challenge of using the Vargas comes in, because the time has to be precise.
Yeah.
Right. If the time is off by 1 minute, let's say by 1 degree,
changes everything.
Right? It changes everything. Well, the Trimshamsha is by degree, right? So the chart changes, right? The sky changes every 4 minutes is a different degree. Right. You also can use it for twins. That's the other thing, right? We do use it to see differences within the internal dimensions of individuals that are born near to or close to the same time. So there's other avenues and uses for the Vargas. The Vargas charts they're multifaceted with regards to how we apply them. It's quite interesting how many uses you can get out of the Vargas, right? But and Amsha means division, y'all. Just so you know, Amsha. So when we say Nav Amsha, means to division or to divide into 9 parts, right? Charatamsha means we divide it into 4 parts, or 7 degrees 30 minutes. Right? So it's a fourth of a sign, because we have 7 degrees 30 minutes. 7 degrees 30 minutes equals 15. Because 30 and 30 equals 1 degree. So it's cut into 4s. Right? So we use these charts to really begin to kind of take a planet, for example, and look deeply into the intricacies of how that particular force in your life is going to be kind of activated in different parts. Right? So the most famous Amsha or division, right, is the Navamsha, right?
Yeah.
That is the most famous and is rightfully so the most important, right, divisional chart, because it is cutting things into, right, 9 parts, or looking at it from the 9th house perspective.
Yeah, that's big.
And,
I mean, because when you see, a lot of information out there on the bomb shit, the 9th house is rarely mentioned at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a reason why. Because, when you begin to study this, if you're a wise astrologer, when you begin to learn these techniques and things, you want to ask questions. Why is it for marriage?
Yeah.
Why is Venus the Karaka, and each of the divisional charts has a planet that stands in as the emissary for that chart, just like it stands in as the emissary for that area of life, in other words, right? So Saturn, right, and Sun, really, right, you want to look to those in the dashamsha, right? Dash means 10, amsha, division, right? When you look at the dashamsha, right, you look at certain planets to find out what the propensity or the kind of outlay is for you to do your karmic work, which we call profession, right? So each one kind of has its own, right, planet that we look to in that chart. But getting back to the Navamsha, the planet that you look to understand the chart in as a whole is Venus. And when people say, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because Venus is the planet of love and relationships, right? It is. But that's not what it's about, right? Venus, see, when you understand it, see, the whole system of Jyotish has stories that interlace things to give you an understanding of why certain things are kind of delineated or said in certain ways. Venus is the Karaka or significator of relationships, but Shukra is the name for Venus in the system. And Shukra is a very powerful guru. So now we can connect 9th house to guru, huh?
Yeah.
But not Jupiter. Right? Which is the name for Jupiter is guru, right? In Jyotish. But Shukra is also a guru. In fact, in Jyotish, Shukra is a more powerful guru than Guru. Shukra Dev is more powerful than Guru Dev. Right? And the reason, we won't get into all the story behind that, right? We'll do that for another show. But just know Shukra Venus is a guru, right? In fact, you should be, folks, if you can, look out at about 9-ish, 10-ish your time, wherever you are, respectively, wherever you are at that time. You should be able to look out to the southeast and see Jupiter in Sagittarius as well as Saturn in Cap. And Jupiter is extremely bright. It's a very bright, it looks like a star. It's very bright. But Venus is extremely bright.
Yeah.
When you see her, she steals the show.
It almost looks like a fake light, like a.
It does. And on a faint night, she can cast a shadow. Right?
Yeah.
So you see what I mean? She's that powerful. In Jyotish, Shukra is extremely powerful, right? But it's a male, not female. But nonetheless, right? The story behind it is extremely enlightening, because Shukra is the teacher of the Asuras, right? And we won't get in, like I said, we won't get into that, but just know that in context to what we're talking, the 9th house, the 9th harmonic, is about keeping a vow, Well, Shukra kept a vow long enough to gain knowledge of how to raise the dead. So that vow of penance, that promise to keep doing something until self-mastery is attained, is one of the things that Shukra gives when Shukra is used properly. But the power to keep a promise, the power to keep a vow, is ninth house matters. That's all it is, right? When you take a spiritual vow, you can take a vow of what? Chastity. A vow of what? Silence. A vow of what? Fasting. You have different vows. Well, a vow of marriage is the highest level of spiritual development for what's called a householder.
Yeah.
Right? Because the closest thing to you is your mate, not your mama. Right? Your mama had you, but she doesn't know you. She knows you as her child, but she doesn't know you. Your mate knows you. And see, when you see in the East, when they bow to you, right? They're not bowing to you. They're bowing to the divine in you. Because we recognize that the divine is inherent in each of us. So if that's the case, then the person that I marry is the closest person that I would say is a reflection of the divine to myself. And to keep a vow to that is the highest level of spirituality for what we call a householder or a commoner. A person that doesn't take the spirituality to the next level, like priesthood and things like that. Right? So when we talk about, right, and this is just the understanding of one of these charts, the D9 now is understood. It's a chart of keeping your promise, chart of keeping a vow long enough to sustain your marriage, to sustain the spiritual development that is required to understand that the person across from you is God just like you, and you have to respect and honor the God in that person as you would yourself.
Yeah.
That's why the D9 is what it is. But we also can speak your spiritual propensities as well, right? Because if you have a Venus that is defunct, right, or a challenge, you'll be losing your seed, semen / energy life force. And for a woman, it would represent the character, nature, and who she is as to attract a man to cause him to lose that seed or energy. So we see that in the D9, right? And his old song, Stevie, that's my girl. She says, you don't use her love to keep me weak. She uses her love to keep me strong. Right?
Yeah.
That's Venus for a woman in her D9. D9 is deep. We go, D9 is a whole set of conversations, right? But nonetheless, the other, Vargas or Amshas or cuts of the chart, or cuts of the chart, one that I really find very fascinating is the Siddhashamsha, or the it's cut into basically 1/24 of a chart. So every 1 degree and 15 minutes is a Siddhashamsha. So it's like 24. It's 24 in one sign, or 24. I'm saying 24, but within one sign is 30 degrees. Each division of it is 1 degree, 15 minutes. So you can only count 24 of them in one sign, right? But that 24 is specific number of harmonic of 12, right? And so we look at, it's a doubling of the 12th house, or a doubling of your spiritual propensities, or a doubling of, it could also be looked at as another way of looking at the 8th house as well, because a siddhi is someone that has acquired mastery of something, right? And it's one of the ones I really look for to find a really strong, powerful Jyotishi. Because when you see the D24 extremely powerful, that person has powers. That's what it means. They have literally powers that can go deep into things, right? the 12th house is a house of research as well. Most people don't look at it that way because it's also symbolized a house of sleep and the subconscious, quote unquote, if you will. But it's also a house of deep, deep, deep soul searching research, journey type, long journey, going on a, not just a pilgrimage, but going on a life journey to find something. That's the 12th house too. So it can indicate occult studies in many ways. So the 12th house is understood that, it's your spiritual house. It's your house that spiritualizes you. The houses that literally causes you to have to let go in order to gain something of a higher and more sublime value.
Yeah.
So when we know that harmonic tells if that person has powers they bring from the inner planes. That makes sense, right? Because the 12th house is that, it's that, what do you call it? That thin line between the physical and the what? Metaphysical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you're at that 12th house, harmonic is doubled, which is the D24, because the D12 is the Dwadashamsha, and we see in the Dwadashamsha, right? The parents, which that's every 2 degrees, 30 minutes. So we see the parents do that, mother and father. All right. But the doubling of that is the Siddha Shamsha, right? And that is when we can see now what you bring from the inner planes to this physical plane. Meaning, are you psychic? Can you do astrology? Can you meditate deeply? Can you, all kinds of different things, right? In that particular, so that's just one of my favorites that I go to. When I pull a person's chart, I go there kind of sometimes first because I just want to see, like, am I dealing with somebody that has these high level of spiritual abilities? Because if it is, so our conversation is going to be a lot different.
So when you're looking at that D24, what's just, I know you're not going to go deep into it, but what's a couple things you would look for to see?
Jupiter. Always look for Jupiter. I look for the moon to be in specific signs, right? So in order to handle powers, right? In order to handle cities, in order to do what we do as a priest, because, right? You understand? You have to have a stable mind. Right? You have to have a mind that is stabilized. When you're dealing with certain things and forces and things, you have to be stable-minded, right? And the moon in the D24 is one of the first things, along with Jupiter, I look for. Now, here's the secret. I want to know, well, what do you look for? I look for the moon to be in a fixed sign. Right? This is just kind of the training that you get, right? But you look for the moon to be in a fixed sign. Taurus, right? Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius. Now, we can eliminate Scorpio because we know that kind of debilitates the mind in the sense of the normal consideration of planetary placements, or what we call the Vashtas, right? The states or conditions of a planet. But nonetheless, right, even if it's in that, in Moon and Scorpio, folks, any debilitation can be strengthened by many different planets. I've seen Moon in Scorpio, and the person is one of the most profound psychic people that I know, and not unbalanced, right? It just, the Moon in Scorpio opens the propensity for that to happen, and other things being there can exacerbate that. But the moon just being in Scorpio does not mean, it's just hammer time for the moon. It's challenging in some ways, and no matter what you're dealing with, but sometimes the challenge is a reward because you get powers with it.
Yeah.
So if I see the moon in the D24 in a fixed sign, right, preferably Taurus, right, which is exaltation, but if I see it in Leo or Aquarius, I will automatically know that person has a keen mind for deep studies. The moon may not be there in the D1, right? But the moon has to be strong in the D1 as well, right? So, that's one of my favorites just to look for. I'd look for those planets to see quickly and gauge the propensity of a person's ability to go deep into knowledge. Another one I really kind of dig is the Vimshamsha, which is the harmonic right before the Siddha Shamsha, which is it's 1 degree 30 minutes of a chart, 1 degree 30 minutes of a sign. So we cut that, right, and we can see the spiritual propensities of a person, right? And so, if you're extremely devoted, right, to the Supreme Being or to a part, it could be an aspect, whatever, Orisha or Netter, some people have propensities for certain Netters. I get it, right? Because some people just, like, that's my Netter, right? They call to it, they hearken to it. It could be close to what we call your Ori and Orisha in the Yoruba system, right? But, in the Vimshamsha, we can see your propensities for spiritual development. Mm-hmm. I mean, we see everything, y'all, when we look into you. I hate to say it like that, but it's nothing to hide. You can't hide anything from an advanced astrologer. You just can't. You might think we don't know because we don't say it, but we do know. You know what I mean? It's like you can sit there and like certain things just don't need to be said, right? Mm-hmm. Just don't need to be. Unless we're having that conversation. But we do see it. We don't see everything, right? Let me also say we can't see like your thoughts sitting there looking at you. Like a lot of people will say, oh man, I used to think you could read my thoughts. No, it don't work that way, right? But I can tell what's going on. I can see what's inside your mind. One of the things that you're instructed, right, is to never give your bots of information or your astrology information to anybody. Don't do it, folks. I'm telling you that people can work witchcraft on you quickly. Right? Quickly. If I know you have a debilitated Venus, do you think I could push certain buttons? I can. Mm-hmm. And the more emotion I elicit, the more magic I can cause to work over you. Because emotion and magic are key components of one another. Or really, emotion is a key component of magic, because that's what magic is. Just balled up emotion. Thrown at you. Right? Right. In certain regards, there's other forms of magic, right? But nonetheless, right? And there's nothing supernatural. It's all natural. But nonetheless, right, back to the Vargas, right? Each one of these Vargas really has a deep analysis within it. So most of the Vargas have deities that are associated with certain portions of that chart. So this is where it diverges from Western astrology, right? In that the application of it is much more spiritualized. And I teach that in my class. We go through it in the first couple of classes, understanding what it is that you're studying. You're not just studying astrology. You're studying aspect of what is called the Vedas, right? The Jyotish is the eye, or the eyes of the Vedas, right? And so there's other aspects to this once you understand that it's a portion or a parcel of a greater system. Then you can understand why each one of these particular charts has within it certain constructs to reveal certain energy patterns or principles, netters, deities, whatever you want to call it, to actually access and to invoke and inculcate to make things right or more focused in that area of life. So it gets to that point, right? Where you use this in a very precise way, because that's what these all are, very precise aspects of the chart. That's why the time is just it's without it you can't do these types of charts. It just doesn't work. Another one I really do like is one that probably is the hardest to come by, because the time usually is many times, not only usually, but many times the time is off, and that's the Shashtyamsha, right? And that's one actually every 30 minutes is a new sign, right? So it's 1/60th of a sign, right? So basically every sign you have two Shashyamshas within it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so understanding that, right, it really that particular Varga or they say harmonic, but cut or slice of the chart is where we see karma, right? We can take like a fine tooth comb and go through your karma if the time is dead on. If the time is dead on, we can see where you bring from a past life and what your real lessons. When I say real lessons, meaning what's some old baggage you got, right? It's what do you say, subconscious. It's like going deep, deep, deep. You ever seen? Most of the people have seen that movie. What's that?
Inception.
Come on, man. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Yes, Inception. Yeah. So you know how Inception, you can go to certain levels, right?
Yeah.
And then it starts getting dangerous. Right? Well, when we get into the D60, right? We're looking at that. What is that in the danger like lurking? Like, what's that woman in there that you can't get rid of? Yeah, right. That's the what's that woman sitting there that you hit her, right? Yeah, we see her, right? Or man or whatever, whoever it is, right? Right. We see it through the D60, right? And there's other higher harmonics. Or Vargas, go ahead.
No, I was saying is speaking on that the whole Inception thing. I've done that before, not like on purpose, but I've been in dreams inside of dreams inside of dreams.
Yeah. And you wake up from a dream in your dream.
Yeah, and it's not. Yeah. It's not for the faint of hearts.
Oh man, that's what I'm saying. But that moon, that's why the moon is so important in Jyotish. It is because your mind, man, you start becoming unraveled. You can look, folks, when you start studying this stuff and you really do start practicing doing stuff, little things change in your mind. Your mind changes. It's supposed to, because the mind changes naturally. It goes through cycles and phases.
Yeah.
Right, but when we start and thinking about it, like my dreams are wild, you know what I mean? Because this kind of knowledge runs through me 24/7. You know what I mean? So, folks in my dreams be like, man, let me out of here. Do not enter there. Don't. Right? Just don't do it. But because that's where most of the spiritual training happens anyways, in your dreams.
Yeah.
That's where the real duat is. That's where the real temple is. But nonetheless, right? These Vargas, right? These amshas, these divisions, really get very, 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 very fine tuning. You have a Nadyamsha, which is 150th of a sign, meaning it's every 12 minutes, right? That they cut the chart. Right. So, it gets deep. It gets real deep, right? We can see sickness from the Shashtamsha, right? Which is 1/6 of a sign, or basically the sixth house, right? Division. We can see Saptamsha, which is, and see, I read them a little differently than from most traditional, just because my training is different. So I have a different insight and understand culture. I understand ways of life a lot better than just reading a chart. That's where you become really, 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 really good, when you can fine tune the culture to the reading, because that's when you're going to talk to the person, not talking about some type of esoteric idea.
Yeah.
Right. Ashtamsha, right? We can see 1/8 of a sign, or the 8th house into the 8th house aspect of a chart. And so we can see all the sudden unexpected things, literally, and what are the instruments by whatever planets are literally inculcated in that chart in certain placements. So everything we can see, right, in those harmonics, right? It's beautiful. I don't always. Some people use them as charts themselves. I have sometimes. It does work if the time is on. If the time is right on, right, you can use them in so many different ways. If the time is not dead on, then I use it more. And I say dead on, I mean within 10. If I know the chart is off within 10 minutes, I'm not going to use the higher end Vargas. I can still use the Dashamsha, the Navamsha, right? But I'm not going to use the Shashyamsha or the Siddhamsha or any other higher ones, because then we're talking degrees can be off. So, the Vargas, and again, these things are deep. You can go into the nakshatras of each one of these particular placements within the Vargas, because they still cut within the chart and they create a whole new chart. So, you know what I mean? Like, I could be here forever talking about these things, folks, but I just wanted folks to know that the power of this science is backed by a spiritual tradition that is far exceeds any type of Western thinking, where it's just purely mathematical. This is more mathematical / spiritually oriented, if you will. That's just why we discussed, I gave a kind of understanding or a backdrop of the D9 in that regard. And they all work that way.
Indeed. So yeah, with all that being said, right? This episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group, Caliprucia Astrology, and Patreon. Our patrons on Patreon. And for all the people on Patreon, be on the lookout. We got me and Rod gonna talk a little bit, but got some things that we're gonna test out on you guys before we maybe put it out to the full audience and everything like that. So be on the lookout for that or whatnot. But yeah, man, this is a great breakdown of the divisional charts, because I know, if you get your chart, you got all these different ones and you're like, all right.
It gets hairy, right?
Yeah. But I mean, just looking at my charts and stuff like that, I can see them. You just you see what's going on in that main chart, but be able to just kind of see the color of it. You know what I mean? And in the divisionals or whatnot, man. So this is definitely a episode that you want to listen to again and stuff like that, and quench your get your wet your whistle a little bit, and then you go ahead and get to class and go ahead and get the full drink.
Dive on in, yeah. Get going, get submerged. For sure, man.
Indeed. So, I want to thank you all again for tuning in. We up here at episode 16, and go, if you're listening, you're checking us out. I know we got some some listeners out there all over the world and stuff like that, man. Hit us up. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, at Cosmic Convo. That's COSMICCOVO on Instagram. We're on Facebook as Cosmic Convos Podcast. Follow us, share it, tell your friends about it and everything like that, so we could, go and get this angle of the science out there to the world. All right. So with that being said, peace. We're out.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, never better, never better. How about yourself, King?
Doing pretty good, just glad, to have opportunity, to make these strides and, build these businesses and, be able to learn and stuff like that and, see my daughter grow and everything like that. So I ain't got no complaints. What about yourself?
Oh man, I'm loving it, brother. Classes are filling up quickly. The class we're on now is on class 7, so it's really doing well. The students are picking up the knowledge quickly. Um, it's just a beautiful thing, man. So I can't complain either, man. Not at all.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. But before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people over there on Patreon. Big shout out to our patrons out there. And this week, the patrons to get, we're trialing something out right now, testing it out, with some video stuff. So all the Patreons on there, we'll get this episode in video format as well. So if you want to see that, definitely, hit up the Patreon and, get to see the new stuff that we're trialing out. All right. But for Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us at Push It Forward on Instagram. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can also get us on the web at pushitforward.com and whatnot. That's spelled just like the Instagram handle. You can get in contact with us there. And brother, how can the people get in touch with you?
Same. Calipruciaastrology@gmail.com. You can hit me up on Facebook via Shechem Ra, or you can find me on Instagram via Shechem Ra as well. So either one of those would definitely tap my shoulder.
Indeed, indeed. And you know what? Also speaking of pushitforward.com, we've also launched a new service as well. Just basically printing natal charts. So you can purchase that on pushitforward.com /Cosmic Convos podcast. We'll have that link in the Instagram, on our Instagram at Cosmic Convo. And, we're running a little promo right now, so you can go and get it for a good price right now. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure that you got accurate data, and you should be good to go. A lot of people have been asking about that, so we finally got that put up there. So yeah, go ahead and do the chart service or whatnot. Indeed.
Take advantage.
So absolutely. So we got a lot of new stuff going on right now. So we're looking and trying to see where we could take the podcast. I mean, it looks like we're going to be quarantined again sometime soon. Right? So it's always an excellent time to expand your knowledge, and get some good brain food. So I can imagine that the podcast would definitely get a lot of action when we get fully shut down again in the near future, if you ask me. Whatnot. What you think, brother Rob?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, and it's already kind of been foretold, but we're gonna have some downtime, definitely.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say shout out to all the brothers and sisters on the inside, right? All the brothers on the inside, I want to give a shout out. In Pennsylvania, I think Alabama, DC. Our brother stayed on. It's on the inside. It's a perfect world because you have all access to knowledge, and you can study and build yourselves up on the end when you come out. So when you come out, you definitely can be a avid student of astrology and use that knowledge to navigate, right, so that you can better your lives. So again, shout out to the brothers and sisters on the inside that's definitely listening to the podcast.
Absolutely, man. That's
they having podcast parties.
That's what's up, man. That's real good to hear. Real good to hear, man. I'm always amazed at, like, was teaching a class not too long ago, and seeing seeing brothers and inside in the class. This whole digital era, man, is kind of made a lot of things possible. Indeed, man.
Hey, don't stop till the cabs are dry, man.
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah, the brothers
Absolutely.
in New York, Philly, ATL, SC, DC, South Carolina, DC, all y'all behind the wall, loving it. Keep up the listening and spread the word like y'all been doing. We sure appreciate it, fam. So again, shout out.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start moving in today's topic, because I don't have any questions. You get any questions shot your way, brother Rob?
Not really. No, we didn't get any questions, which is a little different, but hey, I'm sure we'll have quite a few after this one.
Oh yeah, it's relevant, very relevant. It's kind of like, right now where we see, all the different, protests that's been taking place and different things like that. And, definitely rest in power, George Floyd, rest in power, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and all the other, brothers and sisters that's been, taking off this plane, due to, police brutality and stuff like that. But, what's the situation has brought about is, a lot of people are really starting to, look into, kind of, white supremacy and just white people in general and how they function and how they set up systems and different things like that. And, we kind of wanted to give a kind of astro historical, perspective, on the matter, with today's topics. And, to be honest with you, these shows are always my favorite. You know what I mean? When we go through the ages, those always are my favorite,
Mine too, man.
topics to touch.
Mine too. Yeah.
Man, because it's interesting, man. It's like
It is. And, it's almost to the point where, the way the ages unfold, just like the way the things unfold in, as far as the time is concerned, right now, it's just the same. I mean, it's undeniable. You can't argue it. It's like history is, what do they say? Best rewards your research, right? I think Malcolm X quoted that. It was once made that statement when you
something
research,
like that, yeah.
Something like that, something to that effect, right? Well, history is always going to reveal that there is a cosmic connection between all events, whether it be gross on a large scale, or macrocosmic on a large scale, or microcosmic on a small scale. It's the same pattern, just expanded or contracted. So it's always going to work. It's always going to apply. It's always going to yield some level of understanding, because these are universal truths that we're dealing with here.
Indeed. So, today, we're going to talk about the age of Aries, the rise of the Aryan man, and all other things involved and whatnot. I guess the first thing we could do is, what's the ballpark area that you're looking at as far as like when the actual age of Aries come into play? We was just talking about it, but let's give people a kind of a range that we're looking at.
Well, each age lasts about 2,160 years. Rounded up, it's really 2,155, but 2,160, right, makes a nice round number, which is you can multiply it and gain an understanding about the great year. Multiply it times 12, but each age is about 2,160 years, give or take. And so, you notice, and here's the strange thing about it, in history, there's only one culture, one civilization that really kind of showed or emulated and reflected what was in the heavens in regards to how they managed and governed their civilization, and that civilization, that group of people is called the Cometians or Kemet, or
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
people say the Remech, right? Depending on who's speaking, but they are the only civilization that inculcated astrology into the basic fabric of their civilization and culture. And we know this because, in fact, there's a couple of books out there you can research. Great reads for y'all to kind of add to your library. One of which is called Sacred Science by Swaller de Lubitsch. Right, excellent book. He's kind of like the kind of metaphysical Egyptologist, if you will. Right. Some of his background training is alchemy, and he's a Rosicrucian as well. So his approach to Kemet is not the typical Egyptologist approach. He has a very metaphysical perception or purview. And so in the Sacred Science, he goes through and explains a great deal of the ages. And the ages always show some type of change or destabilization when the ages fold over. So from the Geminian age to the Taurian age, that's when Narmer, right, appeared at that particular junction between around 4200, between 4400 to 4200 BC. That's the beginning of the Taurian age. And so 2,000 years ensue, and that's when the building of the pyramids ensued, right? The Taurian age was all about creating heaven on earth, right?
Yeah.
So the age of the Aryan, or the age of Aries, begins with an influx or a destabilization period in Kemet between the 8th and the 10th dynasties, probably. Yeah, really the 8th and 10th dynasties. The 8th dynasty is a very small known, minuscule, I don't even think you want to call it a dynasty. And then the 9th is very similar. The 10th is a resurgence, and then the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th are considered the Middle Kingdom. So during this period of time, however, our epithets, our titles, reflected the age that we were in. So Montu was the great bull. Muntu, Mentu, Min, the great bull, right? The bull was the actual epithet, the title that many of the Nasuts of the Shechems held to show their kind of connection, their cosmic connection to the age that be. So we as a people always inculcated astrology into how we governed ourselves. Not only that, and that just goes to show that, and again, we did it, we mentioned it previously, that the temples were aligned to the star systems. No other civilization has done that. None.
No.
Right. And
None.
so, being said, I just kind of want to read a little something to the people, like, that gives me some understanding about why kind of people would say what they say. And racism is so deep, it's so profound, it's so intrinsic in the society and the educational process and the information that you provide to us as people, that they even try to whitewash, right, history. And we're going to talk about that here in just a second when we get deep into the age of Aries. But one of the things they try to do is to remove the sciences start in antiquity in Kemet, meaning that they don't want to really admit Kemet is kind of like the foundation. They did for a while, then they kind of said, well, no, that's not it. It's the Sumerians and the Chaldeans. Well, this is out of a book called The Cultural Unity of Black Africa by Sheikh Anta Diop. It's the domains of matriarchy and patriarchy, the domains of matriarchy and of patriarchy in classical antiquity. But a quote on here in page 100 says that the origin of the Chaldeans is no more certain than that of the Sumerians, although the first are more readily considered to be Semites. According to Diodorus Siculus, the first human grouping to which Chaldea owes its name was a caste of Egyptian priests who had immigrated and who had settling on the upper Euphrates continued to practice and teach astrology according to the principles transmitted by their mother caste. Right, so that just shows, right, that the people that the Sumerians, the Chaldeans, those people are the ones that came out of Kemet. Right, they came out of Egypt and went up and took the knowledge of astrology up into that area, not the other way around. And so, I say that to say that history, right, the knowledge that we have they skew it so that and they know who you are. They know that was your civilization. They use these terms and use these tricks and tricks of the trade to kind of circumnavigate. So you really don't think, oh well, we really didn't found the science of astrology. I mean, there's all kinds of papers that really argue both sides, but we can substantiate that our priests did not divulge knowledge to those of the profane. So obviously we wouldn't be telling any and everybody that, yeah, this is how you do astrology, right? Just work out that way. Yeah. But knowing that, right? Knowing that history can be obscured and lies can be told to kind of change the narrative. This is the essence of this mindset, right? Is really dictated and understood in a book called Yurugu by Marimba Ani. And they talk about the seed of a culture, the seed of a people, right? And it's called the asili. It's the core of who you are. And the core of who we're dealing with here, right, called the Indo-European, right, or the / Indo-Aryan. And there has been a lot of conjecture about the word Aryan and what it truly means. And it does actually mean Aria, which means to be noble or nobleman. But this was adopted and stolen by the Indo-Europeans as they made their way down the Caucasian steppes into the lands that were surrounding. So there were some people that were Aryans prior to, but they took that culture and adapted that name to themselves and have been doing so for probably the last 4,000 years. Yeah. So getting deeper into it, the age of Aries begins right around between 2200 to about 2000 BCE. Remember, it takes 72 years for 1 degree to change, right, in the heavens. So every 72 years is 1 degree. We can say circa, right, or right around between 2200 to 2000, right. I would lean towards in the middle, right, being the real date, because again, we're talking declination. And in declination, it's right around 2200 that we see that shift. Remember, these are stars, so there's no deadline. There's no real demarcation, right? But there is a way to say that, okay, in declination, right around between 2200 to 2000, that change and shift happened, right? And so what happens is we find that our ancestors made note of certain things that we can go back and verify that we were actually following this as a means to kind of inculcate these things into our civilization. Well, in the 12th dynasty, right, the Cometians have the earliest known military campaign in the Levant, right, going back to show support that the people that were originally from Sumeria, the Sumerians were from Kemet, who were migrating up into that area for many hundreds, if not thousands of years. So knowing that, right, the earliest known military campaign in Levant is in the 12th dynasty. Now, mind you, the 12th dynasty begins in 1991 before Common Era. So right around 2000. Yeah. And isn't it interesting that the first term or the first time that Amen is used in the titles of the kings as Amenemhet, which is the first king of the first Nasut or Shechem of the 12th dynasty. That's the first time Amen has been used in the title. Now, why would I say that? Well, Amen, right, or Amun. Some people say Amun, some people say Amen, some people say Amin. It just depends on how you perceive it, right? But Amen, right, is represented by the ram in Kemet, right? And so the ram, right, denoting that Aryan energy, right? Amen. And people say, well, why would Amen be associated with the ram? That's a whole spiritual understanding behind it. We won't get too deep into that, but just understand that when our ancestors begin to see the change of the clock happen cosmically, that large hand change, they changed the names of the kings to make sure that they match the vibration as above, so below. And they did that for 2,000 years. Right. Some of the kings had different names, yes, but Amenhotep, I'm in Hotep the second. I'm in Hotep the third. I'm in Hotep the fourth. This is all during the time period when the age of Aries, or the age of the Ram, was in play. Now, that's Kemet telling us that, this is what's happening at the time. This is the age that we're in. The names would show you the age. The symbols that we use, we changed from the bull to the ram. Rams refined all the way up down Luxor, right? Or Karnak, right? So you can go back and see, like, this is what we used at that time when that energy was in vogue. Now, Amen, right, means the hidden, but it also alludes to that which is unseen, or that which is unknowable, or that which is unknown, the aspect that is the prime motivator behind all things, but can never be seen, right? But the energy also requires for you to have an innate amount of peace, right, in order to handle that fiery energy. In fact, correlating it to other things, that particular aspect or part of the spirit is a ring past knot or cut off between the lower and the higher nature. So that means that particular energy zone we call Aries, has to demarcate certain things that will require for you to have an innate amount of peace in order to handle the onslaught of that forceful energy that is embodied in a symbol called a ram.
Yeah.
Right. Now, getting deeper into it, right? Aries, right, which is the age we're discussing, is the god of war in Greek mythology, right? In astrology, Aries is ruled by the red planet, the planet of iron, right? And it literally is a planet of iron. The red color is not just because the dirt is red. The red color is because the dirt contains iron oxide, which actually is a metal that's akin to Mars. Right?
Yeah, I got the same thing in Georgia, in the South. The soil was very, very iron rich.
Exactly.
That's why it's red. So we got the red clay.
Right. So your blood is made of iron.
Yep.
Right? And that denotes, that red color denotes that heat. That in fact, Aries is known as the sign that has a fire burning constantly within. Right. And isn't it strange that the Indo-European, his main theme, his main epithet of the divine was the sacred fire that never went out. Strange, right?
Yeah.
Right? Aries being the fire within, the fire burning within, right? It's the energy of desperation. Most people don't know that, right? Aries is the energy of desperation. Can be. Right? It's aggressive. It's it likes to conquer, right? It wants to win at all costs. It wants to be first, right? It wants to produce, to overthrow, right? To dominate, right? And so this is what we were witnessing when the onslaughts of the Indo-Europeans began to come out of the caves and hills of Western Eurasia. And so when this happens, right? And, I'm not here to bash anybody, but this is the truth. I mean, I have to say the truth, call it what it is. There's only one man that we know turns red, right? He turns literally bright red, right?
Yeah.
Blood comes to the surface of his skin and shows, right, his true nature. And so that nature was birthed in the caves and hills of a cold region called the Caucasus Mountains. And in that particular environment, in that embryonic state that they were in, they learned to develop the need for survival. Right? And that in order to survive, you have to literally, right, you have to take there's no
you eat what you kill.
Yeah, kill or be killed.
Yeah.
And so understanding this energy is now being released upon the planet, right? Before, we have an energy of peace, calmness, the placidness of Taurus, the peacefulness of the bull, right? The nurturing of the cow, right? That is the energy that we had. And this, all of a sudden, on the scene, where did this come from? Energy manifest right around 2000 BCE. So here's the strange thing. Now, Kemet, right? We held our own for a while. right? We didn't really fall asunder to the waves and onslaughts of the Indo-European. We did have some run-ins with some individuals called the Hyksos, right, or the Shepherd Kings, or the Hyksos, right, and they were called the low wandering Asiatic, right.
You know, the interesting, I don't know if I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the interesting thing about just that whole time period is you know, one of the key characters out there during that time period, one of the key queen mothers, Amesh Nefertari. You know,
Amos said Nefertari, yeah. Amos said that's the ones that removed the Hyksos, right?
yep.
16th,
You know,
17th dynasty took heads, right? During the age of what? Aries. Right. And then right after, what was the name of the titles of the kings right after it? Amen. They started using Amen. Like,
yeah,
right? That was a big thing.
because she reestablished that priesthood, the Amen priesthood.
The Amen priesthood, right?
Yeah.
Which was the most powerful priesthood in Kemet, right?
Yeah.
So, understanding this, right? You know, Kemet, like I said, we held our own. We had a few incursions. You know, we had like some bleeps on the radar screen before we had our heyday go away, right? But nonetheless, right? And the age of Aries is when we fall, right? It's not during the age of Pisces. We were already conquered at that point. Right? We were already in bondage, and the age of Pisces we discuss is the age of bondage, right?
Yeah.
Right. But the people that carry the baton, the race, and here's the thing: they call it a race. Well, where are the demarcations in the race? You know, when you have a race, you have demarcations. You have a first leg, a second leg, a third leg, right, and then the final leg, right? So someone's running a race. Someone knows that they're in a race and that time is a factor.
Yeah.
Why would you call it a race?
Yeah.
Right? And where are we racing to? And what is the end goal? What is the end game? The end game is he who has the baton when it switches has the rulership for the next 2,160 years.
Yep. Yep.
See, we knew how to play the long game, because we ruled for a whole couple of ages, right?
Yeah.
So we knew about that. That's why we had dynasties, because that's the race, right? Passing on the baton to make sure that you can stay the race, right? So, and no racial issue came about until the age of Aries. Somebody knows something you don't know about yourself that they know about you.
Yeah.
Right, but back to good old Aries, right? So, right, it's the energy literally that causes us to leap forward and spring out without any forethought or consideration. And that's exactly what the Indo-Europeans did. Now, Indo-Europeans didn't only just tap our shoulder. In fact, they tapped the rest of the world's shoulder at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, give or take, right? This is something that is a new thing in the world, right? We had battles and we had wars, but not on this scale. Not
pure like imperial you know, drives.
Inter skirmishes.
Yeah. But I'm talking about here, you know, you got the rise of people wanting to dominate, you know, lands that that they don't have any connection to.
Right. I mean, none whatsoever. So taking that into consideration, right? We can go to India, right?
Yeah.
And India is where the fingerprints are, right? That's where we could find the murder weapons, right? Right? Because they leave a trail, right, and a trace. And India, right, is an amalgamation of cultures.
Yeah.
Right. It's two simultaneous cultures. The book I read earlier, Cultural Unity of Black Africa. In that book, they talk about the cradle theory, right? And there's two cradles, the northern cradle and the southern cradle. Now, the southern cradle, right, does extend into India, right, the Indus Valley. All of those individuals before the onslaught of the Indo-European or the Aryan race are dark.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, purely black people. They're of the Australoid. I believe they're more of the Australoid type. And the Australoid type is intermixed with the Africoid type. They're still both black, right? When you hear Australoid, these are the Aborigines I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But the Aborigines have a whole Dreamtime culture. They have a whole they have a mystical order. They have an initiation system too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just don't know about it. Like, and isn't it odd? They were fine until someone came knocking on their door in the 1800s. In fact, most people don't know that Australia was founded by the criminals that were exorcised out of Europe, out of England. That's why the flag of Australia has the English flag in the corner.
Yeah, they did a lot of that here too, especially in Georgia. You know, a lot of the people that they brought to Georgia initially were cons. You know, people that were in prison and stuff like that.
Exactly.
They released them all here.
Yeah, right. So you see, I mean, and this is the culture that this is the Aryan culture. We're still under an Aryan culture, right?
Yeah.
You just can't see it per se, right? But in India,
I see an illusion.
oh yeah, smoking mirrors, right?
Yeah.
This is still all Aryan, trust me, right? But nonetheless, right, in India is the telltale sign. This is where we can go back and say, okay, we see the evidence. There is a book called the Mahabharata.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the Mahabharata translated in? The actual translation of the word is? The Great War.
Great, yeah.
Now, come on. I didn't say a little war. This is something big, right? It's something we've never dealt with before, right? And so the Mahabharata is written, and in the Mahabharata are smaller stories. The Bhagavad Gita, another story about Arjuna, who is a black man, Krishna, who is a black man, fighting off these onslaughts of Europeans coming in. It's in the Bhagavad Gita. It's in the Ramayana. Right? It's in the Ramayana. In fact, in the Ramayana, right, there's something that's stated in it, right? And let's see what it says, right? It says Ram saw his mission and the great destiny of his race. From that moment, he no longer hesitated. Instead of igniting the spark of war among the peoples of Europe, he decided to take the best of his race into Asia. Ram, striving after the divine science, had traveled into the southern countries where the priest of the black men had revealed part of their secret knowledge to him. Upon returning to the northern country, he began to impart the knowledge of the sacred fire to his race in hopes of putting an end to the cult of human sacrifice, which was increasing among his people, for he saw in this the ruin of his race. Lighted fires kept burning for several months on the mountains were the signal for the mass migration of all who would follow. The tremendous migration directed by the great shepherd of peoples slowly started to move, departing in the direction of Central Asia towards the Caucasus Mountains, where there existed several Cyclopean strongholds of the black men which had to be captured. I'll stop there. Right? That's out the Ramayana, written 1500 before Christ, before Common Era, right? That says right there what happened. There's no gray area. We don't have to wonder. We don't really have to. At that point, we can pretty much surmise. Okay, yeah, this is kind of what went down in 1500 before Common Era. Now, again, 1500 is 400 to 500 years after the Age of Aries begins, so they're in full motion. This thing is taking off. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, what are the telltale signs? Like, what do we kind of look for as markers for this thing here? And the Aryan traits are this. Number one, they're a warlike culture.
Yeah.
Right. You look back in history, prior to, very little war. Right. But when this particular man hits the scene, war begins. I'm talking about massive wars. Right. Number two, he segregates by color and caste. Right. Automatic. He comes in because he understands that by breaking you down, he can control you easier. Right. So segregation by color, by caste. They have a Varna system. A Varna system, literally Varna means color in India. This was not present before the Indo-European.
Yeah.
So again, right, showing the telltale signs, right, of the red man. Really, he is the red man. I don't want to say the Native American's not red, right? He's kind of brownish red, but the one that's red, I'm talking about just red. You slap him, he's red. The red man, right?
You might even be able to call him yellow.
He turns all of them. Right?
Oh, well, I'm talking about the Native Americans.
Oh, right. Yeah, right, more or less, right?
Yeah.
But the other telltale sign is that he subjugates his women.
Yep.
Right. These are telltale signs of the Aryan Indo-European paradigm, right? Another telltale sign is he has a lack of respect for nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't care about the planet, wherever he is. What do you mean? Like, well, think about it this. Why do you think? There's two reasons why, well, really more, three primary reasons why fire was so important to these people. Number one, of course, it keeps you warm in the cold, right? Obviously. Two, right? Allows you to cook your food, which is something that they really kind of got wind of when they got hold of that sacred fire. We can cook food.
Mm-hmm.
The third thing it does is it burns the dead bodies.
Yeah.
It's almost like another telltale sign is they don't bury their dead. They burn them. Right? So you're wondering, all you folks are running out there to cremation and yeah, that's a Indo-European tradition. We bury our dead.
Yeah.
Right? Another telltale sign is the battle axe, weaponry. Right? They are adept at creating. In fact, battle axe culture literally leans into this particular statement from their particular perception of how they rule and how they operate. They have literally the lust and love of weaponization of things. And this goes back to that Asili that we talked about, mentioned in that wonderful, awesome, voluminous book called Jurugu. Read that book, y'all. Right.
Can you get a spelling on that?
Yeah, Yurugu, Yurugu, by Marimba Ani. Right. The other thing is the telltale sign of the Indo-European culture is the domestication of the horse. Right. That's straight up telltale sign of European culture. Before that, no horses were being ridden like that.
Yeah, we didn't have them. I think we had donkeys.
Yeah.
We didn't have
a chariot, right? Comes from this culture. So understanding these things, right? These are the telltale signs. When you go back into history, for example, we go into the Indus Valley, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappan civilizations, right? They were a pastoral people, right? In fact, one of the really interesting things that you should probably try to find if you can is a book called The Most Ancient Aryan Society. It was given to me by a good brother friend of mine named Kemet many years ago. And didn't know what quite had in my hands until I really started reading and studying, and it was a mind-blowing read. It's written by an individual called Ramchandra Jain. Now, here's the thing. Anybody that's not European, that's not from the country called Bharata. It's really called Bharata, right? That's the proper name, but India from the Indus Valley, right? That's the new name, the name they kind of, or the Sindhas. There's a lot of reasons why they call it India, but nonetheless, right? This man, Ramchandra Jain, is from India. There are individuals that are outside of India that try to counter the Aryan invasion theory. Now, isn't it strange how we have all these different testimonials, books, whole epics about war in the time when we say when the Aryan age begins, right around 22. I mean, in the book, every single date is right around the second millennium BC. Every major change. In fact, let's read a little bit, right? It talks about, it says these cultural periods are dated. This is page 90. Look, these cultural periods are dated right around 2100 BC. Isn't that strange? These gray-ware people are subsequently found further east at Shah Tepe, Tuarn Tep, Namango Tep, and Askabad. The traces of these same folk have been found in Afghanistan and Nadi Ali. The people connected with the Greyware were new and warlike invaders of martial character organized in tribal collectives who violently destroyed the indigenous cultures and civilizations. These collectives tamed sheep and horses, as is evident from numerous bones of sheep and horses found in the Tripoli region. The herds and flocks of cattle were commonly owned. The tribal collectives were presided over by supreme tribal leaders. Chieftains house at Feladesini in Tripoli region, princely tombs at Maikop and Sarkaya in Russia, Turkestan. Tuareg Tep in northern India, Iran, Alaka Hayuk in Asia Minor, and less royal tombs at Hisar III and Shah Tep clearly reveal the collective and martial character of these tribes and their leaders. Their chief weapon of war was the battle axe. Multiplication of weapons was the chief instrument of these patriarchal warlords who constantly waged wars to gain military conquest and political supremacy for the preservation and growth of their tribal collectives. The violent upheavals of cultures in these times, attested by archaeological finds, tell the same and similar story everywhere in these regions. So again, right, showing that the Aryan, right, Indo-European, was responsible for the shifting and change, the shift and change of the whole paradigm that we are still dealing with to this day. Right. Again, right, the culture shows they break things down, right, through separation. What did they do? If you ever read the Willie Lynch letter, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's no different. Now, we don't have a quote-unquote caste system because it's an amalgamous race where there's a clear demarcation sign between black and white. But they did create a caste system inside of the American culture. And that's if you ever hear of individuals saying, well, he's a quadroon, octoroon. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they would break these things down. Quad, meaning a fourth. You got a fourth of black blood. Octoroon, you got an eighth of black blood. Because they didn't even talk about half. Because if they said half, you was black. Right? They didn't say a half room. Right? Right. You follow? Right? So
yeah.
they knew it. That black blood hit, boom, you black. But if you got a quarter, well, we can do you quarter. We can call you a quarter room, right? Or octoroon. Right? Because they knew that black blood is still so potent, even a fourth of it in your blood, right, is going to have some action, take action, right?
Yep. Yeah, they even had those, they had, octoroon and quadroon societies where they,
Man,
married each other. And...
Come on, man. Like, this is real. Right.
Yeah, they did the same thing in India though, too. Absolutely.
Well, it
wasn't the same name, but they function the same way. Yeah.
Right. The Dalits is us, right? The Shudras, right? The Dalits and the Shudras are the bottom class, right? Then you have the Vaishnavas, right, which is the merchant caste, a little lighter, right? And they can do business, but they can't run nothing.
Yeah.
And you have the Kshatriya class, which is a little lighter, right? And those are the priests, kings, soldiers, right? Warriors, and so forth, right? I mean, not the kings, soldiers, warriors, and the military, right? Then you have the Brahmins, which is the white caste, right? They're the top, right?
Yeah.
So they're the priests, the educators, and so forth, right? Now, you could take away the color system and it would work fine, right? Because all are necessary and no one would be less important than the other, more important than the other. But when you add color to it and demarcate things based on skin tone, and then not allow that skin tone to utilize or access things that are beneficial to it, then you have this imbalance of culture, and this is what they do naturally. Right? Mm-hmm. And this is built into their system. It's not personal. People think this is a personal thing, like they're doing this deliberately. This is not something that's done deliberately. This is something done from a very deep-seated fear.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In their DNA, in their genetic makeup, is the need for survival. If you understand survival is only saying that I am scared or I am fearful.
Yeah.
They are a xenophobic culture. We are a xenophilic culture. Xenophobic means they are fearful of other people. We are xenophilic, open arms, come in. Hospitality is the name of the game in ancient cultures. If you were hospitable, you were considered divine.
Yeah.
Even in your Bible, they call them the heavenly what? Hosts. Right? So understanding, right, the culture, right, dictates, right now, our culture is the very opposite. We take care of our women, right? They're nomadic. We are sedentary, right? We're settled. We settle areas. We cultivate the land, right? Mm-hmm. They go from place to place.
Yeah, that's one of the major reasons mm-hmm. why they're trying to conquer Egypt is for its agriculture, prowess, because they
literally a honeypot, right?
And it's deep when you think about it. I think I might even said this in the last one that one of the main crops out of Kemet was wheat,
mm-hmm.
and then now you see Rome. They're known for their pasta and bread products.
What is that? Right up the Nile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Egypt was their breadbasket, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, literally. And not only a breadbasket, but their basket for everything. See, here's the funny thing. They didn't go to Babylon to learn that much knowledge about astrology. They came to Kemet.
Yeah.
Strange, because you would think you would go to the inventors. I would, right? If I want to know the real deal. But they went to Kemet and they testified. They swear that the Kemetians were the ones that invented the science. Then you have Nukbauer coming in and his pseudo crazy racist purviews, right? That say that no, the Babylonians invented it. And right, you can tell I have a thing with that because it's just clearly it's easily seen, right, when you start doing the research. But Nukbauer, he didn't do too much research, except he did enough to actually see the information, but not understand it, right, and not understand the backdrop on where it was coming from. But nonetheless, right, we can speak all day about how the European and this racial mentality has plagued us on so many levels. Just dealing with police brutality, right? That shows that we are still underneath the Aryan rule, right? We're still underneath the Indo-Europeans' mindset, because in Africa we didn't need police systems.
That's a lot of people they can't even think of a reality where you don't need police.
It's hard. It's hard to conceptualize.
Yeah, or prisons.
Right. They call it a criminal justice system. Right.
Yeah.
Not a justice system. Mm-hmm. Right. You would just call it the justice system. It's a criminal justice system because it's criminal intent. You label something properly, then you can understand what it is. It's a criminal justice system. It's not just, right? It's a criminal system that deals with the justice of criminality, not justice.
Yeah.
Because if you know criminality and for example, I'm feeding you diets that are laden with sugar, laden with dyes, laden with pesticides, laden with all kind of disgusting things that are going to change your mental and neurological makeup. And they know these things because they've done studies to show that when they reduce, or remove certain things from the diet, the prisoners calm down.
Yep.
And if they know this, why would they continuously deliberately do this? Because they understand that a man that can't think, can't reason, and he can't reason, he can't extricate himself from the circumstance that he's in.
Yeah.
So you keep them fighting. You keep them at each other's throats. You do little small things to keep them going back and forth between one another. And so then you create a culture inside of another culture, inside of another culture. See, prison systems are a subculture of a subculture of a subculture.
Yeah.
Right. And think about it. When you have a petri dish, you're creating a culture. So they know that these walls will create this type of, cultivate this type of thing, this diet. Right. Think about the walls constantly gray. Right. The everything in there is designed to literally reduce your humanity to nothing. So in essence, right, understanding that you're dealing with a criminal who's applying his justice system to you, which is criminal in and of itself, that shows you that bar none, we're still underneath the Indo-European rule. Women just have rights within the last 100 years. Women's suffrage is only 100 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, man.
It's evident, right? I mean, the United States of America, right? Who is a Sag ascendant, by the way, right?
Yeah.
United States of America, right, produces more military. It spends more on the military than any other nation on this planet. Yeah. Combined, actually. You can add them all up, and it still doesn't even come up to close to what the United States spends a year militarily speaking. Right. So again, right, taking into consideration these things, right, this all shows that that what we're dealing with is a spillover. It's an Aryan mess. Right. And the problem is not really, it's a symptom, right? The problem is you and I haven't woken up to the reality of who we are. And once that happens, then things fall into place fairly quickly, because you don't rule for 4,000 years and then not have the ability to be successful at some other point in time. Right? Yeah. There's no culture known on Earth that has ruled that long. Mm-mm. Not one. Not even China. May be close, because they have a dynastic system, but their dynastic system didn't go nearly as far as Kim.
No. I mean, even if you were to combine Rome and take it all the way today, it still doesn't add up to 4,000 years.
We still got 2,000 more years to go, right? Because we ruled that long. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it just shows that when you do have power, right, you have knowledge of self, you have command over your everyday living, right, and you expand that to gain command over your community, and then gain command over your city, and then expand from there. That's how they all start. All these things start this way, right? So if you just do your neighborhood, you do your home, right, and change little small things. Yes, we are still in the Aryan Indo-European paradigm, but changing it slowly from within, that's just like a Trojan horse, right? Yeah. Change little small things, and then next thing you know, the external changes, disappears. In fact, that's how a lot of transsexuals change their opinion. It's not the pill, it's their thought that changes the external. Mm-hmm. Right? These things are known, right? You can change your physiology based on your thinking. Yeah. So how have we changed our physiology based on the Aryan way of thinking? Right. Yeah. How many divorces have happened because of an Aryan disposition or an Aryan mindset or Indo-European mindset? Divorce, diet, right? Your religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your religion, right, is Indo-European. Anything that subjugates the woman is Indo-European. In the
Yep.
Bible, she is a doormat. She is. In fact, in the beginning of the book, she's blamed for the whole thing. Right? Cursed is her heel. Right?
I think we brought this up last time. Back to kind of like the origins of how they came up in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we actually this was actually the polygamous episode,
Right?
where I mentioned it. But you're in a cold, frigid, environment. You're following the herds and stuff like that. That I'm not saying that I agree, not at all, but I could see where their disposition towards women develops from if your whole mindset is based on survival.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean, that it doesn't bring the value versus contrast with us. Women are the ones who put in the foundation for agriculture to let us sit down and be able to feed thousands of people and build civilizations, and to have that luxury to be able to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, the woman is the basis of mathematics. She is the basis of mathematics. See, the woman understands cycles much better than men do.
Mm-hmm.
She internally knows that every single time this thing goes around, I'm going to have something happen. You might as well start counting. Right? Trying to figure this thing out. And so they will follow, right, their own internal changes with the external changes that would happen and begin to measure, right, and realize that there is something called math, right? And begin to understand that there is a process, a time, a repetition, right? A up and down, a ebb and flow. And this is where the spiritual systems of the African comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the European is fear, right? So thou shalt not.
Well, I mean, he tells you, my God is jealous. He tells you straight up what rules their mind.
Straight up. No gray area there, right?
Yeah.
So, this just goes to really highlight, right, and show, right, the depth of how that particular age has transformed the earth, not only from one era, but is still is in play in a whole nother era. And the craziest thing is disorganized, right? It's disorganized, but at the same time, there is a hidden organization behind it. Strangely enough, how do certain people stay in power and how certain people not come in power? Because someone's using something. See, it's called leveling the playing field, right? If we don't level the playing field, there's no sense of talking about any type of rights. You can talk about rights all you want. You could talk about human rights. You could talk about civil rights. You could talk about gay rights. You could talk about any right you want.
Yeah.
Doesn't change anything. You're underneath a paradigm. You don't change those things unless you change in groups and you create a snowball-like effect, which then they can't stop. That's the secret of how you shift the baton to the hands. You have to know, number one, there's a shift. There's a race. We are in a race. We are, as a people, here to do something for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can do something for someone else. But we are here to do something for ourselves. First, we're here to get over our small, petty differences. That's what the Aryan age woke up a lot of our issues. See, it's just a symptom.
Yeah.
But you have deeper issues that you have to resolve as a people. And these small Yoruba Yoruba, Akan, type of skirmishes, or I mean, even in Kemet, think about in Kemet, it's just like in Kemet when you had the Nubians and you had the Cometians. They were the same people. I don't know how European scholars tricked people into believing that the Cometians weren't the same stock as the Nubians, and they even put it on the wall that we're the same stock. But it's
Yeah.
just like the Germans and the French. They're both white. They both come from Europe. They're both neighbors, but they ain't the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they share some similarities. It's the same way back then, and it's the same way in other. The Akan have many similarities to the Yoruba in their intrinsic belief system, right? It's still one. That's it. All comes out of Kemet anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, understanding that we need to get over our small differences. Europeans get over small differences and they make big differences among other people in small differences. They know how to use this because they know they've learned it with themselves. Remember, I just read to you that they've been practicing this for a long time. They understand, right? In fact, the word gang, Gang, comes from the word Gaina. Gaina, right, is literally what they would call their tribes. So their tribes were called gangs. No, it's straight up.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa, right?
Gang, gang.
Gan is to push through, right? That's what a gang does, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, it's real deep when you start studying the origins and etymology of words, right? To understand where these things come from. Yeah, gangs comes out of an Indo-European thing. Because it's a tribalistic thing. That's, again, one of our problems. They just exacerbate the problem. They highlight the problem. Oh, these guys don't like these guys because they do this and this. Will just push that agenda a little bit. And let it take root, and you don't have to do much else. As I tell Crips and Bloods, there's one color you're missing. The red and blues at each other, but there's something there that's instigating the two. And it's on your flag, right? Red, white, and blue.
Mm-hmm.
Same things with folks and disciples. Same thing, right?
Yep.
Keep us separated, keep us divided. They know that. They have that ability. So studying your enemy, knowing where your enemy comes from, knowing how long your enemy's been on the scene, knowing his traits. Remember, going back and studying culture, knowing those 7 basic traits that he displays, 6 he basically displays, right? See if you find it in little things that you have around you. See if you see it in movies. See if you see it on TV, right? Because then you begin to understand that there's a seed inside of you that literally is causing us to do these kind of silly things called Crips and Bloods, Vicelors and folks and all and disciples and all that. That's all European mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I leave it at that. I think we really touched on the Age of Aries extremely well, right? We've given some pretty good credence and get some good information for people to stand on. What do you think, my brother?
Yeah, I think this is definitely gonna be one of them classics indeed. Yeah, man, because it's relevant. I mean, it's sometimes you can get heady with astrology and get bogged down in this yoga and this and that, but when you come down to when you look at it in the context of actual life, then it really starts to
hit home,
come alive to you.
Yeah, it hits home. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
indeed.
So go ahead.
So that begs the question, though, right? So, that we're gonna hit another one of those marks in the next, few centuries or whatnot. So, what do you think that looks like for the darker people on this planet?
Well, remember I said whoever has the baton, right, holds the key to that era.
Yeah.
Who do you think holds the baton now?
Well, that baton is kind of shaky right now.
I'll tell you who holds it. Right? Asia holds it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Asia's the next runner-up, right? Mm-hmm. Then us. That's how it works. And strangely enough, Nostradamus, and I'm not saying Nostradamus is the one to listen to because he got a lot of flaws, but it's strange that he says that the black man will ascend back to his throne around 4000 BC. 4000 AD, excuse me. 4000
Yeah.
AD. Now, we're 2000 right now. Isn't it strange that's another 2,000 years? And we'll be going from the age of into Aquarius back into the age of Capricorn. And those two ages are ruled by Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
And Saturn is the black man.
Yeah.
Right? The Father Time, the oldest of the old, right? The Ancient of Days is us, right? That's Saturn. He's the oldest in the zodiac. He represents elderhood, right? That's us. Right. You get so old you forget sometimes. So you got to have an Aryan age to wake you up. Right. You have to have a Piscean age to put you to sleep, and then you have to have an Aquarian age to wake you back up again. Right. See, the blunt object was in the Aryan age. The knockout point when you're knocked out is now, right? And the wake up is saying, oh man, what a hangover. Right. That's
yeah.
And the hangover, once you're good, then the age of Capricorn is in, and the black man is in power, right? We think it's a long time. It's really a bleep on the radar screen.
Nah, yeah. I mean, you just think about, 400 years. I mean, 400 some years.
Well, 400 years from now, we won't be passing the baton, but we'll be thinking about a baton. Right. Mm-hmm. We'll be thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe we need to consolidate our efforts. Maybe we need to kind of start talking, because remember, China's already in Asia. I mean, China's already in Africa. Right.
Yeah.
So they're the next foothold. They're the ones that can pass on the baton. The Indo-Europeans wane is here. He's waning. Right. Mm-hmm. When you wane, you flail. Right. He's flailing right now. Right? That's all of this mess that we got. He's flailing. Right. But in the flailing, he's gonna flail and hit you and me and everybody else. Right?
Yeah, it's like a dog or something like that that's on his last leg.
Yeah, man.
It's vicious. It's
gets vicious. It gets vicious, man. That's what it is. So all these police shootings, they traded the sheets in for the badges. We know that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had an incident in North Carolina. And that brother, man, the brother that's the chief in North Carolina looks like one of the brothers in ATL that runs one of the mosques out there. I mean, they look like twins. But that brother exposed, right, them so-called kiking, right, are doing their little Indo-European self-aggrandizement thing, talking about they can't wait for a race war. Right? Mm-hmm. And these are veterans on the force, y'all.
Yeah.
I mean, I have stories upon stories upon stories, right, to tell you how intricately infiltrated the police department is by white supremacy.
Well, I mean, it's public knowledge. The FBI, I mean, it's out there.
Yeah,
it's out there. It ain't no
figure, right? But that is the Aryan age. Not in it is expanded view, because we could be here for 2 or 3 hours talking about just the points and the switching off and ons between the different skirmishes between them and other different peoples around the world. I mean, it's not just those. There's others, right? But those are the major ones, because those are the areas where they could get out and start, traveling and doing things. But this thing has spilled over. I mean, we're talking about all the way to Columbus. We're talking about the African transatlantic slave trade. We're talking about even the sense of the Islamic slave trade, right? I mean, all of this is Indo-European. Islam is Indo-European. People say, no, it comes from the Middle East. The zone of confluence is the area where the Arab, literally, the white meets the black. That's why you have that mixture, that color in that zone. Right? So they picked up and piggybacked the Aryan, the Indo-European way, right? Because remember, Iranian is not far from the Caucasus Mountains. It's the zone of confluence.
Yeah.
So understanding that, yes, you're Islam, when you do your 5 times a day prayer, right? When you, right, wash your hands and all that's Indo-European. All of it.
Well, I mean the culture it came out of.
Right.
They totally removed those elements, like a lot,
Yeah.
and the
I
all
mean,
those teachers are gone.
you remember that movie, The Brothers? Remember that movie, The Brothers, with the four brothers?
Never saw it. I know what movie you're talking about, but I never watched
Well,
it.
in the movie, right? One of the brothers goes to see his mom. I think it's Bill Bellamy, and he goes to see his mom, and he goes, she said, "Oh, you've been dealing with them, such and such women," and he's like, "Oh, mama." He said, "Well, what about Asian women?" She said, "Well, they ain't nothing but Caucasian with an egg roll." I was like, "Oh wow!" And then he said, well, she said, "What about Mexican?" She said, "Oh, that ain't nothing but one with a taco." I said, "Wow!" But it is true. I mean, there's a demarcation between, and it's known, right? It's just not stated that there is that which comes through our stock and has us in them, and then the vice versa, right? And so we still have this zone of confluence throughout the world, this intermixture throughout the world. That's why we have these different problems amongst our own people, right? Because of all these kind of crazy intermixing processes that they've ensued. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, you can find this repetitiously because this is the modus operandi that he's on. It's everywhere. You just have to really stop and think about even the diet. Like, yeah, we ate meat, folks. Black folk ate meat, so I'm not sitting up here acting like we're vegetarian and all that. But the way we did it is different, right? The way we do it is different. The treatment of the animal is different, right? The Maasai love their cows, right? But they also do use them for meat, and they do eat them. But they treat them with honor and respect. Remember, I said one of the cultural traits is the disrespect of nature, right? If you've ever seen a chicken farm, you'll know, right? That's horrible.
Yeah.
Right. So again, just going deep enough because we don't see it, right? Nah, this ain't white. Nah, man, this is all European for the most part. Right. There's some sprinkling African, the African Asili here and there, right? But not much. Even in Africa, the African Asili is being killed by the Indo-European through colonization, through economic plundering, right? He's pervasively infectious, right? So I'll leave it at that because I will, man, this on the Indo-European in the age of Aries, right? Man, I'd be on my soapbox on that, right? But nonetheless, right, folks, you can clearly see, right, this is what has transpired, right? And this is what we can go back and review, historically speaking, and understand and learn lessons from our ancestors and apply them to today.
Indeed. So, with that being said, this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people at Patreon. Like I said at the beginning, our patrons will, get linked into, a new kind of format we're playing around with, so they'll get the video version of this podcast. And, we want you to give your feedback. Absolutely. And, we're going to be tweaking that so you get to see it first. Indeed. And don't forget to follow us on Cosmic Convos. Cosmic Convo on Instagram at COSMICCONVO on Instagram, and that's where you can stay in tune with what's new going on, and that's also where the link tree for all our different websites and all the different streaming platforms that we're on as well. And we got some other announcements that'll be coming up too, just waiting on the go ahead, but we're going to be on some other platforms as well coming soon. Indeed. Brother Rod, you got anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, just stay tuned. Continue to spread it, folks. We appreciate you getting the word out there. We really do, because it's really growing. I'm getting a lot more feedback this year, this season. So we do appreciate the participation. We appreciate the listening. We appreciate the patrons. It's a joy and a pleasure to be able to bring this knowledge to the people. So, by all means, keep us going.
Indeed, indeed. So, with that being said, we'll be back here. Thank you for tuning in to this episode. We'll be back next week with another banger for you. And everybody be safe out there. And we're out. Peace.
Peace.
Boom.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, never better, never better. How about yourself, King?
Doing pretty good, just glad, to have opportunity, to, make these strides and, build these businesses and, be able to learn and stuff like that. And, see my daughter grow and everything like that. So I ain't got no complaints. What about yourself?
Oh, man, I'm loving it, brother. Classes are filling up quickly. The class we're on now is on class 7, so it's really doing well. The students are picking up the knowledge quickly. It's just a beautiful thing, man. So I can't complain either, man. Not at all.
Indeed. But before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people over there on Patreon. Big shout out to our patrons out there. And this week, the patrons to get, we're trialing something out right now, testing it out, with some video stuff. So all the Patreons on there, we'll get this episode in video format as well. So if you want to see that, definitely, hit up the Patreon and, get to see the new stuff that we're trialing out. All right. But for Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us at Push It Forward on Instagram. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can also get us on the web at pushitforward.com and whatnot. That's spelled just like the Instagram handle. You can get in contact with us there. And brother, well, how can the people get in touch with you?
Same old. Caliprucia Astrology at gmail.com. You can hit me up on Facebook via Shekhamra, or you can find me on Instagram via Shekhamra as well. So either one of those would definitely tap my shoulder.
Indeed. And you know what? Also speaking of pushitforward.com, we've also launched a new service as well. Just basically printing natal charts. So you can purchase that on pushitforward.com / Cosmic Convos podcast. We'll have that link in the Instagram, on our Instagram at Cosmic Convo. And, we're running a little promo right now, so you can go and get it for a good price right now. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure that you got accurate data, and you should be good to go. A lot of people have been asking about that, so we finally got that put up there. So yeah, go ahead and do the chart service or whatnot. Indeed.
Take advantage.
Absolutely. So yeah, we got a lot of new stuff going on right now. So we're looking and trying to see where we could take the podcast. I mean, it looks like we're going to be quarantined again sometime soon, right? So it's always an excellent time to expand your knowledge, and get some good brain food. So I can imagine that the podcast would definitely get a lot of action when we get fully shut down again in the near future. If you ask me, whatnot, what you think, brother Rob?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, and it's already kind of been foretold, but we're gonna have some downtime,
Yeah,
definitely. And I wanted to say shout out to all the brothers and sisters on the inside, right? All the brothers on the inside, I want to give a shout out.
oh
Those
yeah,
brothers in Pennsylvania, I think Alabama,
DC,
DC.
yeah,
Your brother stayed on. It's on the inside. It's a perfect world because you have all access to knowledge and you can study and build yourselves up on the end when you come out. So when you come out, you definitely can be a avid student of astrology and use that knowledge to navigate, right, so that you can better your lives. So again, shout out to the brothers and sisters on the inside that's definitely listening to the podcast.
absolutely, man. That's a
They having podcast parties.
that's what's up, man. That's real good to hear. Real good to hear, man. I'm always amazed at, like, I was teaching a class not too long ago, and seeing seeing brothers and inside in the class. This whole digital era, man, is kind of made a lot of things possible. you know, Indeed, man.
Hey, don't stop till the cats are dry, man.
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah, the
Absolutely.
brothers in New York, Philly, ATL, SC, DC, South Carolina, DC. All y'all behind the wall, loving it. Keep up the listening and spread the word like y'all been doing. We sure appreciate it, fam. So again, shout out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start moving in today's topic because I don't have any questions. You get any questions shot your way, brother Rob?
Nah, not really. No, we didn't get any questions, which is a little different, but hey, I'm sure we'll have quite a few after this one.
Oh yeah, it's relevant, very relevant. It's kind of like, right now what we see, all the different, protests that's been taking place and different things like that. And, definitely rest in power, George Floyd, rest in power, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and all the other, brothers and sisters that's been, taken off this plane, due to, police brutality and stuff like that. But, what's the situation has brought about is a lot of people are really starting to look into kind of white supremacy and just white people in general and how they function and how they set up systems and different things like that. And we kind of wanted to give a kind of astro historical perspective on the matter with today's topics. And, to be honest with you, these shows are always my favorite. You know what I mean? When we go through the ages, those always are my favorite,
Mine too,
topics
man.
to touch.
Mine too.
Man,
Yeah,
because it's interesting, man. It's like,
it is, and it's almost to the point where the way the ages unfold, just like the way the things unfold in as far as the time is concerned. Right now, it's just the same. I mean, it's undeniable. You can't argue it. It's like history is, what do they say? Best rewards your research, right? I think Malcolm X quoted that. It was once made that statement. When
Something
you
like that,
research
yeah.
something like that, something to that effect, right? Well, history is always going to reveal that there is a cosmic connection between all events, whether
Yeah.
it be gross on a large scale, or macrocosmic on a large scale, or microcosmic on a small scale. It's the same pattern, just expanded or contracted. So it's always going to work. It's always going to apply. It's always going to yield some level of understanding, because these are universal truths that we're dealing with here.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, today we're going to talk about the age of Aries, the rise of the Aryan man, and all other things involved or whatnot. I guess first thing we could do is what's the ballpark area that you're looking at as far as like when the actual age of Aries come into play? I know we was just talking about it, but let's give people a kind of a range that we're looking at.
Well, each age lasts about 2,160 years.
Yeah,
Rounded up, it's really 2,155, but 2,160, right, makes a nice round number, which is you can multiply it and gain an understanding about the great year. Multiply it times 12, but each age is about 2,160 years, give or take. And so, you notice, um, and here's the strange thing about it. In history, there's only one culture, one civilization that really kind of showed or emulated, um, and reflected what was in the heavens in regards to how they managed and governed their civilization, and that civilization, that group of people is called the Cometians, or Kemet, or
yeah,
some
yeah.
people say the Remech, right?
Hmm.
Depending on who's speaking, but um, they are the only civilization that inculcated astrology into the basic fabric of their civilization and culture. And we know this because, in fact, there's a couple of books out there you can research. Great reads for y'all, to kind of add to your library. One of which is called "Sacred Science" by Swaller de Lubitsch. Right,
Hmm.
excellent book. He's kind of like the kind of metaphysical Egyptologist, if you will. Right. Um, some of his background training is alchemy, and he's a Rosicrucian as well. So his approach to Kemet is not the typical Egyptologist approach. He has a very metaphysical perception or purview. And so in the Sacred Science, he goes through and explains a great deal of the ages. And the ages always show some type of change, or destabilization when the ages fold over. So from the Geminian age to the Taurian age, that's when Narmer, right,
Yeah,
appeared at that particular junction between around 4200, between 4400 to 4200 BC. That's the beginning of the Taurian age. And so 2,000 years ensue, and that's when the building of the pyramids ensued, right? The Taurian age was all about creating heaven on earth, right?
yeah,
So the age of the Aryan, or the age of Aries, begins with an influx or a destabilization period in Kemet between the 8th and the 10th dynasties. Probably, yeah, really the 8th and 10th dynasties. The 8th dynasty is a very small known, minuscule, I don't even think you want to call it a dynasty. And then the ninth is very similar. The
hmm,
10th is a resurgence, and then the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th are considered the Middle Kingdom. So during this period of time, however, our epithets, our titles, reflected the age that we were in. So Montu was the great bull, Muntu, Mentu, men, the great bull, right? the bull was the actual epithet, the title that the many of the Nasuts of the Shechems held to show their kind of connection, their cosmic connection to the age that be. So we as a people always inculcated astrology into how we governed ourselves. Not only that, and that just goes to show that, and again, we did it, we mentioned it previously, that the temples were aligned to the star systems. No other civilization has done that. None.
No.
Right.
None.
And so, being said, I just kind of want to read a little something to the people, like, that gives me some, some understanding about why kind of people would say what they say. And racism is so deep, it's so profound, it's so intrinsic in the society and the educational process and the information that you provide to us as people, that they even try to whitewash, right, history. And we're going to talk about that here in just a second. We'll get deep to the age of Aries. But one of the things they try to do is to remove the sciences start in antiquity in Kemet, meaning that they don't want to really admit Kemet is kind of like the foundation. They did for a while, then they kind of said, well, no, that's not it. It's the Sumerians and the Chaldeans. Well, this is out of a book called The Cultural Unity of Black Africa by Sheikh Anta Diop. It's the domains of matriarchy and patriarchy, the domains of matriarchy and of patriarchy in classical antiquity. But a quote on here in page 100 says that the origin of the Chaldeans is no more certain than that of the Sumerians, although the first are more readily considered to be Semites. Mm-hmm. According to Diodorus Siculus, the first human grouping to which Chaldea owes its name was a caste of Egyptian priests who had immigrated and who had settling on the upper Euphrates continued to practice and teach astrology according to the principles transmitted by their mother caste. Mm-hmm. Right, so that just shows, right, that the people that the Sumerians, the Chaldeans, those people are the ones that came out of Kemet, right? They came out of Egypt and went up and took the knowledge of astrology up into that area. Yeah. Not the other way around. And so, I say that to say that history, right, the knowledge that we have, they skew it so that and they know who you are. They know that was your civilization. They use these terms and use these tricks and tricks of the trade to kind of circumnavigate, so you really don't think, oh, well, we really didn't found the science of astrology. I mean, there's all kinds of papers that really argue both sides, but we can substantiate that our priests did not divulge knowledge to those of the profane. So obviously we wouldn't be telling any and everybody that, yeah, this is how you do astrology, right? Yeah. Just work out that way. Yeah. But knowing that history can be obscured and lies can be told to kind of change the narrative. This is the essence of this mindset, right, is really dictated and understood in a book called Yurugu by Marimba Ani. And they talk about the seed of a culture, the seed of a people, right? And it's called the Asili. It's the core of who you are. And the core of who we're dealing with here, right, called the Indo-European, right, or the /Indo-Aryan. And there has been a lot of conjecture about the word Aryan and what it truly means. And it does actually mean Arya, which means to be noble or nobleman. But this was adopted and stolen by the Indo-Europeans as they made their way down the Caucasian steppes into the lands that were surrounding. So there were some people that were Aryans prior to, but they took that culture and adapted that name to themselves and have been doing so for probably the last 4,000 years. Yeah. So getting deeper into it, the age of Aries begins right around between 2200 to about 2000 BCE. Remember, it takes 72 years for 1 degree to change, right? Yeah. In the heavens. So every 72 years is 1 degree. We can say circa, right? Or right around between 2200 to 2000, right? Yeah. I would lean towards in the middle, right? Being the real date, because again, we're talking declination. and then declination is right around 2200 that we see that shift. Remember, these are stars, so there's no deadline, there's no real demarcation, right? But there is a way to say that, okay, in declination, right around 22, between 2200 and 2000, that change and shift happened, right? And so what happens is we find that our ancestors made note of certain things that we can go back and verify
Yeah.
that we were actually following this as a means to kind of inculcate these things into our civilization. Well, in the 12th dynasty, right? The Cometians have the earliest known military campaign in the Levant, right? Going back to show support that the people that were originally from Samaria, the Sumerians were from Kemet. We were migrating up into that area for many hundreds, if not thousands of years. So knowing that, right, the earliest known military campaign in Levant is in the 12th dynasty. Now, mind you, the 12th dynasty begins in 1991 before Common Era. So right around 2000.
Yeah.
And isn't it interesting that the first term or the first time that Amen is used in the titles of the kings is Amenemhet, Amenemhet, which is the first king of the first Nasut or Shechem of the 12th dynasty. That's the first time Amen has been used in the title. Now, why would I say that? Well, Amen, right? Or Amun. Some people say Amun, some people say Amin, some people say Amin. It just depends on how you perceive it, right? But Amin, right, is represented by the ram in Kemet, right? And so the ram, right, denoting that Aryan energy, right? Amen. And people say, well, why would Amen be associated with the ram? That's a whole spiritual understanding behind it. We won't get too deep into that, but just understand that when our ancestors begin to see the change of the clock happen cosmically, that large hand change, they changed the names of the kings to make sure that they match the vibration as above, so below, and they did that for 2,000 years. Right? Some of the kings had different names, yes, but Amenhotep. Amenhotep the second, Amenhotep the third, Amenhotep the fourth. This is all during the time period when the age of Aries or the age of the ram was in play. Now, that's Kemet telling us that, this is what's happening at the time. This is the age that we're in. The names would show you the age. The symbols that we use, we changed from the bull to the ram. Rams were lined all the way up down Luxor, right? Or Karnak, right? So you can go back and see, like, this is what we used at that time when that energy was in vogue. Now, Amen, right, means the hidden, but it also alludes to that which is unseen, or that which is unknowable, or that which is unknown, the aspect that is the prime motivator behind all things, but can never be seen, right? But that energy also requires for you to have an innate amount of peace, right, in order to handle that fiery energy. In fact, correlating it to other things, that particular aspect or part of the spirit is a ring past knot or cut off between the lower and the higher nature.
Yeah.
So that means that particular energy zone, that energy zone we call Aries, has to demarcate certain things that will require for you to have an innate amount of peace in order to handle the onslaught of that forceful energy that is embodied in a symbol called a ram.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Now, getting deeper into it, right? Aries, right, which is the age we're discussing, is the god of war in Greek mythology. Right. In astrology, Aries is ruled by the red planet, the planet of iron, right? And it literally is a planet of iron. The red color is not just because the dirt is red. The red color is because the dirt contains iron oxide, which actually is the metal that's akin to Mars.
Yeah,
right?
That's the same thing in Georgia. In the South, the soil was very, very iron rich. That's why it's red. So we got the red clay.
Right. So your blood is made of iron,
Yep.
right? And that denotes, that red color denotes that heat. That in fact, um, Aries is known as the sign that has a fire burning constantly within, right? And isn't it strange that the Indo-European, his main theme, his main epithet of the divine was the sacred fire that never went out. Strange, right?
Yeah.
Right? Aries being the fire within, the fire burning within, right? It's the energy of desperation. Most people don't know that, right? Aries is the energy of desperation. Can be, right? It's aggressive. It's conquer. It likes to conquer, right? It wants to win at all costs. It wants to be first, right?
Yeah.
It wants to subdue, to overthrow, right? To dominate, right? And so this is what we were witnessing when the onslaughts of the Indo-Europeans began to come out of the caves and hills of Western Eurasia. And so when this happens, right? And I'm not here to bash anybody, but this is the truth. I mean, I have to say the truth, call it what it is. There's only one man that we know turns red, right? He turns literally bright red, right?
Yeah.
Blood comes to the surface of his skin and shows, right, his true nature. And so that nature was birthed in the caves and hills of a cold region called the Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah.
And in that particular environment, in that embryonic state that they were in, they learned to develop the need for survival. Right. And that in order to survive, you have to literally, right, you have to take there's no
You eat what you
no
kill.
compassion. Yeah, kill or be killed.
Yeah.
And so understanding this energy is now being released upon the planet. Right? Before, we have an energy of peace, calmness, the placidness of Taurus, the peacefulness of the bull, right? The nurturing of the cow, right? That is the energy that we had. And this, all of a sudden, on the scene, where did this come from? Energy manifest right around 2000 BCE. So here's the strange thing. Now, Kemet, right? We held our own for a while, right? We didn't really fall asunder to the waves and onslaughts of the Indo-European. We did have some run-ins with some individuals called the Hyksos, right, or the Shepherd Kings, or the Hyksos, right, and they were called the low wandering Asiatic. Right?
The interesting. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the interesting thing about just that whole time period is one of the key characters out there during that time period, one of the key queen mothers, Almesh Nefertari.
Most said Nefertari, yeah. Most said that's the ones that removed the Hyksos, right?
Yep.
1617 dynasty took heads, right? During the age of what? Aries. Right. And then right after, what was the name of the titles of the kings right after it? Amen. They started using Amen.
Yeah.
Right? That was a big thing.
Because she reestablished that priesthood, the Amen priesthood.
The Amen priesthood, right? Yeah. Which was the most powerful priesthood in Kemet, right?
Yeah.
So, understanding this, right? Kemet, like I said, we held our own. We had a few incursions. We had like some bleeps on the radar screen before we had our heyday go away, right? But nonetheless, right? And the age of Aries is when we fall. Right? It's not during the age of Pisces. We were already conquered at that point. Yeah. Right? We were already in bondage. And the age of Pisces we discuss is the age of bondage. Right?
Yeah.
Right. But the people that carried the baton, the race, and here's the thing, they call it a race. Well, where
are the demarcations in the race. When you have a race, you have demarcations. You have a first leg, a second leg, a third leg, right? And then the final leg, right? So someone's running a race.
Mm-hmm.
Someone knows that they're in a race and that time is a factor.
Yeah.
Why would you call it a race?
Yeah.
Right? And where are we racing to? And what is the end goal? What is the end game? The end game is he who has the baton when it switches has the rulership for the next 2,160 years.
Yep. Yep.
See, we knew how to play the long game, because we ruled for a whole couple of ages, right?
Yeah.
So we knew about that. That's why we had dynasties, because that's the race, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're passing on the baton to make sure that you can stay the race, right? So, and no racial issue came about until the age of Aries. Somebody knows something you don't know about yourself that they know about you.
Yeah.
Right, but back to good old Aries, right? So, right, it's the energy literally that causes us to leap forward and spring out without any forethought or consideration. And that's exactly what the Indo-Europeans did. Now, Indo-Europeans didn't only just tap our shoulder. In fact, they tapped the rest of the world's shoulder at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, give or take, right? This is something that is a new thing in the world, right? We had battles and we had wars, but not on this scale. Not on this.
Pure imperial, drives.
Inter skirmishes.
Yeah. But I'm talking about here, you got the rise of people wanting to dominate, lands that that they don't have any connection to.
Right. I mean, none whatsoever. So, taking that into consideration, right, we can go to India.
Yeah.
Right? And India is where the fingerprints are, right? That's where we could find the murder weapons, right? Right? Because they leave a trail, right, and a trace. And India, right, is an amalgamation of cultures.
Yeah.
Right. It's two simultaneous cultures. The book I read earlier, Cultural Unity of Black Africa, in that book they talk about the cradle theory, right? And there's two cradles, the northern cradle and the southern cradle. Now, the southern cradle, right, does extend into India, right, the Indus Valley. All of those individuals before the onslaught of the Indo-European or the Aryan race are dark.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, purely black people. They're of the Australoid. I believe they're more of the Australoid type. And the Australoid type is intermixed with the Africoid type. They're still both black, right? But when you hear Australoid, these are the Aborigines I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But the Aborigines have a whole Dreamtime culture. They have a whole they have a mystical order. They have an initiation system too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just don't know about it. And isn't it odd? They were fine until someone came knocking on their door in the 1800s. In fact, most people don't know that Australia was founded by the criminals that were exorcised out of Europe, out of England. That's why the flag of Australia has the English flag in the corner.
Yeah, they did a lot of that here too, especially in Georgia. A lot of the people that they brought to Georgia initially were cons. People that were in prison and stuff like that. They released them all here.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So you see, I mean, and this is the culture that this is the Aryan culture. We're still under an Aryan culture, right? We just can't see it per se, right? But in India,
illusion.
Oh yeah, smoking mirrors, right?
Yeah.
Which is still all Aryan, trust me, right? Um, but nonetheless, right, in India is the telltale sign. This is where we can go back and say, okay, we see the evidence. There is a book called the Mahabharata.
Mhm.
You know what the Mahabharata translated in? The actual translation of the word is the Great
Great.
War.
Yeah.
Now, come on. I didn't say a little war. This is a big. This is something big, right? This is something we've never dealt with before, right? And so, the Mahabharata is written, and in the Mahabharata are smaller stories. The Bhagavad Gita, another story about Arjuna, who is a black man, Krishna, who is a black man, fighting off these onslaughts of Europeans coming in. It's in the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
It's in the Ramayana, right? It's in the Ramayana. In fact, in the Ramayana, right, there's something that's stated in it, right? And let's see what it says, right? It says Ram saw his mission and the great destiny of his race. From that moment, he no longer hesitated. Instead of igniting the spark of war among the peoples of Europe, he decided to take the best of his race into Asia. Ram, striving after the divine science, had traveled into the southern countries where the priest of the black men had revealed part of their secret knowledge to him. Upon returning to the northern country, he began to impart the knowledge of the sacred fire to his race in hopes of putting an end to the cult of human sacrifice which was increasing among his people, for he saw in this the ruin of his race. Lighted fires kept burning for several months on the mountains were the signal for the mass migration of all who would follow. The tremendous migration directed by the great shepherd of peoples slowly started to move, departing in the direction of Central Asia towards the Caucasus Mountains, where there existed several Cyclopean strongholds of the black men which had to be captured. I'll stop there. Right, that's out the Ramayana, written 1500 before Christ, before Common Era. Right, that says right there what happened. There's no gray area. We don't have to wonder. We don't really have to. At that point, we can pretty much surmise. Okay, yeah, this is kind of what went down in 1500 before Common Era. Now, again, 1500 is 400 to 500 years after the age of Aries begins. So they're in full motion. This thing is taking off. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, what are the telltale signs? Like, what do we kind of look for as markers for this thing here? And the Aryan traits are this. Number one, they're a warlike culture.
Yeah.
Right. You look back in history, prior to, very little war. Right. But when this particular man hits the scene, war. I'm talking about massive wars, right? Number two, he segregates by color and caste, right? Automatic. He comes in because he understands that by breaking you down, he can control you easier, right? So segregation by color, by caste. They have a Varna system. The Varna system, literally Varna means color in India. This was not present before the Indo-European.
Yeah.
So again, right, showing the telltale signs, right, of the red man. Really, he is the red man. I don't want to say the Native American's not red, right? He's kind of brownish red, but the one that's red, I'm talking about just red. You slap him, he's red. The red man, right?
You might even be able to call him yellow.
He turns all of them.
Well, I'm talking about the Native American. They could even
right. Yeah, right, more or less, right?
Yeah.
But the other telltale sign is that he subjugates his women.
Yep.
Right. These are telltale signs of the Aryan Indo-European paradigm. Right. Another telltale sign is he has a lack of respect for nature. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't care about the planet, wherever he is. What do you mean? Like, well, think about it this. Why do you think? There's two reasons why. Well, really more. Three primary reasons why fire was so important to these people. Number one, of course, it keeps you warm in the cold, right? Obviously. Two, right? Allows you to cook your food, which is something that they really kind of got wind of when they got hold of that sacred fire. We can cook food.
Mm-hmm.
The third thing it does is it burns the dead bodies.
Yeah. It's almost like
Another
who's
telltale
who.
sign is they don't bury their dead. They burn them. Right? So you wondering all you folks running out there to cremation and yeah, that's a Indo-European tradition. We bury our dead.
Yeah.
Right? Another telltale sign is the battle axe, weaponry. Right? They are adept at creating. In fact, battle axe culture literally leans into this particular statement from their particular perception of how they rule and how they operate. They have literally the lust and love of weaponization of things, and this goes back to that Asili that we talked about, mentioned in that wonderful, awesome, voluminous book called Jurugu. Read that book, y'all. Right?
Can you get a spelling on that?
Yeah, Yurugu Yurugu by Marimba Ani. Right. The other thing is the telltale sign of the Indo-European culture is the domestication of the horse. Right. That's straight up telltale sign of European culture. Before that, no horses were being ridden like that.
Yeah, we didn't have them. I think we had donkeys.
Yeah.
We didn't have
The chariot, right, comes from this culture. So understanding these things, right, these are the telltale signs. When you go back into history, for example, we go into the Indus Valley, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappan civilizations, right? They were a pastoral people, right? In fact, one of the really interesting things that you should probably try to find if you can is a book called The Most Ancient Aryan Society. It was given to me by a good brother friend of mine named Kemet many years ago. And didn't know what quite had in my hands until I really started reading and studying, and it was a mind-blowing read. It's written by an individual called Ramchandra Jain. Now, here's the thing: anybody that's not European, that's not from the country called Bharata, is really called Bharata, right? That's the proper name, but India from the Indus Valley, right? That's the new name, the name they kind of, or the Sindhas. There's a lot of reasons why they call it India, but nonetheless, right? This man, Ramchandra Jain, is from India. There are individuals that are outside of India that try to counter the Aryan invasion theory. Now, isn't it strange how we have all these different testimonials, books, whole epics about war in the time when we say when the Aryan age begins, right around 22. I mean, in the book, every single date is right around the second millennium BC. Every major change. In fact, let's read a little bit, right? It talks about, it says these cultural periods are dated. This is page 90. That these cultural periods are dated right around 2100 BC. Isn't that strange? These gray-ware people are subsequently found further east at Shah Tepe, Tuarn Tep, Namango Tep, and Askabad. The traces of these same folk have been found in Afghanistan and Nadi Ali. The people connected with the Greyware were new and warlike invaders of martial character organized in tribal collectives who violently destroyed the indigenous cultures and civilizations. These collectives tamed sheep and horses, as is evident from numerous bones of sheep and horses found in the Tripoli region. The herds and flocks of cattle were commonly owned. The tribal collectives were presided over by supreme tribal leaders. Chieftains housed at Felidesini in Tripoli region, princely tombs at Maikop and Sakaya in Russia, Turkestan. Tuareg Tep in northern India, Iran, Alaka Hayuk in Asia Minor, and less royal tombs at Hisar III and Shah Tep clearly reveal the collective and martial character of these tribes and their leaders. Their chief weapon of war was the battle axe. Multiplication of weapons was the chief instrument of these patriarchal warlords who constantly waged wars to gain military conquest and political supremacy for the preservation and growth of their tribal collectives. The violent upheavals of cultures in these times, attested by archaeological finds, tell the same and similar story everywhere in these regions. So again, right, showing that the Aryan, right, Indo-European, was responsible for the shifting and change, the shift and change of the whole paradigm that we are still dealing with to this day. Right. Again, right, the culture shows they break things down, right, through separation. What did they do? If you ever read the Willie Lynch letter, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's no different. Now, we don't have a quote-unquote caste system because it's an amalgamous race where there's a clear demarcation sign between black and white. But they did create a caste system inside of the American culture. And that's if you ever hear of individuals saying, well, he's a quadroon, octoroon. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they would break these things down. Quad, meaning a fourth. You got a fourth of black blood. Octoroon, you got an eighth of black blood. Because they didn't even talk about half. Because if they said half, you was black. Right? They say a half room. Right? Right? You follow? Right?
Yeah.
So they knew it. That black blood hit, boom, you black. But if you got a quarter, well, we can do you quarter. We can call you a quarter room, right? Or octoroon. Right? Because they knew that black blood is still so potent, even a fourth of it in your blood, right, is going to have some action, take action. Right?
Yep. Yeah, they even had they had, octoroon and quadroon societies where they, only married each other. And
come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. This is real, right?
Yeah, they did the same thing in India, though, too. Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't the same name, but they function the same way.
Same thing, right? The Dalits is us, right? The Shudras, right? The Dalits and the Shudras are the bottom caste, right? Then you have the Vaishnavas, right, which is the merchant caste, a little lighter, right? And they can do business, but they can't run nothing.
Yeah.
Then you have the Kshatriya class, which is a little lighter, right? And those are the priests, kings, soldiers, right, warriors, and so forth. I'm not the kings, soldiers, warriors, and the military, right? Then you have the Brahmins, which is the white caste, right? They're the top, right?
Yeah.
And so they're the priests, the educators, and so forth, right? Now, you could take away the color system, and it would work fine, right? Because all are necessary, and either no one would be less important than the other, more important than the other. But when you add color to it and demarcate things based on skin tone, and then not allow that skin tone to utilize and access things that are beneficial to it, then you have this imbalance of culture, and this is what they do naturally, right? And this is built into their system. It's not personal. People think this is a personal thing, like they're doing this deliberately. This is not something that's done deliberately. This is something done from a very deep-seated fear. Right? In their DNA, in their genetic makeup, is the need for survival. If you understand survival is only saying that I am scared or I am fearful.
Yeah.
They are a xenophobic culture. We are a xenophilic culture. Xenophobic means they are fearful of other people. We are xenophilic, open arms, come in. Hospitality is the name of the game in ancient cultures. If you were hospitable, you were considered divine.
Yeah.
Even in your Bible, They called them the heavenly what? Hosts. Right. So understanding, right, the culture, right, dictates, right now, our culture is the very opposite. We take care of our women, right? They're nomadic. We are sedentary, right? We're settled. We settle areas. We cultivate the land, right? They go from place to place.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the that's one of the major reasons why they were trying to conquer Egypt is for its agriculture,
Yeah,
prowess, because
it was literally a honeypot, right?
and it's deep when you think about. I think I might even said this in the last one that one of the main crops out of Kemet was wheat, and then now you see Rome. They're known for their pasta and bread products.
Where's that?
Right.
Right out the Nile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Egypt was their breadbasket, literally. Literally, and not only a breadbasket, but their basket for everything. See, here's the funny thing: they didn't go to Babylon to learn that much knowledge about astrology. They came to Kemet.
Yeah.
Strange, because you would think you would go to the inventors. I would, right, if I want to know the real deal. But they
Yeah.
went to Kemet and they testified. They swear that the Kemetians were the ones that invented the science. Then you have Nuke Bauer coming in and his pseudo crazy racist purviews, right, that say that no, the Babylonians invented it, and right, you can tell I have a thing with that because it's just clearly it's easily seen, right, when
Yeah.
you start doing the research. But Nuke Bauer, he didn't do too much research, except he did enough to actually see the information, but not understand it, right, and not
Yeah.
understand the backdrop on where it was coming from. But nonetheless, right, we can speak all day about how the European and this racial mentality has plagued us on so many levels. I mean, just dealing with police brutality, right? That shows that we are still underneath the Aryan rule, right? We're still underneath the Indo-Europeans mindset
Yeah.
because in Africa we didn't need police systems.
That's a lot of people they can't even think of a reality where you don't need police. You don't
It's
need
hard. It's hard to conceptualize,
yeah. Or prisons.
right? They call it a criminal justice system,
Yeah.
not a justice system, right? You would just call it the justice system. It's a criminal justice system because
Yeah.
it's criminal intent. You label something properly, then you can understand what it is. It's a criminal justice system. It's not just, right? It's a criminal system that deals with the justice of criminality, not justice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you know criminality and you know, for example, I'm feeding you diets that are laden with sugar, laden with dyes, laden with pesticides, laden with all kind of disgusting things that are going to change your mental and neurological makeup. And they know these things because they've done studies to show that when they reduce, or remove certain things from the diet, the prisoners calm down.
Yeah.
And if they know this, why would they continuously deliberately do this? Because they understand that a man that can't think, can't reason, and he can't reason, he can't extricate himself from the circumstance that he's in.
Yeah.
So you keep them fighting. You keep them at each other's throats. You do little small things to keep them going back and forth between one another. And so then you create a culture inside of another culture, inside of another culture. See, prison systems are a subculture of a subculture of a subculture.
Yeah.
Right. And think about it. You know, when you have a petri dish, you're creating a culture. So they know that these walls will create this type or cultivate this type of thing, this diet. Right. Think about the walls constantly gray. Right. The everything in there is designed to literally reduce your humanity to nothing. So, in essence, right, understanding that you're dealing with a criminal who's applying his justice system to you, which is criminal in and of itself, that shows you that, bar none, we're still underneath the Indo-European rule. Women just have rights within the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Women's suffrage is only 100 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
see what I
man.
mean? It's evident. I mean, the United States of America, right? Who is a Sag ascendant, by the way,
Yeah.
right? United States of America, right, produces more military. It spends more in the military than any other nation on this planet.
Yeah.
Combined, actually. You can add them all up, and it still doesn't even come up to close to what the United States spends a year militarily speaking. Right. So again, right, taking into consideration these things, right, this all shows that that what we're dealing with is a spillover. It's an Aryan mess, right? And the problem is not really. It's a symptom, right? The problem is you and I haven't woken up to the reality of who we are. And once that happens, then things fall into place fairly quickly, because you don't rule for 4,000 years and then not be have the ability to be successful at some other point in time.
Yeah.
Right? There's no culture known on Earth that has ruled that long. Not one. Not even China may be close, because they have a dynastic system, but their dynastic system didn't go nearly as far as Kim.
No. I mean, even if you were to combine Rome and take it all the way today, it still doesn't add up to 4,000 years.
We still got 2,000 more years to go, right? Because we ruled that long. So I mean, it just shows that when you do have power, right, you have knowledge of self, you have command over your everyday living, right, and you expand that to gain command over your community, and then gain command over your city, and then expand from there. That's how they all start. All these things start this way, right? So if you just do your neighborhood, you do your home, right, and change little small things. Yes, we are still in the Aryan Indo-European paradigm, but changing it slowly from within, that's just like a Trojan horse, right?
Yeah.
You change little small things, and then next thing you know, the external changes its appearance. In fact, that's how a lot of transsexuals change their opinion. It's not the pill, it's their thought that changes the external. Right? These things are known, right? You can change your physiology based on your thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how have we changed our physiology based on the Aryan way of thinking? Right?
Yeah.
How many divorces have happened because of an Aryan disposition, or an Aryan mindset, or Indo-European mindset? Divorce, diet, right? Your religion, right? Your religion, right, is Indo-European. Anything that subjugates the woman is Indo-European. In the Bible, she is a doormat. She is. In fact, in the beginning of the book, she's blamed for the whole thing. Right? Curses her heel. Right?
I think we brought this up last time. Back to kind of like the origins of how they came up in the world. If we actually this was actually the polygamous episode,
right?
Where I mentioned it, but you're in a cold, frigid, environment. You're following herds and stuff like that. That I'm not saying that I agree, not at all, but I could see where their disposition towards women develops from. If your whole mindset is based on survival.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't, you know what I mean, that it doesn't bring the value. Versus contrast with us, you know, women are the ones who, you know, put in the foundation for agriculture to be, let us sit down and be able to feed thousands of people and build civilizations, and you know, to have that luxury to be able to do that.
Absolutely. I mean,
You know.
the woman is the basis of mathematics. She
Hmm.
is the basis of mathematics. See, the woman understands cycles much better than men do.
Hmm.
She internally knows that every single time this thing goes around, I'm gonna have something happen. You might as well start counting, right? Trying to figure this thing out. And so
Yeah.
they will follow, right, their own internal changes with the external changes that would happen and begin to measure, right, and realize that there is something called math, right? And begin to understand that there is a process, a time, a repetition, right? A up and down, a ebb and flow. And this is where the spiritual systems of the African comes from.
Hmm.
Whereas the European is fear, right? So thou shalt not.
Well, I mean, he tells you, you know, he tells you, you know, my God is
Jealous God.
jealous. He tells you straight up what, you know, what's their, what rules their mind.
Straight up. No gray area there, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, this just goes to really highlight, right, and show, right, the depth of how that particular age has transformed the earth, not only from one era, but is in still is in play in a whole nother era. And the craziest thing is disorganized, right? It's disorganized, but at the same time, there is a hidden organization behind it. Strangely enough, how do certain people stay in power and how certain people not come in power? Because someone's using something. See, it's called leveling the playing field, right? If we don't level the playing field, there's no sense of talking about any type of rights. You can talk about rights all you want. You could talk about human rights. You could talk about civil rights. You could talk about gay rights. You could talk about any right you want.
Yeah.
Doesn't change anything. You're underneath a paradigm. You don't change those things unless you change in groups and you create a snowball like effect, which then they can't stop. That's the secret of how you shift the baton to the hands. You have to know, number one, there's a shift. There's a race. We are in a race. We are, as a people, here to do something for ourselves.
Hmm.
Then you can do something for someone else. But we are here to do something for ourselves. First, we're here to get over our small, petty differences. That's what the Aryan age woke up a lot of our issues. See, it's just a symptom,
Yeah.
but you have deeper issues that you have to resolve as a people. And these small Yoruba can uh, little small Yoruba Akan um, type of skirmishes, or I mean, even in Kemet, think about in Kemet, it's just like in Kemet when you had the Nubians and you had the Cometians. They were the same people. I don't know how European scholars tricked people into believing that the Cometians weren't the same stock as the Nubians, and they even put it on the wall that we're the same stock.
Yeah.
But it's just like the Germans and the French. They're both white. They both come from Europe. They're both neighbors, but they ain't the same,
Hmm.
right? But they share some similarities. It's the same way back then, and it's the same way in other. The Akan have many similarities to the Yoruba in their intrinsic belief system, right? It's still one. It all comes out of Kemet anyway, right?
Hmm.
So, understanding that we need to get over our small differences. Europeans get over small differences and they make big differences among other people in small differences. They know how to use this because they know they've learned it with themselves. Remember, I just read to you that they've been practicing this for a long time. They understand, right? In fact, the word gang, Gang, comes from the word Gaina. Gaina, right, is literally what they would call their tribes. So their tribes were called gangs. No, it's in straight up.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa, right?
Gang.
Ganesha, Gan is to push through, right? That's what a gang does, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, it's real deep when you start studying the origins and etymology of words, right? To understand where these things come from. Yeah, gangs comes out of an Indo-European thing. Because it's a tribalistic thing. That's, again, one of our problems. They just exacerbate the problem. They highlight the problem. Oh, these guys don't like these guys because they do this and this. Will just push that agenda a little bit.
Yeah.
And let it take root, and you don't have to do much else. As I tell Crips and Bloods, there's one color you're missing. The red and blues at each other, but there's something there that's instigating the two. And it's on your flag, right? Red, white, and blue. Same things with folks and disciples. Same thing, right?
Yep.
Keep us separated, keep us divided. They know that. They have that ability. So, studying your enemy, knowing where your enemy comes from, knowing how long your enemy's been on the scene, knowing his traits, remember. Going back and studying culture, knowing those 7 basic traits that he displays, 6 he basically displays. Right? See if you find it in little things that you have around you. See if you see it in movies. See if you see it on TV. Right? Because then you begin to understand that there's a seed inside of you that literally is causing us to do these kind of silly things called Crips and Bloods, fight slowers, and folks and all and disciples and all. That's all European mindset. Right. So, I leave it at that. I think we really touched on the Age of Aries extremely well. Right. We've getting some pretty good credence and get some good information for people to stand on. What do you think, my brother?
So, yeah, I think this is definitely gonna be one of them classics indeed. Yeah, man, because it's relevant. I mean, it's sometimes you can get heady with astrology and get bogged down in this yoga and this and that, but when you come down to when you look at it, in the context of, actual life, then it really starts to, come alive to you,
Yeah. Yeah, it hits home. Yeah. Yeah. So,
So,
go ahead.
So that begs the question though, right? So, that we're gonna hit another one of those marks in the next, few centuries or whatnot. So, what do you think that looks like for the darker people on this planet?
Well, remember I said whoever has the baton, right, holds the key to that era.
Yeah.
Who do you think holds the baton now?
Well, that baton is kind of shaky right now.
I'll tell you who holds it. Right, Asia holds it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Asia's the next runner-up, right? Then us. That's how it works. And strangely enough, Nostradamus, and I'm not saying Nostradamus is the one to listen to because he got a lot of flaws, but it's strange that he says that the black man will ascend back to his throne around 4000 BC. I mean 4000 AD, excuse me. 4000 AD. Now, we're 2000 right now. Isn't it strange that's another 2000 years? And we'll be going from the age of into Aquarius back into the age of Capricorn. And those 2 ages are ruled by Saturn. And Saturn is the black man.
Yeah.
Right. The Father Time. The oldest of the old. right? The Ancient of Days is us, right? That's Saturn. He's the oldest in the zodiac. He represents elderhood, right? That's us, right? You get so old you forget sometimes. So you got to have an Aryan age to wake you up. Right. You have to have a Piscean age to put you to sleep, and then you have to have an Aquarian age to wake you back up again. Right. See, the blunt object was in the Aryan age. The knockout point when you're knocked out is now, right? And the wake up is saying, "Oh man, what a hangover!" Right? That's Aquarius, right?
Yeah.
From the hangover, once you're good, then the age of Capricorn is in, and the black man is in power, right? We think it's a long time. It's really a bleep on the radar screen.
Nah, yeah. I mean, you just think about, 400 years. I mean, 400 some years.
Well, 400 years from now, we won't be passing the baton, but we'll be thinking about a baton. Right? Mm-hmm. We'll be thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe we need to consolidate our efforts. Maybe we need to kind of start talking, because remember, China's already in Asia. I mean, China's already in Africa.
Yeah.
Right? So they're the next foothold. They're the ones that can pass on the baton. The Indo-Europeans' wane is here. He's waning. Mm-hmm. Right? When you wane, you flail. Right? He's flailing right now. Right? That's all of this mess that we got. He's flailing. Right? But in the flailing, he's gonna flail and hit you and me and everybody else.
Yeah, right? It's like a dog or something like that that's on his last leg. Man. It's vicious. It's going.
It gets vicious. It gets vicious, man. That's what it is. You know, so all these police shootings, you know, they traded the sheets in for the badges. Mm-hmm. We know that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had an incident in North Carolina, and that brother, man, the brother that's the chief in North Carolina looks like one of the brothers in ATL that runs one of the mosques out there. I mean, they look like twins. But that brother exposed, right, them so-called kiking, right, are doing their little Indo-European self-aggrandizement thing, mm-hmm. talking about they can't wait for a race war.
Mm-hmm.
And these are veterans on the force, y'all.
Yeah.
I mean, I have stories upon stories upon stories, right, to tell you how intricately infiltrated the police department is by white supremacy.
Well, I mean, it's public knowledge. The FBI, I mean, it's out there.
Yeah,
it's out there. It ain't no secret.
Go figure, right?
Yeah,
but you know, that is the Aryan age. You know, not in it is expanded view, because we could be here for 2 or 3 hours talking about just the points and the switching off and ons between the different skirmishes between them and other different peoples around the world. I mean, it's not just those. There's others, right? But those are the major ones, because those are the areas where they could get out and start, you know, traveling and doing things. But this thing has spilled over. I mean, we're talking about all the way to Columbus. We're talking about the African transatlantic slave trade. We're talking about even the sense of the Islamic slave trade, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, all of this is Indo-European. Islam is Indo-European. People say, no, it comes from the Middle East. The zone of confluence is the area where the Arab literally the white meets the black. That's why you have that mixture, that color in that zone. Right? So they picked up and piggybacked the Aryan, the Indo-European way, right? Because remember, Iranian is not far from the Caucasus Mountains. It's the zone of confluence.
Yeah.
So understanding that, yes, your Islam, when you do your 5 times a day prayer, right? When you, right, wash your hands and all that's Indo-European. All of it.
Well, I mean, the culture it came out of, right. You know, they totally removed those elements, like, you know, a lot, and you know, the all those teachers are gone.
You remember the movie The Brothers? Remember that movie The Brothers with the 4 brothers?
Never saw it. I know what movie you're talking about, but I never watched it.
Well, in the movie, right, one of the brothers goes to see his mom. I think it's Bill Bellamy, and he goes to see his mom, and he goes, "Oh," she said, "Oh, you've been dealing with them such and such women," and he like, "Oh, mama." He said, "Well, what about Asian women?" He said, well, she said, "Well, they ain't nothing but Caucasian with an egg roll." I was like, "Oh wow!" And then he said, well, she said, "What about Mexican?" She said, "Oh, there ain't nothing but one with a taco." I said, "Wow!" But it is true. I mean, there's a demarcation between, and it's known, right? It's just not stated that there is that which comes through our stock and has us in them, and then the vice versa, right? And so this, we still have this zone of confluence throughout the world, this intermixture throughout the world. That's why we have these different problems amongst our own people, right? Because of all these kind of crazy intermixing processes that they've ensued,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, again, you can find this repetitiously because this is the modus operandi that he's on. It's everywhere. You just have to really stop and think about even the diet. Like, yeah, we ate meat, folks. Black folk ate meat, so I'm not sitting up here acting like we're vegetarian and all that. But the way we did it is different, right? The way we do it is different. The treatment of the animal is different. Right? The Maasai love their cows, right? But they also do use them for meat, and they do eat them. But they treat them with honor and respect. Remember, I said one of the cultural traits is the disrespect of nature. Right. If you've ever seen a chicken farm, you'll know, right? That's horrible.
Yeah.
Right. So again, just going deep enough because we don't see it, right? Nah, this ain't white. Nah, man, this is all European for the most part. Right. There's some sprinkling African, the African Asili here and there, right? But not much. Even in Africa, the African Asili is being killed by the Indo-European through colonization, through economic plundering. Right? It is he's pervasively infectious. Right? So I'll leave it at that because I will, man. This on the Indo-European in the age of Aries, right? Man, I'd be on my soapbox on that, right? But nonetheless, right, folks, you can clearly see, right, this is what has transpired, right? And this is what we can go back and review, historically speaking, and understand and learn lessons from our ancestors and apply them to today.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, with that being said, this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people at Patreon. Like I said at the beginning, our patrons will, get linked into, a new kind of format we're playing around with, so they'll get the video version of this podcast. And, we want you to give your feedback. Absolutely. And, we're going to be tweaking that so you get to see it first. Indeed. And don't forget to follow us on Cosmic Convos. Cosmic Convo on Instagram at CosmicConvo on Instagram. And that's where, you can stay in tune with what's new going on. And that's also where the link tree for all our different websites and, all the different streaming platforms that we're on as well. And we got some other announcements that'll be coming up too. Just waiting on the go ahead, but we're going to be on some other platforms as well coming soon. Indeed. Brother Rod, you got anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, just stay tuned. Continue to spread it, folks. We appreciate you getting the word out there. We really do, because it's really growing. I'm getting a lot more feedback this year, this season. So we do appreciate the participation. We appreciate the listening. We appreciate the patrons. It's a joy and a pleasure to be able to bring this knowledge to the people. So by all means, keep us going.
Indeed. So, with that being said, we'll be back here. Thank you for tuning in to this episode. We'll be back next week with another banger for you. And everybody be safe out there. And we're out. Peace.
Peace.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Harut, and got my partner in Divine here. Brother Ra, how you doing?
Brother, enjoying life, man, taking it a day at a time. King, what about yourself?
Hey man, same thing here, man. Just working hard, man, trying to learn more and take this whole thing to the next level, man. Indeed, man. Before we get too far, though, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Kala Purusha Astrology, and our patrons on Patreon. Once again, thank you all for the support. The Patreons make a lot of little things happen and stuff like that. So we definitely appreciate you guys' support. And for all the people over there at Patreon, you'll be getting another episode, in this video format. And again, go on there, check it out. You're also getting it early too, right? You're getting it a day early. So go check it out and, comment, give us some feedback, some, things that you would change or some other stuff that you may want to see. And, we'll definitely appreciate that. Indeed. But as far as our other sponsors, Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us at pushitforward.com. That's pushitfwd.com. There you can find this podcast. And you can find the stuff that we're working with on Ninth Lord Films and all that good stuff. You can find all that information there. And you can follow us on Instagram as well at Push It Forward, at pushitfwd. Brother Rob, how can the people get a hold of you?
People have been pretty much hitting me up on the Kala Purusha Astrology at Gmail account. You can get me there. You can get me on Facebook or on Instagram at Shechem Ra. So one of those would definitely tap my shoulder.
Indeed. And another thing I wanted to announce, you'll see it on the Instagram shortly. And we made a light announcement about this last week, but we did launch the chart service, right? So you can go on pushitforward.com and look at Cosmic Convos podcast, and then you'll see the chart service there for available. And basically you're going to get, it's an excellent package for the money. This is more than what you're going to get for free on any of the apps out there. None of the apps are going to give you what we're going to give you for free or anything like that. And it's always good to just have the chart printed. And, so when you're, checking out the show, you can go and you can find this stuff in your chart. You know what I'm saying? Look at your Navamsha, look at your D60, all that good stuff. So basically it's a chart package of, it's going to have your birth chart, all the Varga charts, your what else? Ashtak Varga is on there. You know, Bimshotari Dasha system. And the anti dashas. Um, and Melissa, all your benefic yogas, the main ones that's out there, and some other stuff in there too. But yeah, so it's definitely worth it, and we definitely encourage you all to go hit up that chart search. I know a lot of people been hitting us up about it, so we finally launched it there or whatnot. And probably this week you'll be able to just go ahead and click the button right off our Instagram at Cosmic Convos and get right to it. All right. But yeah, man. Episode 18. This season is kind of like, it's kind of flying, man. Like we getting deep in this thing, and we ain't even nowhere near December yet.
Yeah, September. I know.
Yeah.
And it's coming quick though. We're already 19. We are 25, folks. So enjoy it while it lasts. Because after September we'll be looking at season 3. So
Indeed. So speaking, last episode, man, that's probably we've been getting a pretty solid response from this last episode, man. And I think it's like beyond relevant right now, especially with some of the things that's been trending in the news lately, out there in the Hollywood and everything like that. Our brother Nick Cannon he's in some hot water right now with a few different communities and stuff like that, based on some comments that he said, man. And he just need to listen to the podcast, man. He would have been straight. What you think?
yeah, I'd say the podcast gives a good deal of insight as to the mindset of the individuals that he ruffled their those individuals of whom he's ruffled their feathers. So I would definitely listen to that podcast and listen carefully, because it does talk about the core, the seed, the basis of where people come from as a race of people.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not personal, it really isn't personal. It's beyond personal at this point. When people learn to see that, then we'll move forward pretty quickly in getting this matter resolved. But that last podcast was definitely fire. A lot of people gave some really good feedback, and I got some really positive feedback from India, which was really, really insightful, because the book that I referenced a few times there, the Most Ancient Aryan Society, is written by someone from India. So they definitely have a different purview of their historical context and the invasions that have happened versus a lot of outside individuals with that racial genetic makeup that are trying to dissuade the public from seeing it as an invasion, as more of an amalgamation, which is completely not true. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely, man. It's important to understand the world that you live in and its people, in the history, and because it changes your whole perspective of how you move through the world, and then when you spin astrology into it, it's even more profound. Gives you just a context.
It does. Yeah,
and
it makes it all relevant. It's like now I see why. You know what I mean? And this is part of the divine plan. There is a plan. There is a process for the supreme being to unfold itself, and in the grand cosmic scheme of things, when you look at the what we call the metaphorian, right? And the metaphorian, at the very end of the metaphorian, right? Even Set is redeemed, right?
Yeah.
In fact, in the picture of the bark of Ra, Set is at the helm of the boat. Rahu's at the rear. Excuse me, Rahu. Heru's at the rear, and Set is at the helm.
So these forces, these beings that embody these um, forces, are necessary for man's uh, to evolve. There's nothing by accident, as we can see. Right. So if something, what we call nature, what we actually properly term netter, um, but when you understand that that force of energy has to be released through some act or some people, then it becomes impersonal. There's an old story about the scorpion and the frog,
Yeah.
and the frog, needed a ride across the water. I'm sorry, excuse me, the scorpion needed a ride across the water, and the frog's back, and frog begged the scorpion, please don't sting me, don't sting me. And the scorpion assured him, I will not sting you. I gotta survive. I gotta make it across. So good old scorpion hops on the frog's back, rides across, and at the very end, last minute, right when they're about to get out the water, stings him. Next thing you know, he's like, well, why'd you do that? He said, hey, look, man, it's not personal, it's in my nature. Right. So
Yeah.
when you get that through your head, right, then you stop taking it, it's not personal. And the one thing I could suggest is that if our ancestors were in power here and we had to deal with, to contend with the adversaries that be, I can guarantee you our approach would not be one that's personal.
Yeah.
Right?
By the
It'd be
way,
very evolved, very spiritually oriented, and looked at from a perspective of cosmic order. So,
absolutely, absolutely. And by the way, you mentioned that Scorpion and the Frog. That's gonna be one of the short films we're doing too coming up.
oh man,
That's
look
it.
at that.
We
Hmm.
we hitting up Aesop, man. Taking our stories back, right?
That's what it is, man. Truths are
Indeed,
truths.
absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, man. So if you hadn't checked out episode 17, definitely go check out episode 17. I think it's definitely a must listen. All of them are, but definitely those shows where we go through the ages.
Yeah,
They're important, man.
a classic. Yeah,
Indeed. I mean, even when you look at we talk about like the time span that the United States has been around. Um, I mean, when you go and you look at Egypt, they've had almost foreign rulership that's ruled as long as the United States has been around as a country. I know the
well,
Hyksos about 100 years or so. It's stuff like you put you in context of like where you think that things will never like this will always be this way here, and
mm,
it won't. It will not.
no,
Not at all. Not close.
not even close. Yeah, when you look at the context of American history,
Mhm.
and then you compare it to the context of civilizations that have existed through dynasties, this is a bleep on the radar screen. I mean, this is a small, right, small flash in the pan when it comes to history and when it comes to nations. Um, when you look at, for example, Great Britain, right, they have a very longer history
Yeah.
than the United States, right? And you could probably take theirs back, you know, 13, 1200, when the Anglo Saxons began to coalesce and do their thing in that area. But really, really understand. Let's take, for example, since uh, the
World War II.
since the year 2000. Well, let's say since the year 0 AD,
Hmm.
or Common Era, right? We've ruled that much time doubled. I think sometimes we really forget the context of time that Kemet existed in. We don't even really fathom it because we're tripping off of a country that's been around a few hundred years. Imagine being another nation and being observing a nation that's been around since antiquity. You know what I mean? So when we look at these problems we're dealing with these kind of, like I said, symptomatic issues, because all the stuff that we're dealing with is symptomatic problems. It's not the core issues, right? Because the core issues are much deeper and much more karmically profound, especially as far as African people are concerned. Well, we won't get into that. That's a whole nother conversation. But
And
nonetheless, right? These things are karmically oriented, and there's a purpose and intent behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So, when we look at Set, we don't look at Set as some entity that's the devil, right? We look at it as an entity that is required for your evolution, for your development to come out of the slumber that you're in,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, you know, not to say that the European is Set, but for all intents and purposes, I mean, our ancestors kind of alluded to that. We call it the Low Asiatic, right? Well, the Low Asiatics, number one, their god, right, or their national tutelary deity, or whatever you want to call it, was Set. I mean, they chose that as an epithet, right? When they came in, This is all history. This you can go look at this. You can read Gerald Massey. That's really one of the books I would recommend you reading. Is Gerald Massey's Book of Beginnings. Really gets in deep into it. And a lot of people say, "Oh, Gerald Massey's old," but a lot of stuff, the old stuff, is where you find the hidden truths. A lot of the things they have out now are cover-ups, right? Because they
Mm-hmm.
don't want you really to look in deep into what's behind there. But nonetheless, you know, when we look at the people that came in, the Hikshus, or the Shepherd Kings, right? They were called the Low Asiatics, right? So when they come in, they don't adopt our processes. They take a foreign, well, not foreign, but they take one that we really never used in mass, right? So when you take that and compare it, well, we say Set, and Set's color is red. It's even depicted in ancient times, right? The color of the skin is red, right? Um, it just goes to show, right, that there's something our ancestors knew about the forces that be and how to deal with them from a cosmic perspective in order to really gain a foothold on this thing. And the thing is that Kemet is still around. You just can't see it. Right? Kemet is there because the ages are still there. And remember, Kemet followed the ages to the nth degree. So when the age of Aries came, we fell, right? And we fell all the way through. But when the age of Pisces came, right, that subtle knowledge that Kemet had, right, was disseminated through the waters of Pisces. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It was disseminated through all the cultures of the world. That's why Asar's body was cut into 14 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Asar's body lays at the bottom, right, of the Nile, they say, right? But we could say the bottom of the depths of the water, right? And so that pressure that you feel in the Piscean age, right? The pressure of falsehood, bigotry, right? Illusions, racism, right? These things are Piscean in essence because the opposite is Virgoan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Virgo, right, breaks things down, and Pisces, right, puts things into holes. So this is a Virgoan Piscean dilemma that we're in, right? And we're dealing with that, trying to amass ourselves into a collective while trying to deal with the idiosyncrasies of individualism.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so as it unfolds, right, and man begins to awaken further to those realizations that yes, we do need races, but we also are one family,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then we will realize, right, okay, we can move forward now. Then you can start making those vast trips to Mars with ease, right, and exploring different levels of, um, of exploration, right? That is the ultimate divine plan. People don't like to see it because everyone wants to kind of be their own, and it is, you should. We talking about pedigrees earlier, and you know you should have a pedigree. There should be something that holds the standard. But holding the standard is one thing, but also realizing that there has been an admixture and a change as well. There's two truths.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for us to realize those things, especially those of us that have been the recipients, right, of oppression. Right. So it takes a very mature soul to be able to swallow that pill and say, okay, I see it has a purpose. Right? I see there's a plan. So, with that being said, right,
Mm-hmm.
that leads us kind of to
where what we really lack in today's days and times, and I say lack in the sense of it's far and few, it's far removed and few in between. True spiritual leaders are hard to um, really come by. You
Yeah.
know, and they are there. Right? We can find them very, very effectively by looking at the horoscope or the chart. But I'm not a Christian by any means, nor do I subscribe to any Christian tenets. But in the book, I believe it says there'll be many that will come in my name. Right? There's a lot of people out there that portray a lot of different things, especially regarding spirituality. But you can see very quickly as to who they are when you understand how to look at it from a astrological perspective.
Yeah.
And so, we got a lot of people out there. We got TD Jakes. I'm not saying anything about anything that he's done recently except pay attention, right? Because even in the book it says it's harder for a rich man to pass, and it's easier for a camel to get through an eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into the pearly gates,
Mm.
right? According to that book, right? So, you have TD Jakes, you have Creflo Dollars, you have Joel Osteen's, you have they got quite a few, couple of them in Africa too. I don't recall their names, right? But these are big time, clergymen, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And for the most part, when we look at these individuals, there's something that we are seeing, which is charisma, right? All of them have some kind of charismatic spirit, right? But charisma only gets you so far spiritually, right? Charisma, right, is the fifth house in a chart. But you have to have something carry the weight a little. You have to have something in that backs you more than charisma, more than knowing scriptures, more than being able to recite, you know, and make people feel good. Because that's what church primarily is all about. Is when you walk out of there, you're supposed to feel better than you walked in, right?
Yeah.
But the one thing that we begin to see is when you really find um, individuals that are spiritually oriented, there's a pattern. You just see the pattern, and they may not be the biggest person on the block, spiritually speaking, but you will see it, right? And you'll also see those that uh, are challenged but perpetrate in that way as well. And one of the things we begin to look at in a chart is um, the primary constituent is Jupiter, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. The primary constituent is Jupiter. Without Jupiter, it just doesn't happen. And so, when you're looking at a person's chart, from a spiritual perspective, and you really want to know, hey, is this person really, can they carry the day? Are they living truth behind closed doors? Or are they fronting? Right? Are they putting it out there like they do, but they don't? You want to look to the quality of Jupiter, because Jupiter is always going to show you, what they're doing. And this is not something that Roz made up or anyone else. This is something that has been time tested and stands the test of time. When you go look at Jupiter, you look to see where it's placed, how it's placed. You look at the Navamsha. You look at pretty much almost every other Varga chart to find out what it is that person has come to do spiritually, their spiritual propensities, their capacity, right? That's where we look. And so, I don't know per se what, TD Jake's chart is, right? But, you always want to look to see, hey, because Christianity is a religion that requires very little effort. I hate to say, folks, people probably disagree, and I can understand why,
Uh-huh.
right? But it requires very little effort. As a Christian, former Christian myself, I can say I could probably stand on that,
right? To some degree. Most of us have been Christian at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But when you begin to develop spirituality, it becomes much more profound. As far as the actions, the constant mindfulness, the diet, the implementation of reserve, right? Uh, Meditation, right? Um, following wise counsel, those types of things. That's work. Right? It's work. It's not. It's not. It's not a thing that you can just dive right into. I mean, you almost have to get your feet wet sometimes. You know what I'm talking about. When you
Yeah.
first got started, right? It takes time.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity, you walk in, feel good, and walk out. You're Christian. Nothing. That's all you do. Believe. Right? So I say that to say looking at Jupiter in a chart, you should always see there's some prominence and some substantiability, something substantial there to give it the power that it needs uh, in order for that true spirituality to come through. One of the first things we look for, I always look for, is Jupiter in the ascendant. Right, Jupiter in the ascendant to me is a hallmark. Right, that person has come with Jupiter as a stamp, right, of literally like saying, hey, you're going to do this. This is your personality.
My daughter got
Right?
that. She's Jupiter in this.
Yeah, she's gonna come with that spiritual purview, man.
Yeah.
It's guaranteed. This is not, see, the things I'm telling you are not things you have to guess. These are guarantees. Now, of course, you have to qualify Jupiter's strength,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because Jupiter should be in a very healthy dignity,
Mm-hmm.
right? And those factors and such, those things are important.
Yeah.
But for the most part, right, you want to look for Jupiter to be in, and when I say the ascendant, and we'll talk about why that's really like a point of focus. Uh, the fifth and the ninth house are the actual next places you will look for Jupiter to be. These are the most prominent spiritual places for Jupiter to be. Well, here's the thing: if Jupiter is in the fifth or ninth house, it puts a direct aspect, a 100% aspect, back onto the first house. So again, the first house is crucial. It has to have some impact with regards to Jupiter. Now, the ascendant Lord could also be conjunct Jupiter. That makes a very strong impact, spiritually speaking, as well.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have it placed in a position where it really calls forth the first house, the fifth, or the ninth, that is what you look for to find someone that has spiritual knowledge, meaning that they don't really do much else but that. Right? That's what they do. Now, actually looking at TD Jakes' chart, right? And I don't have his birth time
I
per
pulled it
se,
up. That's us. Yeah.
but Jupiter is at 29 degrees.
It has Mars as
Yeah,
his whatchamacallit.
yeah, it's Atma.
Yeah.
No, actually, Jupiter's is Atma.
Let's see. Depends on what. Yeah, see, I got at 20 Mars at 29, 43 minutes, and
Oh
Jupiter
no,
at
you're right.
29,
No, you're
23.
right because it's 29 2, 29 1 4. So no, Mars is Yoga. Mars is Atma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Jupiter's a close, very close second though.
Yeah.
Right, that is his Amatya Karaka, which indicates career. Right. So, and it makes perfect sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be something that he would be indicating as far as what he would be doing. Um, so I just look at those general positions. Now, it is late degree, right? And late degrees is not usually very powerful. Every degree has some power, right? But what we have in astrology are different, what we call avashtas. And this is a semi-advanced technique. But avashtas are called states, and there's different types of avashtas. You have a Jagradati avashta, you have Baladati avashta, you have Lajatati avashta, Shayanati avashta, right? All these kind of give us a different background and understanding of how the planets play out. It's not just the placements. I'm giving you the information we cover here is very, very surface. But when we get into things, when we get to really understanding how those planets work, you have to get into the deeper aspects of it, especially Baladadi and Shayanadi of Ashtas. Avashta means state or condition, right? But Baladadi Avashta is when the planets are in certain degrees, right? And when the planet is between 0 to 6 degrees in day signs, right? Then that means that the planet is fairly young, meaning that the age of the planet, the ability for the planet to bring forth its full manifestation, right? The planet has a sense of immaturity or a sense of development to come to. Well, the same is the opposite for any planet that is between 424 to 230 degrees is considered old. And not only that, but 29th degree is also called Sandhi, which means it's kind of borderline, it's marginal. Well, it's borderline Virgo. Virgo's not the greatest spot for Jupiter, even though it is technically in Leo. But this borderline kind of like hairline marginal disposition can cause someone to remember Jupiter is greed. See, my mother loves TD Jakes. I look, I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time, right?
Yeah.
But keeping it a buck, right? Jupiter is greed, right? And so when it's marginalized, right, they can attempt to combine spirituality with materialism. Virgo is an earth-based sign. It's an earthy sign. It deals in tangibles, right? Leo is very inspirational. It's in Uttara Falguni, which is a very specific portion of Leo. Mm-hmm. But guess what? The sublord, and we look to the sublord to give a further deeper qualification of the planet and its intent. The sublord is in Taurus, which deals in money. In fact, his sun is in Taurus, which the core of his being is about the bread, y'all. I read people. This is what I do, right? So when you look for spirituality, right, you want to look for certain positions. Excuse me. Right? This wouldn't be one I would call a guru. Just guru. Bottom line, you can quickly see it.
You hear me? Financial guru.
No, a prosperity. I can't remember the name they call these types of preachers. Right?
Yeah,
they're prosperity preachers or something of that nature, right? I don't get into much, and you can tell.
Right? I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the term either, but I know
what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The audience knows, and I'm sure somebody probably hit me up, tell me what it is. But they're prosperity preachers.
Yeah,
they preach prosperity. The Lord is gonna save you. You know that. Yeah. Well, right. Jupiter in that marginalized degree definitely does not call forth a high spiritual perspective. Right. And this is just the beginning. Like I said, you can use Jupiter and go through and really get deep into it and look at all the positions that it has. But just knowing that right off, it's at the very end of Leo. So it's weakened. Right? It's almost tipping its toe into the land of complications and the land of perfectionism, right? Which is Virgo. So you can see, right? Yeah, this is definitely not one I would call forth to, right, be a spiritual advisor. But nonetheless, right, moving on. And I, me, I don't know about you, bro, right? But me, I couldn't amass that kind of money and feel and sleep well at night. My person couldn't.
I could, because I know what I'm gonna do with it.
Well, but I'm saying it wouldn't be my money. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be. Me amassing it. it would be it wouldn't stay in my pocket. Not to say
Mhm.
because I'm spending it, but to say because of, like you said, what I would do with it.
Yeah.
You know, building institutions, real institutions that help people. You
Yeah.
know, investing in land, right,
Mhm.
to grow healthier um, uh, food and things of that nature. You know, and not to say that those individuals don't contribute. I'm sure they have charitable operations and give back quite a bit.
Yeah, but you know
But
that it's a you know the thing about it, and that's the distinction is that a lot of the wealth in the black community has been in the black church for ages.
that's
And
primarily where it is. Yeah, you're right.
and we haven't really seen much of that get
Redistribute. Yeah.
in the actual black community. So that just shows you that right there.
I
I
mean,
don't think
you
it's so
know,
much about the amassing the amount of wealth. It's just who's getting it, who's getting this wealth, and how they're oriented.
yeah, no, and I, you know, we look at money as it's not evil, not in any
Hmm.
sense, not at all. Um, not at all,
But
right?
it's
It's
God
not.
in the
It's not
West. It's God in the West. It's your legitimizer.
right. It makes you bona fide, right?
Yeah.
um, but you know, nonetheless, right? When you begin to understand how this works, I mean, only Christianity could do that. Do you know of any other religion that could do that? Islam couldn't do it.
Hmm.
Um, Judaism has done it by far, right? But that's a whole nother conversation, right? And I'm not Nick Cannon, so I can say exactly what it is and not feel threatened. But um, nonetheless, right? For the most part, most spiritual systems in the world, except in the West, you don't see those kind of things. Now, let me say this: there is Baba G, right? I have heard of that scenario, right? I don't know. Have you heard of that kind of the whole thing went down? What went down with Baba G and the whole sham?
No.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
yeah. So in India, right? And see,
Mm.
it's not just the West. India has it too, right? All cultures have it really, but there's more of it seeming here than it is there. But nonetheless, there's a guy that his name is Babaji. He manifests that's called Vibhuti, right? It's this ash, right, out of thin air supposedly, and holy ash, right? And
Okay.
he puts it on your forehead, and he walks around in a long, like orange kind of outfit. He got a big afro. You never heard of Babaji before?
Man, so much information out there.
Right,
Sometimes
but
I
this
might have seen
cat,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Did you take a look at him?
I'm
Right.
looking at him now.
Right. So this cat, right, gets caught up though, but he's caught up behind molestation charges, man, embezzlement. I mean, he's got land and all that kind of stuff, so he's kind of similar, right? But I've never seen Babaji's chart. I've never looked at it, right? I'm sure I'm gonna find something similar. Right?
Hmm.
But the true spiritual individuals, right? You can when you pull their charts, you see it quickly. There's always a relationship between the moon and Jupiter. Have you noticed that? Like there's something substantial that the moon, and I know Gajah Kasari is one yoga that produces that, but I'm not talking about just from that perspective. I'm talking about aspects as well, because you can have Jupiter aspected from the moon without a Gajah Kasari yoga, right? Because that's only when it's 1, 4, 7, or 10 from that position, right? But I'm talking about from fifth from the moon, ninth from the moon, even in opposition with Gajah Kasari, but even in 12th from the moon, right, can produce spiritual qualities. But always look for the 5th and 9th house, Jupiter being there. It's almost like a stamp of approval from God, from the Most High, like, you're gonna do spirituality this life. Just accept it. The other things we look for, and again, back to what we were talking about with, well, really tying it back to Jupiter, you want to look to see if Jupiter is the Atma Karaka. And the Atma Karaka is the planet that has the highest degrees in a chart. So if you look for that and you see Jupiter as that particular planet, it's a good propensity or a chance that the person's going to have a spiritual calling in life. Just a good chance. It's a very good chance of it. Not always, because a lot of times Jupiter can be in a position that is compromised, meaning it's in the 8th house retrograde, right? Debilitated, right? Could be in the 12th house conjunct Rahu, right? Aspected by Saturn. Those are things that can definitely change the quality of that Atma Kraka being Jupiter. But at the same time, you're going to notice themes. You're going to notice maybe the person tries to accomplish spiritual goals, but doesn't quite meet the mark, right? They set high expectations and they usually fall short. Many times they come as spiritual gurus, and then many times they're in the back doing many things that are not savory or wouldn't be considered spiritual. So Jupiter as an Atma Karaka, right, has a lot of purports to it, but nonetheless, you can always look to see that there's going to be some spiritual theme or some spiritual kind of set of challenges that are involved, whether it be the person lives up to the highest truth or the person falls short and can never live up to any of those truths. Excuse me. The funny thing, though, is that when we're talking about Atma Karakas, right? And here's the thing: if Jupiter is in the 9th or in the 5th or in the 1st as an Atma Karaka, that you can guarantee they are going to be spiritually oriented. Now, if it's debilitated, you look for the cancellation. If it's not canceled, then you look for the D9 or the Navamsha to see the state and condition of the inner state or condition of Jupiter. You look to the D20, right? You look to these different charts to kind of see what is going on in the inner workings behind what's going on with the spirituality / religion, right? Because Jupiter can be religion too. But the strange thing about it is that when you use the Atma Karaka system, and we're talking about the 8-planet Atma Karaka system, because there's a 7-planet one, there's the 8-planet one. When you look at Rahu as the Atma Karaka, that also can indicate someone that has a spiritual path. Now, I was firstly confused why Rahu, the planet of insatiable desire, lust, and so forth, would be considered such a planet, but it makes sense. Because when Rahu causes you to exhaust yourself in regards to those things that you think you want. Right? So it's going to give you your desire. But the thing about desire is not meant to quench your thirst. It's only meant to titillate it's only meant to be a catapult, not the end result. And so when desire becomes the end result, Rahu never is fulfilled because he doesn't have anything to digest the desire. He's bodiless. So at some point you realize the futile attempts that you're trying to gain at having some type of permanent fulfillment through something that's intangible. And you exhaust it to the point where now you realize that those things aren't actually what life is about, and you begin to lean towards a spiritual purview. There's a story in India it's about an individual his name is Valmiki, and Valmiki was a criminal, right? He was a thief, right? But Valmiki at some point met a guru or a sage that taught him how to see things from a spiritual perspective, but through the actual acts of thievery or robbing people. So the strangest thing is that really many times the criminal becomes the saint. right? Strange stuff, right? But true. Now, other things kind of impact the chart as well. One of the major things we look for is yogas, right? As I mentioned, Gajra Yoga, and one of the questions from one of our patrons was about that. We discussed that in not the last podcast, but the previous. But nonetheless, Gajra Yoga is one of the main yogas that we look for in a chart to show someone with a spiritual propensity. And so Jupiter has to be either with the moon, 4th, 7th, or 10th from the moon. Now, these things again have to be qualified because Jupiter has to be in this position that allows him to fulfill the highest spiritual mandates. If that is not the case, then a lot of times it just doesn't hold the weight, right, that is intended behind the Gajra Yoga. The other thing we can look for is what's called a Brahma Yoga. Now, this is not that common. It happens. Is when the benefics or possession in the 4th, 10th, or 11th from the Lord of the Lagna, or the Ascendant Lord. One more common form of it actually is probably more common is when Saturn and Jupiter are conjunct, right? Which creates another Brahma Yoga. And Brahma Yogas are in Brahma. Brahma is kind of like the head of the pantheon, the head of the Trinity in India. You have Brahma, you have Vishnu, and you have Shiva. But Brahma, right, is kind of like the creator, supreme being kind of aspect where everything comes out of. And this particular yoga produces individuals that have very profound spiritual insights and deep spiritual practices because Saturn is the planet of practicality and application. Saturn makes you do it. Saturn says, yeah, all that's good, and you can do your readings and you can consult the word and meditate, but what happens when the rubber meets the road? How spiritual are you when you have adversity? How spiritual are you when you have disease? How spiritual are you? How spiritual are you when you have no money, no food? See, Saturn, he tests the spirituality. Jupiter is great and grand, but Saturn says, yeah, let's see. And so that's one of the most profound yogas I've seen in many charts is that when the Jupiter and Saturn are conjunct, and they have to be conjunct, they have to be qualified, they have to be in a position that allows the yoga to come to fruition. It preferably should be in the 1st, 5th, or 9th house. It can also be in the 10th house. It can also be in the 4th house. Because these are still primal positions that allow the person, the 1, 4, 7, and 10, that's your cross that you bear. Everyone has a cross. That's it. Well, that particular placement, Jupiter Saturn is in that one of those, and preferably 4th or 10th, because the 7th is the least pious of the 1, 4, 7, and 10 positions. So 4th or 10th, that person definitely still will have a spiritual propensity, very strong. Another one is what we call, and these things also can be viewed via the Varga charts. Now, let me just say this quickly. 5th house, 9th house, those are your spiritual houses. The 12th house is a subtle spiritual house because it really doesn't deal with, it deals with hidden things, the hidden aspects of life, right? Things that are behind closed doors, right? And meditation as well. So a lot of times deep meditators will have a profound 12th house. But that doesn't cause you to be a guru, guide, sage, teacher, and so forth. That just means you can get deep into spirituality. But the other things we look for is the Varga charts. We look for Jupiter in the Varga charts, right? We look for Jupiter in the D9. That is a key tell-all, right? If Jupiter is right healthy enough to consider someone a viable spiritual teacher. But it should be very well placed, right? In fact, the D9 is the spiritual chart. People have heard me say that many times. It's not quote unquote your marriage chart. Your marriage chart comes out of spirituality. You get married because you're spiritual, not because you love the person, not because you're trying to have someone cook your food, or it's really a spiritual exercise. And when you learn that, when you have a long term relationship, because you say, well, all that stuff doesn't even matter. Now, what matters is how we handle our spiritual development.
I mean, that's the playing ground. That's the number.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it happens.
Yeah,
Go check out the our soulmates a thing episode.
definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely. That tells it all, that episode, right?
yeah,
On, on what it is, you know. The fastest road to the supreme being is through your mate,
yeah.
not through sitting on a mountain. Sorry. Right? So, because the mountain can't tell you that. Mountain can't talk back, right? That mate
You
can talk back, right?
you move
Tougher than
here
the mountain, trust me.
with no bills, no kids, no nothing about
Yeah, right. You real spiritual there. You holier than thou, right? You cold, right? You a bad boy, right? Yeah. Put something on it, see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Shechem said, round over our men, first said, oh, yeah, I see these guys, these gurus out here, but take them out to 125th Street. Let us see that yellow dress walk by. Let's see how spiritual they are. Right? Right. That's probably where your boy got caught up. But the saddest thing, man, we'll talk about the guy Baba G's. A lot of those stories were young boys that they were being molested, which is really crazy. You know, I mean, just the thought process that this man is supposed to be able to materialize some spirit. I mean, he actually is not just ash. Like the guy materializes like lamps and watches and all kinds of stuff just out of thin air, and apparently it's supposedly real. And hey, I don't. I didn't investigate it too much. I mean, I've gotten wind of him because of some studies and researches I did way back in the day when I very first started getting into spirituality in the mid '90s. But um, I've seen him. I've looked. I've kind of watched him, but just it was appalling to kind of hear that. Like, wow, the guy got accused of those kinds of things. You would never think that anyone would of that caliber that could pull a magic watch out his sleeve. And I guess one of the stories was he put a watch out the sleeve. No, it was a camera. He put a camera out of his sleeve or his outfit, and apparently the camera had a serial number, and the guy called or found and did the research for the serial number, called the store where he bought it, and found out that this is folk. I don't know how true this is, but apparently this guy Baba G bought the camera at the same time when he was standing in front of the man and pulled the camera out and gave it to him. Now I don't know how true that is, right? Especially considering charges.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just where it comes in. Is that if I had his chart, I could determine very quickly as to the validity of those stories. Right? It doesn't take long. We really can see inside your spirit when you know how to look properly. So back to what we were saying with regards to those placements. Um, you know, K2 is another one that most people don't know creates high spiritual levels. It's uncomfortable for most, though. Jupiter is very comfortable, spiritually speaking, because it gives you kind of like a balance. It makes you very spiritual, but it also can deal in this physical plane. But K2, right, which is Jupiter's kind of higher octave, because Rahu is kind of like Saturn's higher octave. It takes you out of this world. It's a spirituality that is not commensurate. It's more like a monk, right? Someone that really gets into it to where they marry God, they marry the Supreme Being, they marry the Netter, they marry the Orisha. They literally, that's who they belong to. And so that marriage, is a very spiritual one because it's obviously to a higher force. But those, K2 in the fifth or ninth house and the ascendant can do that as well. But it has to be qualified again through Jupiter. Jupiter is the linchpin, right? If Jupiter has aspect to one of those positions, then you're going to have that person is going to be extremely high, spiritually oriented. Um,
What's some of the
Strangely,
Vargas? Go ahead.
yeah.
What you
So
about
let's
to
get
say?
some of the Vargas out there.
Yeah.
So number one, D5, right? Because it's a higher harmonic, or not harmonic, but it's a insight into the fifth house, right? You want to look for fifth and ninth houses in those particular Vargas to be activated. So it's kind of like a double whammy. Let's say you see Jupiter in the D1 in the fifth house, and see Jupiter in the D9 in the fifth house. I mean, the D5 in the fifth house. That person's pretty spiritually oriented. Just you can guarantee it. Now, of course, the Vargas charts are the contingent on the correct birth time. So, if you have the birth time and it's correct, then yeah, it's going to ring true. If the birth time is off, then you could have some discrepancies. That's why Vargas can be a little hairy, right? Because you need that exact time. But if you have the exact time and you see that propensity, you see those commonalities, that person has a high spiritual propensity. Now, the next one we look at D9, obviously, right? The Vamsha Nava 9, right? The ninth harmonic, the ninth cut of the chart. It's the chart of charts, right? The Varga of Vargas, right? Some people even read the chart. Some people have so much confidence in the D9. The number one, they will read you from the D9, not from the Rasi or the main chart. And they will actually say it's the second half of life. Now, I have not seen that to be true. I'm sorry. Not in my practice. Some people use it, and if they can garner it, go for it. I just don't see it. I don't. Any D chart cannot be read as a chart by
You, you
itself.
know, I think that's one of those things where it's like it was heavily. It was a statement that came out of the society that they lived in, and that it was fixated that at this point you will be doing this. So that's
Mm.
why they just kind of lump that in there. But I don't think it really applies like that
No, you
today.
couldn't read it. I couldn't. Maybe BB Ramen could.
Hmm.
BB Ramen probably could because he's one of these like Chakrapani probably could. Those are like high level, high level astrologers, right? They probably can do all kind of stuff with astrology. We just can't even fathom. But my practice, I've never seen the D9 show the second half of life. Not as you just living it out, no. Maybe in the context of your spiritual development, in the context of your long term relationships, committed partnerships, vows, spiritual vows taken, yeah, then I could. But not as a chart, because that means we're starting to describe you. You're going to change your physiology to look like the D9, which never happens. You're not going to change, right? Because my D1 is Libra, my D9 is Gemini. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to change to look like that. I'm Libra ascendant.
Hmm.
So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you have to use some common sense. Like you said, there's a lot of rules that come out of those systems that are meant and intended for certain things that are just changed or it doesn't apply. Not in in certain societies.
Yeah.
Um, so you look for the D9. And the thing about the D9, if the Jupiter's in the fifth or ninth, it's powerful, right, in the D9. But you want to look for it to be strong in the D9. Just have strength, where it's not just debilitated, it's not conjunct any malefic planets, or it's not aspected by anything that would hammer it. It's in a strong position overall, and according to the houses. So you know what I mean, like that's what you look for in the D9, right? It's a qualifier, right? Not a quantifier. The next one we look to is the D20. Now, this is actually the chart that calls forth spirituality. It's the Vimshamsha is the spiritual progress chart. Um, Now, going back to the D9 before I want to touch on this before I forget. Venus is also a planet that does certain things with regards to spirituality, especially in the D9. So if you see Venus strong in the D9, they have a person that's a strong spiritual propensity because they can hold their sexual energy and they can keep a promise like you wouldn't believe. Right? So that's when you begin to use certain things because Jupiter will say one thing and give a certain indication of the spiritual propensity. But if Venus is damaged in the D9, a lot of times it's hard for that person to hold that spiritual vow. They might be great at it in the front end, but in the back end, something kind of comes in and takes away from that spiritual possibility. But back to the D20, right? The D20 is also a place where you want to look to the ninth house, right? In the D20. A connection between the ninth house in the D20 and the fifth house and the ninth house in the D1, right? Because you cross pollinate Varga charts. They go back and forth. They work in tandem, right? If you see Jupiter conjunct K2 in the D9, in the D20, in the fifth or ninth, definitely someone is extremely spiritual. They will have a high spiritual propensity. Right. The other one we look for, and some people will say the D12, you want to look to see what the relationship is between Jupiter and the sun and the moon in the D12. Not per se in house position, but if they're trined, right? If Jupiter is trine sun or Jupiter is trine moon, very high spiritual propensities in the D12, right? Because that means your father. What does that mean? It means your mom and dad were spiritual. That means you're going to be spiritual, right? Because that's the D. What's what the D12 sees? The Dwadashamsha sees into the parents.
Yeah.
The male-female aspect of you, right? The last one we really look to, and we may cut it off here, really touch on a few other things and move on. But the last one is the D60. Now the D60 is a funny one, and when I say funny, literally, you got to have the right time, y'all. After the D30, right, it starts getting real hanky because we're talking about every degree becomes a different ascendant, right? Well, if you're off, even by degree, if you're off, right, you're going to be off in the D30, right? But nonetheless, which is the Trim Shamsha, but the D60, right, the Shashti right, that's a chart we also want to look to qualify that spiritual backdrop. And if Jupiter is strong in the D60, right, that means they got good karma. They've come with a lot of lessons about spirituality. They don't have to figure it out. They live it, they do it, they understand it. Right. Now these all have to line up, right? Because you can't have the D60 looking great and the D1 looking toe up and the D9 looking kind of middle, right? They all should be. There should be a theme, right? That should run through, and then you'll see a a grade A stamp, a grade A approved stamp, spiritual person, right? They're going to be highly ordered.
Yeah.
When they all run concurrent. Right? It's rare, but that's when you can say, yep. You won't see a TD Jakes. You won't see anybody like that. You'll see someone like a Dalai Lama or like Malcolm X, right? Even Malcolm, for example, what was Malcolm's Atma Karaka?
Jupiter.
In the ascendant,
And it's
in Sag.
Yeah.
Aspecting the moon, aspecting the fifth house, aspecting Mercury. That that's what you look for. And when I say spiritual, I'm not saying money's bad, but I'm saying that in essence of how he lived, he was an example of letting spirituality be the forefront of your life and not taking other. That was his life. That was his everyday thing. He woke up, went to bed with it. That's what I mean, right? I don't know TD Jakes personally. He might get up with it and go to bed with it. I just with the chart way I see it, he's a good actor. He has a lot of charisma, a lot of the ability to carry things off in an abstract way. He does. I mean, I've sit there and watched him because I look at what other people look at to see what they see. Not to say I subscribe to it, but I just want to know, what is it that you find so fascinating? What is it that you see that is so spiritually oriented? He speaks and that's it. He speaks, he does movies, and he maybe, I guess, helps a few people. We all do that. I mean, I speak and you speak. I mean, there's nothing phenomenally spiritual about it. Not to me. I don't care if that's just me. I don't know personally. Everybody has their own purview. But nonetheless, right? To me, spirituality is quiet.
Mm-hmm.
It's reserved. It's not in a pulpit. Not pushing buttons and pulling people in, right? Because at some point, you become self-aggrandized through that process. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to stay humble, right? And have that the masses, not only the masses, but the amount of wealth that's associated. And he seems very humble. But I'm sorry, buying a $4 million home for your daughter, I cannot warrant that as a spiritual man.
Yeah, no, that's
I just can't.
There's a rapper in Atlanta that think he's supposed to get out, but nonetheless, long story short, he bought the projects that he grew up in, and he bought all the houses around the projects.
That's what you do. That's spirituality.
And everybody lived rent free until the feds came and got him. But
boy, Valmiki was in the house, right? maybe his Atma Karaka was Rahu, right?
Yeah, and whatnot. Right. But still not even a fraction of the money that TD Jakes had. You probably did that with a couple $1 million.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, that to me, right? And I'm not the judge, juror, educator, of anybody, but for me, right, that's the litmus test to show me you can buy your daughter a $4 million house for what? I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe if you're in New York, it might make sense. San Francisco.
I mean, even $1 million, man. Even $1 million, bro.
Yeah,
$1 million, and you talking about Georgia $4 million house? Oh my
man,
God,
that's a castle.
Yeah,
I mean, real estate's going up here, but it's still a castle in Georgia.
I mean, we have a homeless problem.
Mm-hmm.
Serious.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like tent cities.
Yeah, we got them here too. Everywhere, every city got them now. We didn't have that when I was a kid, man.
Yeah, all under the interstate, man. It's like you see tents all over.
Skid rows everywhere now, isn't
it? Oh yeah,
right. I mean, but you see what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's spirituality. How many homeless people can I give a 6 month to a year home to get themselves on their feet?
Mm-hmm.
In mass, a little city, a little town, you know what I mean? Where everybody can support themselves, they can work for. I mean, this. I don't know, man. People say, well, prosperity is not wrong. I never said prosperity was wrong, but there's just something wrong to me. I have a daughter. You have a daughter. Would you borrow your daughter a $4 million house?
No,
I wouldn't. And if I had the money, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. There would be no purpose. Mm-hmm. Now, if she had 16 kids, then I probably would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's different.
Right. If I had 16 grandkids, you probably would need all that land. But even then, you can get that with $1 million. I mean, it's just some things I don't know, man. It just boggles my brain how we can justify certain things. But hey, when you got Jupiter at the 29th degree, I guess that happens, right? In Leo.
Yeah. Indeed.
But with that, we'll leave it at that. I just wanted people to really kind of have the ability to start to kind of if you got somebody in front of you pumping that noise, pop the hood. You know.
Yeah, especially nowadays. I mean, it's even setting a TD Jakes to the side. We're in the age of the Instagram guru. Um, there's a lot of social media influencers, as they call them, that are portraying themselves as spiritual gurus and stuff like that, or goddesses and spirit and spiritual gurus and stuff like that. So I mean, it's you want to. I mean, if you really want to see, what that person is looking like, see, you can check out their chart or something like that. If you call yourself following them,
you would be wise to do that.
Yeah,
because I checked mine out and he's bona fide, right? Certified, right? So you know what I mean. I ain't even worried. Like I'm like, oh wow, you know what I mean. So
indeed.
I just add that to the people. Get that to the folks. Use the knowledge to gauge who you're dealing with. Know who's who, right? This stuff is not just there just to kind of make you feel good. It's there to make you. There to make you wise, right? It's there to make you insightful and know who's who and who's not.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I think we've done a pretty good service to the people and given them some tools to use, right? To kind of take a look at yourself, look at other people around you, look at your if you have a mom or brother, sister, family that has a pastor, just hey, what's the pastor's birthday? You may not have the time, but you can still see certain placements. Jupiter exalted, Jupiter in proximity to the moon, right? Those things those are universal. You don't have to have a time to see those. And when you see them, you're like, yeah, okay. And not to say that all Christian pastors, preachers, or so forth are without knowledge. Many of them do have knowledge. I'm not faulting them for the system that they're in because they just may be misled. Right? Because there's a lot of good brothers and sisters that are in the church. Trust me, and they literally can be receptive to a lot of the knowledge, provided their Jupiter is healthy. Right? I've sat down and have very good conversations, very intelligent conversations with Christians, but they usually leaning outside of the church. They usually are at that point where they're kind of, I'm not in church, but I'm a Christian, kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then they, start studying and researching and listening, and then they open their minds and they actually say, you know what? In fact, this is my thing, right? When the Jehovah's Witness come by, I have a ball. We have a good time. They leave out of here. Every time they come, they leave different, right? I've never had one. The Mormons come on in, come have a seat. You came to my door, I didn't come to your door. Now you about to get a earful, and when they leave, they're like, "Woo! Don't knock on that door."
That's how you get them off your doors, right? That's how you get them.
Yeah, we don't have those problems around here yet.
Go ahead and talk to them.
No, come on in, have a seat. Yeah. Right when they see the setback trying, they're like, "Uh-oh." Yeah. And setback is lit, like eyes glowing and everything, looking like, "What's up?" Inspecting that soul, and they looking like, maybe we gon' head on out. Yeah. But I do it with Hebrew Israelites. I do it with everybody. I mean, if you come to my door, just be prepared.
Indeed.
But nonetheless, I think we've done, like I said, people a good service to give them some things to just contemplate and think about, and take a look around, get the date. You don't have to have the time. Just get the date. All right. See if you see a Gotcha Kasari yoga. See if you see a Brahma yoga. See if you see Jupiter in the 5th or 9th from the moon. Right. See if you see Jupiter conjunct Ketu too. That can be extremely powerful, spiritually speaking. So little things to just note, to kind of see, hey, Is it real? Is it live or is it Memorex? Y'all might be too young for that, right? Right. But when I was a kid, they used to have a commercial. You had tapes, right? When you actually had tapes, like
Yeah.
right, tapes was like, if you had a good tape, like a Memorex tape, the recording was clean, good, so they say if you played it, you shouldn't be able to tell if it was live or if it was Memorex, right? So
Yeah.
that's for the young folks, right? But
Indeed.
old heads know about Memorex. But yeah, if you want to know if it's bona fide, just pop the hood. It don't take much.
Absolutely. Well, with that being
Right there,
said,
before we go, where's your Jupiter, brother?
it's in Pisces.
In what house? Mm.
Yeah.
See there? Automatic.
Man.
Automatic spiritual, dude. Automatic spiritual portfolio, right?
Yeah, I got Rahu getting there, so that had me in church when I was a young buck. Like, man, what is it? I'm out of here, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool on this.
Yeah. Yeah, had you sipping that juice. You sipping that juice. That grape
Yeah,
juice.
man. Get that grape juice in
You
the
know you went down
office.
there for communion. I did. I went down there and got my communion. Like, give me my cracker and my
Yeah,
juice.
yeah,
Man.
absolutely.
For
Yeah, that was
sure,
some good
man.
grape juice, man. We figure out
It
what.
was, man. I'm telling you, when you said that, you wanted that grape juice. Like, boy, that was the best grape juice ever. Let me get some of that.
Yeah, man.
Dude, man.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, shoot, this episode was brought to you by Push Forward Media Group, Caliprucia Astrology, and our patrons over on Patreon. Remember, again, go follow us on Instagram at Cosmic Convos. That's at SMICCONVO on Instagram, and hit the link tree down there, link tree and the profile, and that's how you can find all our stuff. You can find the website, Push Forward Media Group with the Cosmic Convos page. There you can find all the different platforms that we're on. And like I said, maybe like in a week or so, might have another announcement of a new platform that we're on. We're just waiting for our official approvals and everything like that. And we're good like that. So again, want to thank you all for tuning in. It's another, good episode, and we'll be back next week with another great show for you. All right. So brother, you got anything?
No, it's kind of quiet on the scene. The planets seem to be kind of in their special positions. The only thing I say is just enjoy the peace that's around, because it's not going to be here for long.
Yeah, indeed.
Enjoy the peace. Bask in it.
Yeah,
because that's when you regenerate those waters. Those waters are new, so that you can come out on the other side and do your business.
Absolutely. Well, with that all being said, everybody, be good out there, and we'll see you next week. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Let's get it. So, peace. You are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Harut, and we got my good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, living and learning, enjoying life. How about yourself?
Can't complain, man. Just, getting it in day by day. And, I'm trying to get like you, Brother Ra.
Oh, brother. I wish I had it like you, my friend. Got all kind of magic tricks in your goodie bag, brother.
Man, indeed, man, indeed. But before we get too far, I wanted to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our good people over on Patreon. And this week, the people on Patreon are able to tune in live for this episode. So I see the people out there, man. Shout out to the patrons, man. And like I said, we're trialing this out. We're doing something a little different. And go ahead and type your questions in the chat. I could see them. I could see y'all also. You can type a couple questions in, and we'll definitely answer your questions. Most likely at the end, if you ask something and it's relevant, we'll tune it in the show. But we'll definitely get your questions in at the end or whatnot. So this is part of you go hit us up on Patreon, man. We you get to try out all the new goodies.
What it is.
Indeed. So, you can get with Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can find us on the web, spelled same as the Instagram handle. And you can also, when you go to pushitforward.com, you can navigate the Cosmic Convos podcast, and you can listen to the podcast there, and you can put in, your order for your Vedic astrology chart package, and we're giving a great deal on that for what you get. A lot of people you're getting into this stuff, and you're seeing all these different charts and stuff like that. You can hit us up, and you can definitely get that information for an excellent price. And on another note, if you're interested in consultations and classes, Brother Ra, how can the people get a hold of you?
Yeah, you can hit me up 3 basic ways. Caliprucia Astrology at gmail.com. That's my main vein. Then you can hit me up on IG or Facebook via Shechem Ra. So one of those will definitely get at me.
Indeed. So yeah, we're here at episode 19, season 2. We're cranking this thing out. I got a lot of real good feedback on the last episode. How about yourself?
Same here, my friend. Everybody seemed to be quite informed by the information we threw at them. So I hope this one goes the same length, goes just as hard, because we got some good information today too.
Yeah, it's an important one. It's especially to just the contemporary kind of astrology, dabblers out there. Mm-hmm. Just how we've been, brought up in the West, we're trained to look at one particular measurement. And, this one kind of gets a bit of a interesting, backseat. But I'm pretty sure today we're going to offer some, a position on this to really show the importance of this particular measurement or whatnot. Before we get rolling, though, I do want to get a couple, pre-Patreon questions. You ready to answer some questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we got one. Brother wanted to know, do we have the information to be able to analyze the age of Aries from the perspective of nakshatras like we did in the Pisces episode?
Absolutely, without a doubt. That's available. I mean, each age is 2,160 years, and so it's all measurement, right? 30 degrees equals that amount. So we could take a nakshatra, which is 13 degrees, 20 minutes, and break that down according to the time scale between from one aspect to the next. Definitely easily doable, but I think the real kind of juxtaposition is kind of understanding the Aryan energy in and of itself.
That's a documentary.
It really is. I
That's a
mean,
documentary.
that's a lot of information. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not gonna say a lot of information, but each one of these subjects is arcane and vast. So, for what we compact in this little bit of time, we could really make a show out of these things, like literally a series, like you were saying, on one thing, right? The age of Aries, and busting up and showing how each particular nakshatra from Kritika, um, to Baharani to Ashwini, absolutely. And if just as a side note, I mean, if you think about it, Ashwini, right, is between Ashwini and Pisces is a Gandanta, right, zone, or basically an area that doesn't bridge. There's no nakshatra that bridges the water signs and the fire signs, so it's considered like a drop-off zone, right? It's
Yeah.
like coming to a cliff and going down into a waterfall and landing into whatever's on the bottom, right? It's the same energy. And so if you just take a quick note of what happened between maybe 100, I don't want to say 100, but right around the time when the Christian church began to take over, that's when that flux would have switched between the Aryan age, right, and the Piscean age. And so that is easy to see when, and this period would have been during the Christian process where the Romans were, I guess, quote unquote, and this is all conjecture because I haven't done too much research on if that's true, because there's other sides that say that the Christians were doing a lot of the fighting. But nonetheless, at that time, right, the powers that be were in flux. Their power was leaving. It was waning, right? So you have the actual Roman Empire, which
Mhm.
is now falling and changing into the Holy Roman Empire, right? And so Nero, all of those like kind of wild, fiery-eyed Caesars at the time, right?
Yeah.
Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar, all of this, right? If you look in history, that point in time was a big nexus point, right? When a lot of things were moving, changing, and shifting, right? Egypt was giving up its goods Egypt was the breadbasket of Rome.
Hmm.
Um, Greece had been conquered recently by Rome. I mean, the Roman Empire was, for the most part, the United States of its heyday. And so, understanding that time zone between, quote unquote, I don't want to say the birth of Christ because that's something never happened, but from the time when the Catholic Church, I'm not Catholic Church, but the church really began to gain momentum, and Constantine made the declaration that we'll conquer by this symbol. That is that time frame, right? When that Aries is switching over to Pisces. And so that easily we can easily see that that is the Ashwini nakshatra, and Ashwini is extremely warlike and fast, right?
Yeah.
It's the quickest of all the nakshatras is Ashwini, right? In fact, its symbol is a horse-headed woman, right? So, right, most race car drivers, people like that really like the need for speed, have that energy very prominent in their chart. And so Ashwini, that aspect when things switched over so quickly and there was so much of a pinpoint of energy, right, then that shift over into the Piscean ages, which you see kind of as the residual that we're kind of dealing with now in the Christian era and so forth. So I hope that kind of touches on it a little bit. But again, we could spend literally hours and hours just on breaking that information down. So hopefully that helps.
Speaking of that Gardanta point, man, we about to go through some major Gardanta transits, coming up in the next month or so. Mars about to get busy.
Yeah,
And
Mars is about
and
to.
K2.
Yeah, Mars is going to switch over because he's going to do a little dance, right?
Yeah.
He's going to go into Aries, right, and then he's going to go back, right, into Pisces, and then he'll be back in the Aries in December as of December 23rd, right? So he goes into Aries right around what is it, August 16th, right?
Yeah.
And then I
Yeah.
think he goes into Pisces. What is it? Right around was it October 3rd? Right. So you'll notice right when October 3rd hits that Gandanta zone, between October 3rd and August 16th, that's that zone, right? That back and forth.
And then finally, when he's in Pisces and finish doing his thing, and he goes back, he'll be back in the Aries as of December 23rd. So this is a hot zone, right?
Yeah.
It's a major kind of.
And somebody mentioned, and the sun hits Gardanta too, right around this time too, from Cancer into Leo.
Yeah. Well, that's August 16th, right? Exactly. It's the exact same day, right?
Yeah.
So Leo actually, well, there's 3 planets that move over on August 16th. Sun, Mars, and Mercury all move into Leo. I mean, I'm sorry, all enter into Gandanta zones. So the Cancerian Gandanta zone is Sun, Mercury, and then Mars is at Pisces and Arian Gandanta zone. So definitely, yeah, it's a couple things happening right now that's coming up. But, the real thing, we kind of already talked about it, is what's coming up here in the next few months, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be quite interesting, though, knowing that the election that's coming up here is going to be quite a show. It's going to be a show. It's going to be something. Everything this year you can see has been right.
Yeah.
Because you have to take into, all of this is COVID, man. You got to understand, voting and COVID, they don't even have enough workers. I don't know if a lot of our patrons or our listeners follow the news a lot, but as a diviner and astrologer, I stay constantly tuned in. But they were showing on a report that they don't even have enough workers to work the actual polls because the workers don't want to work. Right, because of the fear of COVID,
especially November. And November is going to be.
I'm just saying, right? It's going to be interesting. And Mars, going back and forth between that, kind of what if fanciful, ungrounded energy of Pisces, and then into the automatic, makeshift, energetic, initiatic drive of Aries, and then back again, right? That leaves a lot of instability as far as making clear-cut decisions in your life. That's what Mars is all about.
Yeah.
His ability to live in that moment and to be okay with the decision in that moment. So are you going to reopen schools or are you not? That's what you're seeing kind of right now because Mars is in that Piscean energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some schools are open, some schools are closed, right? Some schools are going to do even jobs, right? There's jobs, there's just the martial energy likes to be direct, it likes to be focused, it likes to be unemotional, right? And so that Piscean energy is destabilizing it, right? It's causing it to feel inspired one minute and then concerned the next, right? Because that dualistic sign Mars doesn't do well in any dualistic sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning any mutable sign. And so when you know that, right, then you can kind of see, wow, right, Mars is kind of, in that position where it makes us feel as if taking action, right, is going to have some automatic recompense later on, right? Or taking action may not be adequate, or taking action it is confused, right? So when you get into Aries, then you want to take action, you're ready to take action. But then at that point, it's going to be slowing down slowly. And then right September 23rd, retrograde, right? And so when Mars begins to go backward, right, we beat up on ourselves. We don't have that self-confidence. We don't have that leap forward energy to get things done. And so you're going to see a lot of people are going to cower in and pull in, right, because of that energy. Right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite interesting to see, definitely.
Indeed. So, with all that being said, man, let's go ahead and, jump into today's topic, right?
Let's do it.
I thought we already hit it, but we didn't. We haven't done.
I thought we did, but we mentioned so many other things. It always ties in anyway. Right?
Yeah.
So.
Indeed. So, today, we're going to talk about the moon.
Right.
The importance of the moon, in the chart, and like I was alluding to earlier, was that growing up in the West, everybody is fixated on the sun sign.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sign, and it's the sun gets a lot of credit for a whole lot of stuff. That's when it comes down to Western astrology. But just from my experience and my own chart and looking at a bunch of charts is, is usually a reach. Sometimes some of the things that's attributed to that sun sign, not even taking in consideration the fact that it's, we're using a different measurement, than what they are. But what's your thoughts on that? Just, how those measurements have been presented, and then we could just go ahead and just get into the moon and what it significates in a chart.
Yeah, so let's talk about it, right? So remember, we did a show on, in fact, in the Aryan show, we talked about the Eastern versus Western kind of purview.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Eastern purview, to me, right, is one where male and female are balanced. Right.
Yeah.
But to the West, it would seem that it's feminine or has a feminine kind of backdrop, because in the East, the feminine goddess archetype is always personified and venerated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in the East, the woman is not someone that is a mystery or to be looked upon as something as lesser than, or someone or some aspect of humanity that is beneath man. It's a co-partnership type deal. Yeah. Okay. Look, I understand, right? A lot of old habits, a lot of old mentalities are still in the East, because women aren't always lifted to the highest level, as in we now say that the West has equalized the playing field, right? But in the East, truly, the woman was truly venerated in the sense that the goddess archetype was understood to have the Shakti, or the power that God needs in order to manifest in this world. And that is true.
Yeah.
I don't care how many seeds a man can spill. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hit fertile ground. Right.
Yeah.
And so everything in the West is the very antithesis, where the male energy is dominating, where the father, right, the patriarchal purview of governance and spirituality is pervasive. And so when you have that, it makes sense for a society to lean towards the energy that would be masculine and hot and dominating and controlling and so forth, whereas the feminine is not so recognized or venerated.
Yeah.
Right? And so it is denigrated, it's lowered to a lesser status. It's not looked upon as important. It's not looked upon as something that can be used to help structure society, right? It's all the father, male, son energy. Well, actually, the opposite is true, right? Right? Females
his
are the
eye
ones
is
that
on the
structure.
sparrow.
Right.
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 He.
Yeah. The female is the basis of society, right? And all structures that we have today, right, are pretty much based on her cycles. In fact, how long do the kids go to school in the West?
How many hours?
9 months, right?
Oh, yeah, 9 months.
9 months, right? The essence of that is, of course, agricultural, but also agricultural is tied into the lunar cycles.
Yep.
So even understanding how society works at the base level is still feminine, right? It's just masculine dominated. So in the West, the sun, right, is all of that. You can tell everything by the sun, which is the furthest from the truth.
Mm-hmm.
How many people have the same birthday as you? Right? Quite a few.
Yeah.
And they're all very different from you.
Absolutely.
So, taking that into consideration, and not only that, to add in that the dates, the information, the degrees are off by 24 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So that also adds into another level of confusion.
Yep.
And so understanding how this works, we have to pull back, right, and take a purview of what is really the way we should be looking at this and reading it properly as far as astrology is concerned. So the sun, right, is important because it's a time clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
It represents 1 degree every day, right? It does not change. It does not stop. It does not deviate, right? The moon does. So the sun has a very important purpose as far as timekeeping and making sure things are orderly, which is what the sun represents anyway. Orderliness, right? Control, right? Governance.
Yeah.
So, but the moon, right? She varies a little more. Of course, she's consistent too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she can't keep time by the moon, right?
No.
Right. I mean, and considering in Kemet, right, and in other ancient cultures, I don't want to just venerate Kemet to the point where it's Kemet, because there's other cultures as well. But nonetheless, in Kemet, right, we created sundials. Right. And sundials were used in other cultures too, but our sundials were, I mean, kind of top of the line, technologically speaking, right? You could really use them to gauge the time of the day. And of course, when that didn't work, guess what we used? We used a water clock. And water clocks are, by the drip, right? They would time it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, water is feminine, right? So when the
Mm-hmm.
sun goes down, you still got to use some feminine energy, right, to kind of keep a beat on things. So nonetheless, in the East, right, the moon, right, is where we look to get the personality type, not the sun.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, the sun, I don't know how many people got your birthday, but I know a lot of famous people got mine, and they're not even close to being who I am, right? So
Yeah.
that doesn't really work. So we
Yeah.
have to have something that is a little bit more, a lot more actually, tangible, right? In fact, something that we can even touch if we had enough fuel power. Now I know people say, "Oh, man never went to the moon," and all that. All right, I'm not going to argue that point today, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, right, I would acknowledge at some point, maybe not when they presented it, maybe not, who's to say, but we have been there, right?
Yeah.
And so the moon is tangible, it's touchable, right? It's palatable. You can feel it. You can feel the sun, of course, the heat from the sun, but I'm talking about when you're really sitting out on a cool night, when it's a clear night, you can feel the cool vibes, cool chi from the moon, right?
Yeah.
And so that cool energy, right, is actually responsible for the growth of plants and vegetation. It's responsible for the tides of the oceans, right?
Yeah.
There's statistics and studies that show that on full moons, right, it's unwise to do surgery because you bleed more.
Mm-hmm.
This is statistical fact, right? You
Yeah.
can go look it up and see. Wow. So if you ever wonder, and you got maybe a surgery coming up, and you see it's a full moon, don't go to surgery. Right? Better to have surgery during the waxing phase than the waning phase, right? Because the moon also rules blood. Right. Yes, I know Mars rules the actual hemoglobin in blood, but I'm talking about the actual fluid. The moon rules fluids.
Yeah.
Right. Your blood is saline, right? It has a saline quality to it, like salt water, right? So the consistency of your blood is still governed by the planet that pulls, right, and pushes and manipulates the waters on this planet, right?
Yeah.
So the moon, right, is so important in Jyotish that it gains the status of having its own chart called the Chandra Lagna, right? And
Yeah.
so it's that important in the sense that just like we can use the ascendant, and we should be using the ascendant all the time as much as possible. That should be the primary go-to, not the lunar chart, but the ascendant, right? But for all intents and purposes, the ascendant is conjunct with the lunar or the Chandra Lagna, right? The lunar chart. And so we read them in a symbiotic way to get a full picture of how you are.
Yeah.
We can't really do it we can do it with the ascendant to a great degree, right? But the ascendant represents certain spiritual aspects of you, where the moon represents other spiritual aspects. And people would ask, well, what are those, right? And so
the moon represents your astral body, right? It represents that part of it's called the Manomaya Kosha, right? Um, in the Hindu or Bharatian literature. And so it represents an actual part of your spiritual makeup. Literally, you have different bodies, right? This physical body is just one body. You have a causal body, and the causal body is represented by the sun in your chart, right? So you have a physical body, you have an astral body, you have a causal body, right? And there's other bodies too. You have a pranamaya kosha, you have other layers. But for just basic kind of breaking it down, right? You have a body, mind, and soul, right?
Yeah.
Well, the body is kind of an automaton, right? For the most part, it has a mind of its own, right? The body has a mind of its own. The people to say, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. You don't heal yourself. You don't digest your food. You don't beat your heart. You don't, right? You don't do any of those things. It's all automatic. It has a mind of its own, right? And that is what the ascendant/ascendant Lord represents. The whole complex of the ascendant, because it's not just the ascendant. There's the ascendant degree, there's the ascendant Lord, there's where the house, the sign, all of those things impact the ascendant. So when we say ascendant, I don't just mean that specific date, time, and place. I mean, there's a whole complex that goes with it. But the moon has a complex that goes with it too.
Yeah.
And so the moon is, and for this is what we must understand. The moon is the fastest moving planet in astrology, right? So it represents the constant pulse and change of your chart of life, right? Every day the moon is different. Every day, right? Every day the moon changes something about itself, right?
Yeah.
Being the fastest moving planet, it represents that part of us we call our mind. Right? And they say your mind changes quite often. Right?
Absolutely.
Momentarily so. And we're going to talk about a little bit about what that is and what the moon really is, right? So people can understand.
Absolutely.
So the moon has some pretty phenomenal things that are attached to it in astrology. One of which we use the moon to gauge another level of your personality. Now, here, let's talk before I even go there. Let's say this, right? Let's break it down. So the moon, right, provides, right, a substratum that we use in astrology called the nakshatras.
Yeah.
Right. And that substratum or that layer that we read underneath the chart or underneath the signs, underneath the rashis, right? That layer, right, is facilitated by the placements of the moon.
Yeah.
So the moon moves 13 degrees, 20 minutes every day, like a clock, right? 13 degrees, 20 minutes, 13 degrees, 20. And it does have some small variances, but not much, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much consistent. So the moon moves 13 degrees every day. Well, the ancients said, you know what, since it moves that amount per day, right, then that particular block, and those are connected to actual stars, right, constellations, then they take that block and say, well, that portion of that particular sign has a whole kind of separate undertone to it, right? And so there's 27 of those different undertones because it takes almost 28 days for the moon to create a lunar cycle.
Yeah.
So 27 days or 28, we do, some people say there's 28, 27, but it's a nominal argument, right?
Yeah.
27 is what we use, but that 13 degrees, 20 minutes, right, every day creates a slot. And that slot, wherever something lands, will register and grow because the moon is responsible for growth, right? Whatever is in that slot grows out of that particular, right, zone, which we call a nakshatra.
Yeah.
Now, going deeper, right, because the moon has other layers and other aspects to look at it from. These are when I say complex, this is what I mean. So the lunar complex is not only the Chandra Lagna, but where the moon is placed, literally the nakshatra that it's placed. That is another defining factor. Not only the sign, but the nakshatra.
Yeah.
And so what the science does, it takes it and just reduces it to the essence of what it is. And that's why it's so much more powerful than Western astrology, in my estimation.
Yeah.
So the moon now, since we've got nakshatras, we've got 27 different positions that we can extract deeper meaning out of, not only from the base sign, but from the nakshatra. Now it goes even deeper. It takes a level and it goes to taking the moon and understanding that the relationship between it and the sun, every day it moves from the sun, right? 12 degrees.
Yeah.
And that 12 degrees, right? 12 degrees, right? That creates what it's called a tithi. Thithi. Tithi. Tithi is another sliver, right? Or another way we actualize your personality. So, 15 of them, right? There's 15 different ones that we look at. Each one, so if you're born on a full moon, that's called Purnima. Purnima has a specific disposition to it, right? A very specific disposition. Purnima has a power that goes with it, right? And so it's not just, that your moon is full. It means that you have a whole set of personality dispositions that comes along with having that moon full, right? For example, like when the moon is full, right, the person typically has a very bright mind, right? Their emotions are usually fairly calm, depending, again, if other planets are imposing. I mean, the moon is the most sensitive planet of all the planets, right? The most sensitive. But they're definitely, right, they're good in relationships. They have an abundance of things. They're very lucky, right? Things fall in their lap without them really reaching very much for it. And if you think about it, because of that brightness that the moon represents in that person's chart, they take on that brightness. They take on that reflective quality that literally says, hey, you can't get me down. You can't really stop me. I'm going to get it. They do have some emotional battles sometimes because they can get very emotional, but the emotions typically bounce back very quickly, right? They don't like to take orders either, though, because they do recognize that they have their mind is full. Right? So understanding that, right? That's when we begin to understand that, the moon is very precious in our ability to estimate the characteristics of an individual. It goes even further, right? And that's why I was so fascinated by this science, because they take one thing and they really take it to the nth degree. Right?
Yeah.
So there's a next level called a Karana. Our Karana is 6 degrees. It's the amount of space between when the sun moves and the moon moves 6 degrees. So it's half of a tithi, right? And so they take that half and they further analyze your personality disposition. So we have all of that, right, to understand exactly who you are just from the moon. The sun, you can't do that with. You can't do that with the ascendant, right? So the moon is very, very special in the depth and the ability to provide a very well-rounded analysis of an individual's personality type. In fact, in Kemet, another way to understand it is that you have, what's called the Ka, right?
Yeah.
The Ka is connected to the moon, right? So your doppelganger, your astral body, right? When you go to sleep, the you that's you, right? That's the moon, right? When you literally vacate this vehicle, that what we, in the movies, they call it your residual self-image in the Matrix, right? But in your in your life, right, that's your astral body. And so when you leave, that still has a matrix. It still has a constituency to it, and it leaves and dies off after some time. But that astral body, right, is able to travel, do things. It's what you use. It's what a lot of magicians and spiritual masters use to send you messages, right, in your dreams, right,
Mm-hmm.
right. So because you have a life in your dreams, right? Have you ever noticed you sometimes have a reoccurring theme in your dream? Like it's kind of like similar in some way, right? Like this is weird,
Listen, I got
right?
yeah.
Right? The dream world is a whole, and that's the moon, right? And so let's unpack it, right, to understand what it is. So the one thing about Jyotish, right, and I'll brag on this stuff until the cows come home, because it really is the defining points of the sciences as far as astrology is concerned. But there's a yogic science that's aligned to science. It's not just because we read astrology and we know. No, there's a yogic system that we go to analyze what we're looking at when we look at you. And so there's three components to the moon. Most astrologers will, some, but most won't tell you about, right? And there's three components that we break down. Number one is called manas, Manas, right? Another one is called chitta, Chitta, and the other one is called ahamkara, right? Ahamkara, ahamkara, right? These are three aspects of what make up the moon. So the first aspect is called manas, which is the sensory filtering processing unit that we call the mind, right? Mm-hmm. And so what it does is basically it provides a screen, right, for things to come up. So when the senses send data up, right, the screen, right, which you call your mind, right, has to register and do something with this information, right? And so any type of, it's kind of like a circuit board, right? Or like it kind of directs where things should go and what should happen based on this thing that has appeared, whether it be internal or external, right? It's habitual. And so it has no volition of its own. It's automatic, just like the body. So most people think that they're thinking, they're not thinking, not properly, not thinking proper. The other thing is that it's associative, right? So this part of us is associative, meaning that it connects, let's say, cake with fun, right? Or it connects, right? It connects bike riding, right, with childhood, right? This is an associative process. This is what it is. This is what the moon does. It's associative. It has no volition of its own. It's just automatic. It is instinctual, right? And so it doesn't have the ability to truly make decisions. It reacts mechanically to circumstances, right? And so again, right, it's just an instrument. It's really not doing anything, but it's just like a computer.
It's just software. It's like the software,
package you
exactly. Came in with. Yeah.
That's it, right? It can easily be manipulated. Right, it's manipulated from day one. I mean, think about it. For all intents and purposes, the manas, right, which is a sensory filter, says, "Hey, I'm hungry," right, because the stomach's sending up, signals. Mm-hmm. Some babies sit and they'll, make a little noise or whatever. Da, da, da. Some babies cry to you can't stand it anymore. Like, oh my God, please. I have to literally breathe to endure this. So help, right? Some children literally cry it's a shrill cry. I don't know if you've heard of shrill cry. Like, oh my God, like let me help this child, right?
Yeah.
Some children, right, kind of temperate and they'll cry, but they won't, kind of let you know.
Yeah, my daughter get busy like that sometimes. That shrill cry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll test on a man. It sends hairs like up our body, like, oh, we got to do something, right? So, right. But each baby has their own. They're a baby. They have nothing other than hunger, diapers wet, sick, whatever sensory input is coming out. They have to let it out. But isn't it funny that they let it out in different ways already? There's no personality, quote unquote, yet, or is there? Well, there is. That's why the moon is positioned where it is. And so, understanding this, right? Because it reacts to sensory data, right? When you get it, right, then you understand that the moon, let's say the baby has the moon in Virgo, right? Virgo has a need, emotional need to fuss.
Yeah.
When I say fuss, to fix something.
Yeah.
Fussing is only because something's wrong. So you're just trying to fix it, right? And so that mental complex, right? That manas, the sensory operating apparatus says problem, talk, problem, say something, problem, articulate. Well, baby has no words, so it's fussy.
Yeah.
Right. When you become older, they say, well, use your what?
Words.
Words, right? Well, Virgo has a knack to have to use their words constantly.
Yeah.
Right. But at the baby, at an infantile stage, it was still there. So it came out as crying a lot. Well, they say he was a cry baby. No, his moon's in Virgo. I'm not saying all people with moon and Virgos like that. Trust me.
No, don't beat us up.
Yeah, don't run with that. But it does have some validity to it, right?
Yeah.
Because there's other factors that can change a whole lot of things. But you will notice that when the moon is in Virgo, that person has to articulate themselves in some degree, in some way, on a constant basis. Because remember, the moon is what? Cyclical, right? So we know that you have a pattern, a cycle that you run. We call it a script, right?
Yeah.
In priests, you learn how to change and rewrite the script. Right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it's a script. So the script of a Virgo says, hey, I have the emotional need to correct a problem. I have emotional need to tell you something's wrong. I have an emotional need to figure out why things don't feel right.
Yeah.
Right. And that comes off through the planet of Mercury, which gives it articulation. So the baby, right, still has that same moon mental complex, and it has to facilitate that in some way. The moon being in Pisces, very laid back, right, very reserved, very calm, very passive, right? And then the child maybe doesn't speak as fast. Takes a little longer because the need to express itself is less so because it's more in the spiritual or the internal aspect of things.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So maybe the baby's a little bit quieter. Maybe you ever seen the babies that just like look around all day? Like I've seen babies like that's all they do. He's always doing. like what's going on? Because some babies are focused. If you ever paid attention.
Yeah.
Right? Some babies are looking at you. They're looking at that, right? Some babies are like, where am I? Like, how did I get here? Like, what's going on? Yeah, that's that moon in Pisces type disposition.
Yeah.
Because it's still kind of, this is the astral body. And so the Piscean realm, the Piscean energy is still otherworldly.
Mm-hmm. Man,
so they're still, go ahead.
I know a baby that's, what's it? Her moon's in Sag. And she might, when you see her, you don't think she can talk. She'll sit there, she'll look at you and brew, and then just spit out something amazing. You're like, where the heck did that come from? Like, that's what she do. She just sit there and study all day, and then she'll spit out an articulate sentence. Like, where the heck did that come from?
Exactly. Because that's the manas. Yeah. It's a sensory filtering mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
So if something comes up, it says, hey, do it this way.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's repetitious as well. Mm-hmm. Right. That's why people have personalities, because they're stuck in that complex.
Yeah.
Right? And so understanding that's one aspect of the mind is manas, the sensory aspect, filtering aspect of it. Right. The next aspect to talk about is what we call chitta. Now, chitta is basically just nothing but memory.
Mm-hmm.
And the moon, right, is responsible. It's kind of like the storehouse for memories. Right. So see how, and this is,
like a hard drive.
Kind of, sort of, yeah, like a hard drive. Exactly. Think about it like this, y'all. The moon has three aspects. It's not just the moon. We have manas, which we've talked about as the filtering process. So if it filters, just like any type of glass, if I put purple over it, it's only going to allow purple light to come through.
Yeah.
Right. If I put green, it's only going to allow green. Right. Well, that's what the manas does. It says red. Right. Red light. So whatever, if sex comes up and red lights there, it's a go. Right. Because the sensory apparatus can say, hey, it's automatic. But if patience comes up and there's a red light, we got a problem. Right.
Yeah.
Red light, you said, means stop, but red light literally just to get your attention. The color red is actually moving. It moves you. Right. And so that red color, which causes action, right? When you have to process inaction, reservedness, patience, calmness, right? The mind sensory apparatus breaks down.
Yeah.
Right. And then you have, right, an emotional reaction. That's how it works. On the sensor, on the mana side, there's other things, right? With the moon. The next level of the moon we look at is what is called chitta. Now, chitta is the memory storehouse of things. And what we say chitta, it means that not only the memory as in this life, but in past lives too.
Yeah.
Because the moon is the past. That's all it deals in is the past. It doesn't deal in the future.
Yeah.
How do we know? Because the memories are past. There's no future memory. Right? By itself, inherently, it means past.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So because everything is hindsight, they say hindsight is 20/20, right? When you look back over your life, right, and you see the stages, right, of your development, you'll notice at some point there's a schism when you start to mature, right? You can control the impulses that come through the sensory apparatus, the manas, but they come out of the chitta, which is the memory bank. Right. Now, let's say there's and now chitta is twofold, right? It's passive and aggressive. It's passive and active, right? It's passive in the sense that it just throws up memory. So basically, it's just like a screen. It's like all it does is just throws them up.
Yeah.
Right. It just regurgitates it. Just boom, 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 constant, boom, boom. But right, it's all based on what you were imbibed with when you came through. Now, here's how you know karma's real, because you didn't choose that operation when you came in. People say, I chose my life. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't choose your life. You didn't. The choice is our choice is an illusion, first of all, right? There is no choice, right? When we may do a show on fate, right, that has some kind of connotations, karmically speaking.
Yeah.
Right. But they didn't choose that. Not in the sense of choice. See, choice.
Not like you just went, I want my life to be like this and like this. Like, it's more like options. Like, this is what you got.
It's like this.
Walk through this door.
It's like this. Either you're reborn or you're reincarnated. Most people are reborn. Most of you didn't reincarnate. Most of you defaulted into this body. And you chose the time to come back to fulfill that need. Yes, but that is automatic as well. See, time is the master key to all things other than consciousness, right? Because consciousness supersedes time.
Yeah.
But time is the next big boy on the block, right? And so time, right, is a window, and it creates a matrix, right, when you enter into it. So it literally organizes everything at once. Yeah. And so when you enter in that time, right, you default to the parents that you literally need to facilitate that rebirth process. I didn't say reincarnate. I said rebirth. The difference is when you reincarnate, you are at an advanced stage where you can enter into time instead of defaulting into time. If everyone chose, we would have a different world.
Yeah. I mean, in Kemet, it's depicted, beautifully. If you don't pass that final judgment, your mind
I'm
is
a wit.
eight. Your mind
I'm
is
a
eight.
wit.
Is eight.
I'm a wit. Pride, right?
Yeah.
Over emotionalism and outright just being conniving, right? It's gonna take you back. That's the crocodile, the hippo, and the lion. Pride, right? Unemotional. See, the animals would kind of break it down to you. The crocodile, he's sly, right? You don't even know he's there until you're big.
Yeah.
Right. So it represents that part of us, that instinctual aspect that literally takes over and causes you to literally react to situations as if you have no mind. Right. It's like instant. Pride is another, right? And they always say before a fall goes, what does it say? What's the statement? A fall always goes before pride. That's true, because pride makes you insular. You can't receive knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And then the hippopotamus, which represents unbridled emotion, because the hippopotamus actually is these are the most three dangerous animals in Africa, by the way, y'all. Right? The hippo will take you out faster than a lion will.
You don't want to run with no hippo.
No. Right? Right. So these are vicious animals, right? And it represents that aspect of us, that uncontrolled animalistic part of us, that when you literally live that way, that aspect has to be reborn. Not reincarnated, reborn. You die a second death, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you are reborn, it's kind of like, okay, you defaulted to this. People say that's kind of cold. No, it actually is very merciful, because if you defaulted, and that part of you that understood that default, that entered into that time zone, that consciously did. When we say you consciously entered in, that is what is inherent in kind of what they're talking about, choice.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a part of you that is conscious before you enter.
Yeah.
That is turned off, and then you play it out. Play your best hand, right? But when you're reincarnated, you choose your parents bring you to a level of self-realization quickly. It happens. And it's in the West, we kind of don't have it too much, but some of us still have it, even though we've kind of come through a Christian paradigm. Some of our parents still have enough to kind of say, you know what, check that out. Even though they may not really say or do it, it's something inherent that you live out through them, that they're living out through you. It just works that way.
Like the life experiences will.
Like my mother's a Christian, right? But before all of that, I saw her. She was into a lot of different stuff, and so that's when I'm like, what's she into, right? The apple don't never fall too far from the tree, as they say, right?
Yeah. So,
if you have a spiritual child, you're usually very spiritual, right? And you usually attract a spiritual mate. This makes sense, right? Because you're attracting that person, you're bringing them through, right? You're the vehicle, and they're going to come out to continue that spiritual process and work. So that's reincarnation. They're different, right? Most people are reborn. So get that out of your head that you choose, quote unquote, right, to come back. You don't. What you can choose is, while you're in life, to learn to live properly and leave properly, because there is a way to leave in death. You should die in peace, right? When you are actually at a funeral, there should be no crazy music and no crazy people, right? For black folks, it's kind of hard sometimes, right? Because everybody comes out at the funeral, right? Yeah. Right? But it's not only the way you come in, but it's also the way you leave.
Yeah.
And so that's why our ancestors made such a big deal about, right, the death process. But back to the moon, right? So the moon, right, we said, is Chitta. Chitta is the memory bank that throws up things. Now, remember I said it's passive and active. When you go to sleep, it becomes what?
Passive. Oh,
you don't make your dreams.
Yeah.
You don't make your dream world. You didn't. I mean, I know you meet different people in your dreams, right? You didn't make these people up. I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. For me, maybe I'm simple, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
some of this stuff is just mind blowing to me. But you can't make up your dreams.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make up. Now you can take something into your dream, yes, but whatever you take in, the mind is going to arrange that in such a way that it facilitates what it needs to have done based on whatever the dream is, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is that's taken in, rather. But if you don't take anything in, you still have a dream.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole slew of things. I mean, think about it. Throughout the conscious
Oh,
day,
no, I see what you're saying. You're saying the mind is active.
the mind is active.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
are
yeah.
not.
Yeah, okay.
See, when you're awake, when you're awake,
Mm-hmm.
right? That keyword awake, because are you really awake, right?
Yeah.
Because remember, the manas is constantly running. Manas is constantly running. The mind is constantly running. It constantly goes. When we say manas, we're talking about the mind that is the sensory aspect, the filtering screen. It's always there. Always has something there. Chitta is what is the stuff that comes up on that screen. Right? That's what chitta is. So it's what pops up on the filter screen, right? But if there's no sensory information coming from the outside, that's when it's passive, it turns on and becomes active when the dream state or when sensory deprivation kicks in. Sensory deprivation is an exercise that was experimented on in the 60s and 70s, and especially when the LSD era kind of hit. But what they did was some phenomenal research in that and you should watch a movie called, oh man, it slipped my mind that quick. It'll come back to me. Crazy far out movie, but got some serious truths in it.
You're not talking
Anyway,
about
in the 80s.
Oh no, I was thinking about another crazy movie. That's you seen Jim Carrey, Eternal Sunshine, and Spotless Mind.
I've never seen that. No.
It's an interesting movie. It's deep.
In this movie, the guy goes back and he tries to travel to South America to get the secret of ayahuasca.
Okay.
But this is in the 80s. It's like a real, like a big production movie. But he goes down there, he takes the ayahuasca and changes his whole. You just have to see the movie, right? But in the movie, they do a lot of testing with sensory deprivation, and sensory deprivation is the same thing as what we call in pratyahara. Pratyahara is a yoga practice where we literally control the sensory apparatus. We concentrate long enough to hold the same thought, right? And exclude all other thoughts, right? But nonetheless, in the system, you have you have manas, you have chitta, which is passive and active. See, manas is passive. All it is a screen. And that screen can only hold so much at a time. And it can only allow so many thoughts to filter in without having either some resistance or problem. Right? Chitta is what's thrown up. The other aspect of it is called the ahamkara. That is what is called the I-ness principle. And all things have that, right? Because all things have mind, right? But the ahamkara means that you ever see a dog and the dog knows another dog, right? It knows you're a human. It knows that's a cat. It knows that's a dog. But there's no words in the brain of the dog. But there is a device. There is a mind in the dog. The dog has mind too. That's why you're able to control the dog's mind through your own mind. If you're calm, the dog is calm. If you're heightened, the dog is heightened. Everything's a reflection. Just like, and these little movies that come out. This little Jaden Karate Kid, right? Remember in there, and he had the serpent. And the serpent, he was like, nah, the serpent is calm because he's calm, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, right? Dogs have a sense of smell that's 400 more times more powerful than you, so they can smell fear. Right? And literally, if you're calm, your manas, right? I mean, your chitta, your whole mental complex is calmed through the breath, which something outside of that has to do that, and that's a whole nother conversation, right? But that manas, chitta, ahamkara being calmed down, that process where the thoughts are not coming up as fast and they're not going down. They're constant. They're coming up, staying, being understood, let go back down, right? That's the process for meditation. Well, when you're actually in a situation, if you're calm, things that are around you remain calm, right? That's the understanding that ahamkara, right, is innately in every creature, humans and animals, right? So that part of us, that complex, the mental complex, which we can break down now into manas, which is the sensory filtering device, right? The chitta, which is the storehouse memories that is active and passive, and the ahamkara, which is the sense of identity or the I-ness, right?
Mm-hmm.
All those things make up the moon in your chart, right? So when we look now, how does that work, right? So let's say the moon is in Capricorn, right? So the moon, remember, is the most sensitive planet of all the planets. Okay? So when we say sensitive, we're saying the moon or that part of us develops a sensitivity to something. And so the moon in Capricorn develops a sensitivity to being serious, to regularity, to rules, to order, right? The ahamkara identifies, right, and says, hey, these sensory apparatuses are what's comfortable for me, because the moon is about comfort, right?
Yeah.
So the comfort zone for me is in orderliness. The comfort zone for me is being serious. That's the comfort zone. You know, people that stay in that zone
Mm-hmm.
never come out, right? We're looking at the complex of the moon, right? They're very serious when it comes to getting things done. They're very responsible, right? They have the ability to. They have a propriety sense. They have a propriety sense. They're sensitive to propriety.
Yeah. I
Right?
mean, look, my I hate to always be talking about my daughter, but she already has a schedule.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, she wakes up at a certain
Our
time.
moon's in Cat.
Yep. She wakes up at a certain time. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she eats at this time. She does everything.
Regulated.
Yep.
Right? They're very mature. They mature fast. Right? They grow up quick. They don't dilly dally. Right? And so, it also it gives them the power to be industrious too, though, hardworking, disciplined. Well, why? See, the moon represents the part of us. It represents on Earth things that flow, that have a rhythm, right? And so it represents cycles and habits. It also represents water. And again, we said liquid, right? All these things you need to have life, right? So we could say, in fact, in astrology, we call the moon the Jiva Atma. Jiva means life, living, the living Atma, or the living aspect of the soul, the living soul, right? It's called Chaya in Hebrew, right? But nonetheless, right, when the moon is actuated by Saturn, Saturn has some specific energetic patterns that affects the moon's processing. And so Saturn is cold.
Mm-hmm.
So when the sensory apparatus receives a message, right, and the message is, I'm hungry, right? Well, Saturn, right, has a threshold to deal with pain a little bit more than other signs. They do without a lot better because Saturn represents scarcity. In fact, because of Saturn's coldness and the moon's sappy, juicy energy, right, Saturn dries it out. So they become dry in nature.
Mm-hmm.
The moon loses its juiciness and it becomes drier, becomes more serious, right? The moon is also slow, right? Saturn is also slow. So Saturn's regulation, right, that slowness, that methodical processing causes the mind to slow down.
Yeah.
But it causes them to think deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your mind is moving slower, the thoughts come up. The chitta releases the thoughts what? Slower.
Mm-hmm.
The manas, which is the screen that says, okay, is it blue or red? Is it green, yellow? What is it? Oh, it's blue. Well, blue matches, right? So we cool, right? There's orderliness. We good. When red comes up, hey, you got to be on order. You got to be on task. There's now a dictatorial process that comes out too.
Yeah.
So understanding that, right? That mind complex, again, manas, chitta, ahamkara, right? And we say ahamkara. Now the person identifies with that, and they can say, "Hey, well, I want to be a lawyer," right? Because the mind registers cold, hard facts.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It remembers those very well. Has a keen affinity to acquiesce things that are organized, regulated, right?
Yeah.
So they make very good lawyers, and lawyers become judges, right? They don't mind doing jury duty at all. They probably would like to do it, right? Because they understand and appreciate and reflect, right, that discipline, that orderliness. And so that's how we look at it, right? We know that the chitta releases the thought slowly. We know that the sensory apparatus, which we call the manas, says I can either send or I can accept or reject. I can and then the ahamkara says I identify, right, with that. And so that is the moon in and of itself, right? Again, we could go deeper because whatever is around the moon imbibes. It doesn't have a filter. So if Mars is there, moon picks it up because it's a sensory apparatus device.
Yeah.
It's going to throw up fiery memories of athletic stuff, athleticism, memories of combat, memories of bullies and fighting and all those things. Those are all what the chitta is going to hold. And the mother, which also is represented by the moon,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's going to have that same disposition. So we're seeing not only the person, but we're also seeing the mother. And we can use the Chandra Lagna now to see the mother's life. Right? Because the mother is literally the first you, the first aspect of you that you're able to recognize.
Yeah.
The ahamkara. Right? The ahamkara says, me, somebody helps me, feeds me, clothes me, mommy.
Yeah.
Right? And doesn't have to be the physical mother, biological either. It could be anyone that facilitates that role.
Yeah.
It's automatic. It's passive.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is how they get you into church. This is how you some of y'all stuck in the church and eating chitlins and smoking cigarettes and doing all the things that you do, right? Because they know that at a certain age, you are defenseless.
Yeah.
You have no barriers. Your mind is like a sponge. So you're going to absorb and regurgitate, absorb and regurgitate, absorb and regurgitate. And by the time the person's 28, which is when you get your frontal lobes active, it's too late.
Yeah. You locked in.
And then you have to break something to remake something. And the breaking process is usually life events that causes you to realize that ain't working. Right? You got to say, oh, that pattern, which we call the mind, the moon, right, is repeating and it's not working. Then someone has to take the needle up off the handle and reset, right?
Yep.
That is not manas, the moon. Don't do none of that. That's something else, right? But nonetheless, right, understanding how that works. Now we get a good beat on when we say the moon in the chart, what we mean, right?
Yeah.
What we're looking at, how we read it, right? We also look at the seventh from the moon for your relationships too. Your mate is in the projections of your emotions. The moon is the housing device that projects the emotions. So you are projecting, the moon is whatever is seventh from it is in a 100% aspect from the moon. So it's projecting that, and you get back what you project. So we're saying, hey, in relationships, you're projecting an Aryan disposition because you're trying to conquer. You're trying to run things. You're trying to be the boss. You're trying to be independent. You don't even really want to stick around long enough, right? Well, then you're going to attract someone that tries to counterbalance and show you those dispositions.
Yeah.
Right. So again, right, I think we'll leave it at that. I think we went pretty good to the moon, right? I would say, right, a lot of information has been disclosed, right?
Absolutely.
About the moon mind complex and reading it through, right, a chart. And you go back and you start having fun with it and you say, wow, my daughter, right, her instrument of thinking is designed to deal with things that are reduced. Bare essential, right? Serious to the core. So all the fluff don't move her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is where you'll come in as dad, because dad has got some of that seriousness too. Dad has the ability to say, look, I'm on this path. I have discipline. I do this in a regulated way, right? They appreciate that. They really do. Right? So, and then the thing about it is that the moon in Capricorn, a lot of times will lean towards the father, many times.
Mm-hmm.
Because the mother is already designed and receiving that cold energy, right? Being, at the time, and we say, what else does it mean? At the time, the mother was very serious, meaning she was very responsible. Like, oh my God, I'm about to have a baby. This is going to change my life. I got to wake up. I got to get on it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mother was that way when the baby popped out. Trust and believe. Right?
Indeed.
Moon in Libra, the mother was in love. She was thinking about the relationship or the mate was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. Right? Just things like that you can gauge, right? Just the moon's placement. So, I mean, again, it's a complex, right? When we say the moon, we're not just saying the moon, we're saying a mind complex when we read astrology. So that's one of the secrets most people don't know. I've never heard of anyone discussing that before in regards to how the mind and the moon works in astrology.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's a deep piece, man. Yeah, I mean, I can't see how you could, be an astrology teacher or a student and just glaze over the moon. Because I think the most common thing that I hear from a lot of Western astrologers is that the moon is like just your what did I say, like your inner thoughts or something like that, or something to that nature is real glossy. I know there's deeper Western astrologers out there, but as far as what's perpetuated, what's out there, it's interesting.
Yeah, I've never heard of a moon chart in Western astrology. Doesn't mean it's not there, but I've never seen it in vogue.
Yeah.
I've never seen it like unless they are kind of mixing the two, but most of the time it's the sun sign that holds the key.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not true. You don't develop anything. You don't even come on. Okay, you don't have the you until you're 28 years old. That's when you get the ability to use your frontal lobes. It doesn't mean you're using them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because how many times are we doing things to shut them down, to do the very opposite of what we're trying to get to when we get to 28? So by the time you're 28, the diet, the sugar that we've eaten, the tobacco that we smoke, the lack of exercise, lack of rest, proper sleep, constant stress, decreasing the frontal lobe capacity to some degree, to the point where you've given yourself a lobotomy before you've even turned 28 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so when you're 28 and then you wonder why, well, hey, you're grown. They're 35, but they're still acting like they're what? 15.
Yeah.
because the sensory apparatus has been so damaged and conditioned over time that it can't break that habitual process by realizing that when adversity comes, it's a wake-up call, and they go back to the default zone and they repeat and fail.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a spiritual underlining meaning to Saturn return too, because that means that it's time to break, right? It's time to sever with the childhood apparatus, the moon mental complex, and to wake up to the other part of you, which is the sun sign, which turns on at a later date. Right?
Yeah, that there's a, one day, that whole science of, the moon, and just it's how it manifests psychologically in people's lives is going to be key. And kind of a lot of the things that we see right now, we're seeing, without getting too specific, but like a full-on embracement of that initial programming, in various aspects of life. That initial programming that people come up with is what they are completely identifying with, and it's almost becoming mainstream, academic thought. You know what I'm saying? But I think it them going so hard in that direction, at some point something's gonna break that and bring forth the actual truth, because that has a bunch of unintended consequences that we're gonna start seeing in the coming generations.
No doubt. I mean, they say, I mean, it's a premise. I say everything that people preach in religion, it's a premise.
Yeah.
So let's see if your premise is correct.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, if I turn the other cheek, will that change the heart of the individual that I'm dealing with? Not knowing, right, that there are spiritual laws in operation outside of what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
See, that's in the realm of chesed or ma'at, right? And there's a science to that. It's not just you go in and you just turn the other cheek and all that. No, none of that, right? And there's a premise, right? There's a premise that I can pick up snakes, right? And I'm gonna be fine based on the premise that I read in the Bible. The premise said I can hold snakes and cast out demons. Well, you pick it up, you get bit, right? Your premise was wrong, right?
Yeah.
Right. If I take this grape juice and eat this cracker, right, tomorrow I'm gonna have a better life. Right? That premise doesn't seem to be working for 2,000 years. But hey, who am I arguing?
Indeed.
But you know what I mean? That's what you come, in spiritual training, right? You come to live out a premise, right? I'm made in the likeness of a piece that nothing can disturb, right? That's going to be challenged. The premise will be, let's see if the premise is right, but at least the premise is conscientious and is well thought out. Right? And so that leaves a different approach to problem solving when the premise can match something that would require the ability to use that premise and overcome that adversity. Right. So, right. Again, but the mind is the sponge that absorbed that premise at a very early age.
Yeah.
I went to church. I went to 2 churches when I was young for a long time. So I went to Pentecostal I went to Catholic church from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Had a breakfast break from 8 to 9. And from 9 to 12, we were in Pentecostal church.
Man,
every Sunday. Bible study every Wednesday. Youth night on Friday.
I would have had a hard time growing up in your household, man.
Well, I'm Libra ascendant. So look, Libra ascendant, right? Libra ascendant, their 4th house is Capricorn. And it was no joke. It was orderly, regulated, structured, disciplined. You better not talk back. Children are meant to be seen, not heard, right?
Yeah.
Right? And you better not even think about trying to challenge that order, or you're going to have a major problem. And I understood those rules, and we didn't have a problem.
Yeah, my Rahu would have been jumping all off.
I got problems when I got older. I said, my Ahamkara and Manas wasn't filtering that. Like, The moon got something else going on, reverse, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, right? That's how we grow up, is in that Christian paradigm, and it has premises. You have to live those premises out, whether you get and to use it. And some of the premises work, they do. I'm not gonna say all of them are false, but when you start having the premise of Santa Claus, no, you have Easter Bunny and everything else. We know as adults it's not real, right? But again, we feed our children false premises.
Yeah.
Right? And so feeding them false premises, we wonder why they lie. We wonder why they tell tales. Yeah, well, we know because you were telling the tale to yourself and to me too, right? I was 7, I busted them. I came out like, oh, y'all put it up, huh? Got you. Christmas is done. Right? Premises was busted, right? Automatically. I've had a premise busting childhood constantly, because going up in 2 churches was like, no, they didn't do the same thing over here that y'all doing. Y'all's premises is different, but you say the same thing. So quite interesting, right? But I think at this point, I think we got a good show. I think we've given the people some good information to use, to go off of, and to kind of even apply at some point, looking at their own charts or other people's information.
Absolutely. And the good thing is a lot of the questions were answered just throughout the show. Yeah, pretty much all of them were answered. Everybody who typed in here. Yeah. So yeah, we think we good money, with that being said, I want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipusha Astrology, and our good people out there on Patreon. For everybody who's still hanging with us on Patreon, let us know, how this format works for you. You know what I mean? If you like it, and stuff like that, man, maybe some tweaks, different things like that we can, apply to this to make this a even better experience and stuff like that. I can say I like it, man. I'm looking here, I see the comment threads and stuff like that. Brother shouting out stuff. Yeah, I mentioned the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. You should watch it. It's a crazy movie. Somebody, all right, I know who this is. Yeah, he said, yeah, that movie was cray. It's deep. It's deep.
I have to check it out.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. So, like I said, we're always growing and, kind of enhancing and, just trying to build the podcast out, take it to the next level and stuff like that. Trying to get on Joe Rogan's level.
Hey.
Or whatnot. So,
shoot for the moon and you be amongst the stars. I'm with it. Let's get it.
Indeed. So, if you good, Brother Rob, man, I think we can go ahead and close it out right here, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Indeed. So, we'll be back next week, with another, good show for you. And again, give us your feedback, and let us know you got some other ideas, different things like that, and we'll definitely take them in consideration. All right. So with that being said, we're out. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got our good brother Ra. How you doing?
All right, brother. How about yourself?
Like I said last week, man, I'm just trying to get like you, man. Just trying to put it together.
Oh man, if I had it like you, man, we'd be all right.
I'm telling you, you got it, man. You got it. Indeed, indeed. So, before we get too far, man, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipusha Astrology, and our good people on Patreon. Um, so again, like we've been doing these past few weeks, our patrons, they got access, to a new format that we're trialing out. So, we definitely appreciate the feedback that we've been getting. Just continue to look at it, break it apart, some things we could do better and different things like that. And, y'all help us get it together, and then we'll bring it, to our whole listenership and whatnot. And I think it'll be a good component to help, take our podcast to the next level. People need a visual. People like to see. People like to see you. The audio podcast game is excellent. People love that too. They listen to it in the gym, listening to it on their commute and stuff like that. But I think, people also like to see, what's going on and stuff like that. So definitely down for that.
Indeed.
Indeed. So, once again, thank you to all the patrons and all your contributions and, all the assistance that you've been giving us. But as far as specifically to Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. On Instagram, you can find us on the web at the same handle, pushitforward.com. Ninth Lord Films as well. You can find us on Instagram at Ninth Lord. That's the number 9th Lord.com. Mm-hmm. And make sure that for those of you who listen and you don't have your Vedic astrology chart, hit us up on pushitforward.com, at Cosmic Convos, link there. And we have the, Vedic, you can get your Vedic astrology chart package with all your Vargas, your Ashtak Varga. We haven't really talked about that on the show that much, but I'm pretty sure we will at some point. You get all that stuff for real, for a steal for what you get or whatnot. So definitely check us out there and, go ahead and get that, for you, for your family, for your mate, for your friends, the whole nine, right? We try to get it on Instagram, man, but Facebook and Instagram, it's interesting navigating their rules and stuff like that. So, we're working on that, but you can get to that option from pushitforward.com. Brother Ra, how can the people get a hold of you?
Kalapurusha Astrology at gmail.com. You can hit me up on Facebook or IG via Shekhem Ra. Either one of those would definitely get at me. Most people have been using Facebook and Kalapurusha Astrology at Gmail. So that's usually the way people get a hold of me. But any one of those would definitely work.
Indeed. So, yeah, man, we're here, season 2, episode 20 or whatnot, man. Episode 19, I've received great feedback from that episode. A lot of people really, appreciated that. Because the moon, for most people, just, the general public and stuff like that, is the moon is not something that, they're looking at often. It's all fixated on the sun sign. And so I think, a lot of things got cleared up for a lot of people, in regards to the importance of the moon and, just all the different, I'm going to use your word, the imports, all the different, things that it embodies in your chart.
Yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Absolutely. Yeah, indeed. And I've had, people hit me up, like, as far as like, right now, we're in a, interesting space, there's a lot of gender politics going on and stuff like that. So a lot of people wasn't looking at, just the presentation of astrology from, a gender politics perspective. It's a little patriarchy in in the presentation that we've been getting. So I think that was mind opening for a lot of people as well.
Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I got a lot of positive feedback. A lot of my students actually liked the show. So that was pretty cool. Um, a couple of people that really kind of tapped my shoulder and really let me know they really didn't understand how to look at the moon from an astrological perspective. And now looking at it, they understand that it facilitates so many different things that they get a bigger and broader picture of not only their own charts, but other people. So I definitely got a lot of positive feedback on that podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me personally, just, looking at the moon, one of the things that I looked at first when I started getting into this science is, I was actually able to see, what kind of things configured to, make my mom transition when she did. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that has to do with the moon. It actually happened in my moon dasha. Interesting transits going on. So that was one of the first things that I did when I first started looking at the science and whatnot. So the moon is, especially for me, I'm a Cancer ascendant, so
then it's a major impact for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime it rules 1, 4, 7, or 10 a Kendra house, it's gonna make it. And then of course it rules the ascendant, which is the Kendra house, right? As far as who you are.
Yeah.
So by all means, yeah, it's gonna have major implications in your chart. Anyone else's chart for that matter that has a similar position.
Indeed. So yeah, man, it's kind of getting into I did want to mention one thing. I don't know if you has been able to check this out, but there's a show on Netflix called I think it's called Indian Matchmaking. You heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, man. It's Jolts is all through that thing on
Really?
Netflix. Yeah, Vedic astrology they got an astrologer right there on deck.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, Indian matchmaking, man. My mate was watching it, and she's like, "Look."
Already. Yeah, I'm about to check that out. Yeah, I'm about to check that out for sure.
Yeah, so we see some, Jolts is getting some mainstream pub over here.
Indeed. It's actually gaining a lot more popularity right now because just India itself is, a lot more in the know and in the flow of things. So it's just the way it's the sign of the times. 10 years ago, even it wasn't really that in vogue. Now it's becoming more popular, but it's still not as popular as Western astrology. But give it some time. We'll see.
Yeah, man. Western astrology, man. I mean, my hat's off. I mean, the marketing and just to have it in everybody's, kind of psyche, like,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're a Cancer. You're, that's a talent, right, man. That's
it is. It really is. Man.
It
really is.
Indeed. So, I guess before we get into today's topic, which is a very important one, I think, part of kind of, what we're doing right now, because we're in different times, it's a balance between, theoretical presentations and also, things that we can utilize. I mean, we have these post checks that we do, and then we also have other shows that, just kind of, provide tools, to kind of help us navigate and, what do we even look at the science for in the first place and stuff like that. So, real quick, we do got a couple questions. You want to answer a question, Brother Ralph?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So, first question is, when analyzing mundane astrology, do the use of does the Vargas come into play into that when looking at a chart of a country? Or A city.
Well, Vargas are charts that are based on specific times.
Yeah.
And so there's a few charts that have some very specific times for a mundane for a country, right? But they're harder to come by. The United States, as everyone kind of knows, is my little band, my little wagon I drag around as far as toting what it is. But and you read the article itself, but there was a process that really is hard. It had to go through a vetting, to at least have some solid, a solid time. And me personally, you can use them if you feel that, or I don't say feel, but if you perceive and have solid data and things that back it up, and you've done some maybe rectification and looked at some dates and kind of tied it all in, then yeah, I would say you could use Varga charts in a mundane astrological analysis. But again, you really have to make sure that time is precise. Without the time being exact, then you're fudging, especially when you get beyond the D3, right? Which the D3 is basically a Draconic chart, or we break things down every 10 degrees. That's fairly safe with the time. Anything that goes beyond that, you're getting you're a little iffy, because then the time is just going to change everything. The timing has to be impeccable to use Vargas effectively, right? Your body can get something because the D9 changes with each pada, right? In the natal chart. So every 3 degrees 20 minutes is a new Navamsha, right? 3 degrees 20 minutes is it's the thin window. So if you start messing around with times and you're trying to predict, from a predictive perspective, then you're gonna run into some issues. The good thing about mundane charts is that it's a nation. So there's a large conglomerate of things that are going on that can be seen from the Rasi or the D1 chart. From a personal perspective or an individual's chart, there's only one person, and those individuals that are part of their lives. So it becomes a little more difficult to see those things meaning it's macro versus micro, right?
Yeah.
It's gross versus minutia, right? So, countries are gross. You can see the leader, you can see the president, you can see the military, you can see the economy, you can see all of those things. It's right in your face. So when you have a chart, and a decent time, right? Not an exact time, but a good, decent time, then, you know what I mean? You can do a lot with that. But if you're trying to I'm talking about specific down to the day, time, and hour, you need the exact time. Yeah. So yes, you can, but I wouldn't advise it unless that chart's been vetted and rectified.
Well, I'll maybe, if you do look at the Varga charts, maybe just looking at the leader at the time period that if there's a good solid time for the leader of that country, maybe that can help you out,
Well, yeah, I mean, the leader, you can't look at a chart. You can't look at a mundane chart without looking at the president, prime minister, king, leader, whatever you want to call it. You have to look at that because the decisions that impact his life impact the nation's life, just as with Donald Trump. He's actually technically does not have a call Sarpa Yoga, but the way it's placed, you can almost surmise, right? The effects are similar.
It's close enough.
It's close enough, right? I mean, it's a hairline difference, right? But nonetheless, that man's chart is being played out through this country, right? So, you know what I mean? They go hand in hand, right? But you can use his Varga charts, absolutely, because we have a good solid time. You can use those to navigate some changes that come within the context of his presidency or leadership. But, again, right, those times have to be really precise.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Um, the other question was it's kind of a general reference, and I think we should probably do a show on this coming up. We talked about it. We did one half of it, but they asked about what does Venus and Leo indicate for the type of woman that a man will want if they have the Venus and Leo in their chart.
Well, let's just say this: you better get your knee pads. Better get your knee pads, man, because you're gonna be kneeling and praising and in awe, right? Because if you don't have no knee pads, she ain't gonna be around for long. Yeah, need them knee pads, right? Venus and Cancer, you get you a big blanket, right? With so you can lay on your shoulder and just drench it, right? Because that Venus and Cancer woman gonna come at you and she gonna cry. She gonna love you, but she make good meals for you, cook your thing, but she gonna be emotional. Venus and Leo, she gonna be the boss. So you better have the propensity to be able to acknowledge and praise someone, because if not, someone that will praise her, that's the person she'll be with. Just as a FYI, right? Get your knee pads.
more on that in a future episode. Indeed. And also, don't for y'all, a lot of y'all got a lot of different questions and stuff like that. Some of these questions are better answered in a consultation format. Just really be yeah. So go ahead and make the investment in your life, your future, and so you can make better decisions and different things like that.
One thing people don't get, a reading is for lifetime.
Yeah.
This is your chart. This is your birth chart. This is your destiny. This is the encapsulated energy that you embodied and the principles that you embodied, all the things that you embodied when you entered into this physical plane. And so it's a lifetime thing. When you buy it, you shouldn't be buying readings every 3 years or 2 years. I want to get another life reading. The person that you deal with should be suffice enough to be able to adequately get. That's our job, is to make sure that you don't have to keep coming back for the life reading, right? Of course, you get married. Those are different things. If you want to start a new career, profession, that's something different. Buy a home, start a business, all those things. And yes, we are contracted. But at the same time, that one life reading should be able to facilitate a window of understanding for those other areas of life that you may venture into. So definitely get your reading done. It will, I've never had a complaint, or never had anyone that wasn't pleased with the service.
Indeed. So, yeah, definitely hit up Brother Ron, to get that consultation and stuff like that. Get you right.
Tight and right.
Indeed.
Know thyself, right?
Absolutely. So, without any further ado, because people do be complaining sometimes.
We go we get a little long-winded. Yeah, that's true.
Let's go ahead and get into today's topic.
Let's do it.
A lot of us right now are, maybe at a crossroads situation, trying to figure out what's your next move and stuff like that, financially, just career-wise, just kind of what you, feel more comfortable with and stuff like that, and want to see that this might be a good opportunity to strike it out and go independent. You know what I'm saying? So, today we're going to talk about, what do you look for in the chart to see if you got, the ability to, be a self-employed, be entrepreneur, or if you're better suited for an employment opportunity, or a little of both, stuff like that, So,
yeah. So really, when we look at what we want to do in life, a lot of times, a lot of us want to be our own bosses. A lot of us want to punch our own clock. A lot of us want to make our own shots, call our own shots.
Yeah.
And rightfully so, right? Because everyone has a gift or propensity to do something, right? And that gift should be definitely used to the benefit of you and your family and your community and society. And, you know, when you come into this world, right, there's something you have to do, right? There is a thing, right? It's usually more than one, but there is something that's inside of you that has to be expressed, right? That has to be released. That has to be called from a dormant to an active state. And many times people will believe, right, that they have the abilities, the gifts, the propensities to do those gifts as a business venture.
Yeah.
And the way society is now, it's strange because, you know, you got the internet, and the internet is a tool that has accelerated a lot of individuals in regards to their ability to become entrepreneurs or you know, business type you know, lean into business type professions, whether it be sales, whether it be um, um, dealing with stocks, bonds, whatever it is that you call that's calling to you as far as being able to do something for yourself and you alone. Many of us are called, but many of us are not prepared to handle the task. And this is a hard thing for people to swallow, because a lot of times people think, well, you know, I want to get out here and make money. And you can make money, right? You don't have to be, this is the thing, you don't have to be a business owner to make money, right? A lot of people that are employed make good money, right? Make good money, right? But sometimes the stigma of being employed or being underneath someone's, you know, time clock and all that, you know, it leaves many people in a space where they feel they're being betrayed or being short, you know, getting the short end of the stick or that kind of thing. And I understand, because, you know, you're not getting all of the recompense that you've exerted as far as the efforts that you've exerted. So I get it. But the reality is that most people are suited for service. Most people are suited for employment. It takes a very specific type of individual to be able to be an entrepreneur. It's a rarity. Not rarity in the sense of unheard of or not common, but rare is in the sense of 1 out of 10 people, you may get 1 or 2 people that can handle that, right? Out of 100 people, maybe 10. And I'm talking about individuals that are literally living life on the edge, where there's no fear from making and taking risks, right? Risks are what entrepreneurial, self-made individuals are all about. If you think that you can't, if you're very afraid to take a risk, and I'm talking about really being a business person, you're going to have to take loss. You're going to have to incur losses. It just goes with the territory. My clients, and I have many, some of which are entrepreneurs, and their disposition is one of which they have a fearless disposition. Doesn't mean fear is not in them. It means they don't let it control them.
Yeah.
Right? They make decisions regardless of the fear. And so they many times take losses. I mean, serious $1 million losses. There's something in you that has to be able to take that heat, to take that pressure, to take that blow and get back up and do it again. You know, a lot of us can get into business and say, okay, well, I'm going to try it right on the seat. Let me try my luck. Oh, wasn't for me, man. Let me get back to work. Right. But, you know, and you try, right? Man, I tried to open business, my barbershop business, or whatever your business is, right? You try it, and many people fail, right? Because most businesses aren't successful the first time around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Most small businesses, big businesses even, have to fail miserably before they succeed. Right. And that's a indomitable, right, fierce individual. That person is not moved by things that happen that go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They face it, they conquer it, they use it, they learn from it, and then they grow. That type of individual has, number one, a very strong sun in their chart. Excuse me. The sun has to be extremely strong. I don't say extremely, but fairly strong. Fairly strong enough to meaning that it shouldn't have any debilitations. It shouldn't have any accesses to the nodes, right? The node should not be impinging on it. Saturn should not be impinging on it. It should not be in the 6th, 8th, or 12th house, right?
Now, I know the one question is there's a plethora of, business people, entrepreneurs with debilitated suns. So,
well, look at it from this perspective. Even though their sons may be debilitated and they may have a business, they're not considered in the sense of what we would consider entrepreneurs or self-made individuals. And this is the difference, right? So someone that I know people that do own businesses, but they're not business persons. That there's a difference. I can own a business and I can own it and not work it. Right. I can be an owner, but I don't facilitate it. Right. I don't run it. I don't do anything with it. I just own it. And then you have to take into consideration the size of the business, the propensity and the prosperity of the business. I can sell stuff on the internet. Like I said, I can sell stuff on the internet, and that's a business. But that's not an entrepreneur. Right. That's not taking a risk. That's saying, okay, I have a product. I'll sell the product. At some point, I can even recoup some cost on the product. But I'm talking about major, major losses. Big stuff where you have to take in. I'm talking about deals that literally will make you or break you. Right. Putting what they say, all money in. Right. You got to have there can't be any gray areas with this thing. Yes, I can sell a product. Yes, I can render a service. That is a business. Yes. But an entrepreneur is somebody that literally takes the bull by the horns, and they're successful at rendering deals. They're brokerage. They do brokers, people that, like real estate agents, right? They sell things, but to be a broker, you have to have some of these qualities, right? I've had some brokers in my family, and they taken losses. Like they took a loss on a house that they thought was going to sell for this much, and the market kind of dropped, and they had to take some losses. Not to mean that they came out of pocket, but they had to take some. It got burnt.
So mainly, so you're referring to like more like style, right? Style of. I mean, because you got, Bill Gates. A very, very known. I don't know if you know Gary Vaynerchuk. Jay, it's a lot of people with but it's a style because more of a style. Because like I could say from P. Diddy, right?
And remember, we're talking because cancellations also help too.
Yeah.
Right? So those things impact that debilitation. Go ahead.
All those people got teams, right? It's like they're entrepreneurs, but they're like they build teams around them that assist them in making it happen. Right.
That's true. No, and it's like I said, it's an approach. You can have those people facilitate those things, right? And fill in the blanks, right? But
like the person that goes, that's like, I run the business from top to bottom. You know what I mean? That type of approach needs a strong sun. If that's the way that you're going to do it.
Right. I'm saying things that are risky.
Yeah.
Right. Selling a product is not risky.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sale. Right. But I'm talking about when I have um, a silver mine, or let's say like silver. I say I have a trade that I'm going to do, and that trade is going to facilitate one good large amounts, right, for another and another market, right, and I have to make sure that if I take a loss, I can recoup that in some way, right,
Mm-hmm.
or at least not be hit to the point where I'm bottomed out,
Yeah.
right. Like I'm talking about stockbrokers, bankers, investors, right, people like that. When I'm talking about entrepreneurs, right? Not business owners,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, Business owners are easy. You can own a business doing anything, right? You can own a business that does service, right? You can be an employee as a businessman. That's not uncommon, right? If I if I am uh, uh, have a gardening business, it's a business, but I'm in the process of service because I offer a service, right? So you know what I mean. There's mix and matches that kind of go on, but I'm talking about down the line where a person has to make a choice, right? Where am I going to go and do this on my own? And remember, when I say a strong sun, you also have the ability to have vitality, right? That energy that allows you to continue to go, right? Not to say not all sun debilitations have this, because you have to look at the chart as a whole. What
Mm-hmm.
house is the sun placed in? If it's the fourth house, seventh house, 10th house, different,
Mm-hmm.
because those are Kendra houses, and they're going to have an impact on a person's life in a much more substantial way. So the sun being debilitated in one of those houses with a cancellation is going to have a different set of rules,
Yeah.
right? But you can take it that that person is not a gregarious type of individual to walk into a boardroom and change the whole game. That's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
They might come in and flow, be smooth, put the person that can change the boardroom in place. Yes, but they themselves, no, because they don't have enough magnanimity. They're not magnanimous enough to change to shift the energy in a room. They're smooth. Sun and Libra smooth. That's just what they are. They're smoother. They're more well rounded. They have a disposition that is equitable, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't they're very calm, cool people, right? So you want somebody in there that's not necessarily calm. You want someone in there taking heads. If I'm owning the business and I'm going in there, I'm not going to go. I mean, I have Sun and Leo, so I could probably pull it off. But you know what I mean? There's other things that I would. I'm not, because I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't be an entrepreneur, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
not in my destiny to do that, right? It's not. That's not my calling. That's not something that my energy leans towards. Even though, right, it wouldn't. To take a loss is not. It's just to take a loss. But your energies have to flow in that way. You have to literally be in the position almost. I was studying some stuff about talismans, and the guy that was writing the book, he was talking about how most of his talismans are sold to businessmen. His Marshall Ogun talismans are sold to businessmen, and you have to understand. One, of course, you have to have a strong sun, because that sun has to be impactful. It has to be magnanimous. It has to be overwhelming, right? The presence of a person in a boardroom or in a meeting or in a forum, right? They have to be able to move people, right? Because that's what entrepreneurs do. They move people, right? They move people and they move product, right? Usually the people first, because the people own the product, but nonetheless, they have that ability. That sun gives the comfort of someone knowing and having the confidence. I know he knows what he's doing, right? I have trust in him. That's what a strong sun will do. Again, depends on a lot of different positions, because some folks can say, well, is my sun strong, my sun weak? You have to look at everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the next thing we look at is, like I said, you have to have a fearlessness. And a lot of people will say Mars probably in astrological terms, sometimes Mars is not so business oriented, but actually it really is. Like Mars is, to me, the planet of business, and let me tell you why.
Mars could be a soldier sometimes.
Right, he can be a warrior, but
Yeah.
let me explain to you what it is, right? And I've had to learn through the years about how this works. So Mars, right? So let's put it like this. Let's do this. Let's say you got two individuals, right, that are going to bring you a product. You got Mercury, right? Who's going to tell you all the details. He's going to break it down to you. He's going to give you all the intricacies. He's going to tell you all the things that it does. And you're going to be basically informed to the max and basically sold by either means of something slick, something sly, something, you know what I mean, where it is a trick, the trade of hand, right? There's a trick. The hand is quicker than the eye, right? Type deal. That's Mercury. Sales. Mars sales is completely different, right? They penetrate.
Mm-hmm.
They push into you. Hey, come on over here, man. Check this out. No, look at this, right? Because their energy, right? And it's overwhelming. I don't know if you've ever been around people like it's like, whoa, right? It's like those type of people, they're pushy. Like they're gonna get inside of you with their sales, with their approach.
Mm-hmm.
That's entrepreneurial energy, right? That's the energy to pierce through your aura, right, and merge and whatever I want to put in there, I'll put in there, right? That is that's the best salesman, right? Because he's not going to talk about all the bells and whistles. He's just going to make it to where it's direct, right? Man, you got to get this. Look at this. Test drive it. He's the one that takes you test driving first, then comes back and tries to sell you. He's the one that says, hey, man, take it. He takes a risk. Take it home with you for the evening and bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Herapahooti type salesman, right? You're not going to run. This is not going to do that. The mouthpiece, no. He's going to be direct, forceful, and downright clear about, no, this is the best deal. He's going to be fair, though, right? Because, see, Mercury's not fair. He's about getting the deal done. Mm-hmm. Mars is like, no, you're going to get what you pay for. And that actually brings a lot of surety to business. People like that kind of feeling. He's going to take care of business no matter what. He's going to come in, do his job, and get out, right? That's the entrepreneurial spirit that people really have to be successful long-term, right? In being a self-made person.
Yeah.
The other thing is Mercury. The other planet is Mercury, because you have to be able to reason, to calculate, to use the gift of gab, right? You can't be a mumble mouth, right? And be trying to be right, because you can be as forceful as you want to be. That, and then it actually has a recompense to it. Like, oh, well, wait a minute, hold up, you're doing too much. But if it's just enough, where you give them just enough for the city, you're not talking them to death, but you're using that penetrative energy, right? You're going to get the sale. Right? Yeah. I've sold stuff, and I know when you don't. What do they say? When you don't take no for an answer, that's Ogun. That's Mars. I'm not going to take no for an answer. I'll make a deal with you, right? That's the energy, because they're going to win, right? It's competition. So it's right, you against me against everybody else, and I'm the best, right? Mm-hmm. Mars. But Mercury has to play a role. Mercury cannot be hammered, right, to the point where it literally, you can't articulate yourself. You can't talk. You can't exchange ideas. You can't calculate. You can't think beyond outside the box, right? Yeah. Mercury. You also have to have a strong Saturn, right, to be an entrepreneur, because you have to be able to endure. Now, Mars is fearlessness. He'll get back up and fight, but Saturn deals with delays, obstacles, right, derailments, right? Mm-hmm. And so if your Saturn is, let's say Saturn's in Aries, you might not want to go into business, man. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, right? Now, you could have a debilitated Saturn that's canceled, and it has some strength. You know, it happens, but it's rare. You know, it's rare. It has to be in a Kendra house, has to be canceled 3 and 4 times, right? Like Mars got to be in Capricorn. I mean, there's just, the moon has to be in the 10th from Mars being in Capricorn, or from Saturn. It just, there has to be so many combinations, right? to make that tight enough to where that negative becomes a what?
Positive.
Right. That's what that's what cancellations can do. I said can do, right? Not always. Right. Because then there's other things that can cancel a cancellation. Right. So but nonetheless, right, that's kind of like what you need to be your own kind of boss, not just the business owner, not just somebody just selling things, t-shirts and stuff like that. Anybody can do that, right? But I'm saying literally taking that money and investing it, right? Taking that return and putting it in something else that would parlay you a greater return, but it's a risk. That's Ogun. That's Herukuhuti. That's Mars. That's, right, Hanuman, whatever you want to call it, right? So, right, that and here's the thing: Chandra Mangala dosha, Chandra Mangala can do good in business, right? Because we be beating up on Chandra Mangala all the time, right? But Chandra Mangala is hard on business, straight up. They don't play. See, that's what I'm talking about. That kind of energy for entrepreneurial stuff or business boardroom. Business stuff, right? Because you don't necessarily may not be your own boss, but you could be in business and be a business tycoon, right? Where you do merger deals and you buy out companies, you do hostile takeovers, right? All that's war, Mars. Right? Sun, confidence, walking in there knowing I'm gonna beat you, right? Not Mars confidence to say I can fight, but Sun confidence saying I'm indomitable. You can't, even if you lose, even if you win, even if I lose, I still win. Right? Kind of disposition. So though the houses that we look for are the 7th and the 10th house for business, right? The 7th house is partnerships. And so if you're in the business dealing with other people one-on-one, partners or have a business partner, 7th house is the 10th from the 10th. When you count 10 from 10, you get to 7. So 7th house reveals another hidden area of career because it deals with your public image, it deals with your public interactions, it deals with one-to-one interactions, but it also deals with your ability to keep a promise. It also deals with your ability to manage exchanges, right? If you can't keep a promise, and usually people with the 7th house challenge, they usually don't do well in business because they don't keep their word, right? They're not worried about the other person. See, when you're hypersensitive about the other person because you're worried about your self-image, then you're going to make sure that business is taken care of with that person. That deal, that promise is upheld, and it works the same way in marriage. They're going kind of hand in hand, right? So you can see that Mars in the 7th in Aries, Mars in 7th in Capricorn, a lot of times will do well in business. They really will. They can not, it's like they don't have the disposition of failure. It's not an option to them, right? Mars in the 10th, Sun in the 10th. Both of those will definitely do well in business, right? Sun in the 7th too, right? In fact, I got some family members with Sun in the 7th, hella businessmen, right? Started out with retired from IBM, making big money. So, that 7th house, 10th house, Sun, Mars, Saturn, Mercury, all those planets should be interacting with those houses, if that makes sense. And the ascendant as well, right? Because if you have a Sun in the ascendant strong, you yourself personally have that ability to impact people, right? So again, just little things that you notice, right, that can really chime in to say, hey, I can handle this or not, right? And let's talk about the opposite side. Let's talk about employment / service, right? Most people are suited for this. Most people don't need to have an indomitable spirit, right, to come in and go punch clock. Right? It's very regular. It's routine. It's monotonous. It's no frills, no thrills, right? What planet do you think that sounds like?
Saturn.
Exactly. Saturn is the planet of service.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so when Saturn impacts a chart, and again, I don't want you to take that you can't make big money through service. You can, right? It's just you have to go through, and it's slow.
Well, the president is an employee.
The king is nothing but a servant.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he is, right? In fact, in Jyotish, right, Leo, right, is the sign of the king, right? Well, there's a part of Leo that is called the throne, right? And it's Magha. And Magha has a classification. They all have kind of different classifications. Some of them are Brahmas, some of them are Kshatriyas, some of them are Vaishnavas, and some of them are Shudras. Shudras happens to be the worker class, the worker caste. Well, Magha in Leo is a Shudra, literally. And it's just a way of saying that the king is nothing but a glorified servant of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But so you're absolutely right. But I want people to understand that service employment is usually the route where most people are able to handle those things, because it doesn't require risk. There's no risk. The only risk is when you don't go to work, right? But there's no risk. It's safe. It's comfortable. It's right. It's by the book. There's nothing that seems like you don't have to go outside of yourself to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are suited for that. And most people have that impact of Saturn somewhere in their chart that usually yields that particular position. Now, Saturn conjunct the moon, right? Saturn conjunct, and let me go back one. Let me say something real quick. If the ascendant Lord is in the 7th or in the 10th house, that is also something that you want to look for. The ascendant Lord is primal in everything that you look for in a chart, because it tells you the niche it tells you the area that the person is going to be venturing into, right? And so when you understand that, a lot of times, and people say, well, what if it's in the 2nd house, right? The 2nd house is an intellectual house, right? So the person's going to have an intellectual twist on their career. But nonetheless, if that ascendant Lord is in the 7th or the 10th house, good chance they're going to be there ready to do business. If the ascendant Lord is in the 6th house or the 3rd house, they're usually oriented towards service. Now, when I say service could be a doctor, service could be a lawyer, service could be all these people make pretty good money, right? But they answer to someone else, right? Mm-hmm. They deal with someone else as an authority, even a doctor. Because he has a board that he has to answer to. He has laws. He has restrictions. He can't just do what he wants to do. And there's no risk for the doctor. He just does what he does. That's a service, right? He doesn't take a risk by malpractice, maybe, if he's a janky doctor. But most doctors don't think about malpractice because they feel like they're adequately trained. So there's no risk involved. The only risk is the school and the time that you have to invest. Right. And that's Saturn again. Do you see Saturn is all over this thing, right? When you talk about service and employment, Sun and Mars are all over the entrepreneurial side, right? Saturn is on the service side. So when Saturn is, so let's say the ascendant Lord is in the 6th house or the 3rd house, that's service. Why the 3rd house? Why would we say the 3rd house is service? Well, count 10 from the 6th house. 3rd house.
Yeah.
So the career of work is through your hands, right? The 3rd house. So anytime the 3rd house is interacting with you in the ascendant Lord, right, in some way, you're going to be in that administrative process. See, the hands they administrate things. So you could be an administrator, you could be a bus driver, a cab driver, any type of thing to deal with automobiles, all that kind of stuff. 3rd house, right? Could also be an admin, like literally typing, right? Secretarial stuff, service, right? Fifth house is strange because a lot of times fifth house will do both. Strangely enough, and I've noticed that fifth house is a house that creates, right, and produces, but also can literally serve as well. It's straight like as a teacher, right, or some type of profession of that way, in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it can be both, right? Because you can create and become your own boss, but at the same time, you still would have to answer to other people in that creation process. So it's strange, right?
Yeah.
But third and sixth house are definitive service houses, right? So if we see Saturn in either one of those houses, good chance person's going to be oriented towards working a 9 to 5, right? Saturn in the 10th house means service, right? So you could have Saturn in the 10th and say, well, not, but the thing about the 10th Saturn in the 10th house, that person over time, if they pay their dues, can reach to the height of service, meaning they can become the CEO, they can become a vice VP, they can get high, right? They can go high because Saturn is enduring. It can literally be in a job for 10 years and become the boss, right? Through that hard effort, through that sustained effort, rather, right? So again, these things change. They can maneuver out. But guess what? A CEO got to still answer to a board of directors, right? So everyone has to answer to someone ultimately. But my point is that in service, you answer to a whole lot more people, right? You are you are in a system. You are a cog in a machine, right? Mm-hmm. And that non-threatening, right? You're in a position where you don't have to think, right? So job is you do what you do every day, right? Doesn't change much unless the department or position changes, but even then you're going to be doing that for an extended period of time. That's Saturn, right? Saturn really holds the key to service. If you see the ascendant lord conjunct Saturn in any house, that person is going to be about service. Saturn in the ascendant, service, right? If Saturn is impacting a major part of their chart, or even in the sixth house, they're going to be about service. And a lot of times I've seen people with Saturn in the sixth house, and it's funny. They think, oh, well, I'm ready because I can work hard. And they do. But what they don't realize is that they don't like to take risks. They like the safety zone of being able to have a paycheck, right? And insurance, and that cozy little parking space, right? And all the other things that come with being an employee, right? So most people are dispositioned for this because most of us are scared to even buy a lottery ticket or to, do something, that takes us out of the box, right? Usually, we're scared, right? To say, you know what, I'm going to put all my money into this. No matter what happens, most of us are not. Some of us can, but that's when you look at that chart to say, that Chandramangala yoga is driving you, it's pushing you, especially if the periods turn on. Now, that's a whole nother part of the conversation. These periods turn on, and you can have both in your chart. You can have the sixth house and the seventh house, right? Pretty well popped up, and you can do both. At some point you might be doing service, some point you might be doing your own business, and may even mix the two. Mm-hmm. If the sixth and seventh lord exchange, there's a good propensity for that to happen. The other thing, and I wanted to and I know I don't want to jump back and forth, but let me say this. On the side, as far as entrepreneurial, another placement you want to look for is the 11th house. Because the 11th house is gains. And if your gains are damaged, you're gonna be challenged to make the money, to do the big ventures, right? Mm-hmm. So the 11th house has to play a role in some substantial way, not overwhelming, but the 11th house has to be okay, right? It doesn't have to be like super strong, but it has to be able to take or handle the ability to exchange in a larger conglomerate of people. That's what the 11th house does. That's why it's your money, because it's your network, right? So if your 11th house is strong, you can network pretty good, right? But let's say your 11th house is strong, but Mars is weak. right? You can make money through service, right, or networking, or you might even have a side business, right? But you yourself would not take on the responsibility of signing checks, paying bills, that dealing with insurance for other people, right? That takes a whole other level of character. And here's the thing, right? When you become an entrepreneur, you're never not working. That's why that sun and Mars have to be strong, because you have to constantly have energy to work. The day you take off is the day you don't get paid.
Mm-hmm.
In service employment, you take a day off, you got your PTO, you got your vacation, right? And then on top of that, you might miss a day, but I'll be there for the rest of the other 14, 13 days, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or 10, however many days you get paid in your pay cycle. So again, right, it's just there's no risk. And it's safe to say that most people should be in that service/employment field. Because let's say if you're out there and you can damage yourself to the point of having a breakdown. A lot of people, look, let's put it to you like this, man. Business is so serious to the point where, I don't know, in the 80s, remember the 80s, people were jumping out of windows, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
In later periods, I mean, I can't remember what year, maybe 2000, Japan. Something happened in Japan. It was,
Right.
it's video of people.
Oh yeah, Japan. A lot of them was jumping out of them windows, man. But
Yeah.
I mean, I let's just keep it above. I mean, me personally, I could lose everything. I'm not jumping out the window, right?
Yeah.
But that Mars energy was there, right? That fearlessness, like, hey man, I'd rather die, right, than to take this loss. That's suicidal. That's Mars. You don't do that with Saturn. Saturn don't do that. Saturn. Let me tell you how Saturn takes you out. You'll drink yourself to death, right? It's slow, right? Drugs, right? Drugs slow, right? Usually liquor. Drugs is more Rahu Ketu, right? Saturn can be liquor, because Saturn, that depression energy likes to stay low. Right?
Heroin, maybe.
Heroin too, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But anything intravenous, right, is kind of really is Rahu Ketu type stuff, right?
Yeah.
I look for that anytime, because I see people with a lot of times they're like the sun. I look to the sun to see their dad, and the dad usually through the sun, if like the sun is damaged, is through drugs, right? And I see Rahu Ketu there. Yeah, it's something through drugs, right? Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So that Rahu Ketu is usually the magic, but for drugs. But alcoholism is definitely Saturn, right? Because what it does is it numbs you, right? And you become numb, right? You don't feel it. You become anesthetized. You become dead, right, to it. So, but nonetheless,
I got a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So, I know you mentioned Mercury, right? Mm-hmm. But what would you say Venus's role in this discussion?
Well, she can play a role. She has finesse. Mm-hmm. She has social skills. She adds glamour, right? She adds the ability to make it look good, right? And that's good sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. When you want to impress, or when you want to.
What about like the cash flow end of it?
Venus can be hammered and still get money.
Yeah, I mean, Warren Buffett got debilitated, but it's canceled. But he does have a debilitated Venus.
You get money. That don't stop none of that. Mm-mm.
But I also know a lot of people with strong Venus placements. Mm-hmm. Venus in Libra, Venus in Pisces, Venus in Taurus. Mm-hmm. A lot of mega rich people have.
They will. And the thing, but Venus doesn't make them. Venus is not what makes them.
Not make them.
Yeah. Venus is what. So like Rihanna, right? She's got Venus in the ascendant, right?
In Pisces,
Pisces, right? Mm-hmm. That's not her second house, or because she's Venus is third and eighth house, right, in the ascendant. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't. It gives what it does do. It gives her talents, and the talents. And remember, they used to call money talents, and in Europe, talents were money, literally. Like, so your talent is your money, right? But she's talented, right? She's gifted, right? So that is where she leaned into the industry to make the money. But the second house is where the second house, right, is that bankroll, right? And that's where she gets a lot of that energy, that ability to literally amass the wealth, right? The Venus brings it in, but the other components work out to where she can gain that money. Right?
Yeah,
It stays, because there's a lot of people with Venus in the and they ain't got no, it broke.
yeah. I know some.
Right, but I know when that Mars is strong though. I know that Sun. They out there. They doing something. Right, they're active. Right, I know that. Right, whether it's active in a positive or negative way, because you can be a street entrepreneur too. Right.
Yeah.
And Rahu's in there with that. Right, and Saturn too. But nonetheless, yeah, you can't. Venus will only bring you the talent, but it won't bring you the management. It won't bring you the discipline. It won't bring you the endurance for the long hours. Venus don't do that, right?
Yeah.
She says, I shine, I make it look good, I'm fanciful, I can do this, that, and the other, but that's it.
Yeah.
But what you'll notice is that they're very creative, and that's where a lot of their resources come into, is that creative ability, the ability to come up with ideas and different things to the people that people like. So it does play a role in that regard. But if you didn't have it and you had a strong sound, all those other, you're gonna do business, right? You're gonna do it in some way, right? But on the service side, though, right? Here's the other combinations, right? So, and there's so many different combinations, and you'll usually see the combinations in the chart some way. And most people, it's strange when that Saturn, it doesn't impact the Mars, right? And Mars is very strong. Sun's not impacted by Saturn, and they have that indomitable, forceful energy. They have to take a risk. It's just innate in them. And if they have any type of common sense and they have any type of wherewithal to live in a normal way, they're going to do business. You just see it over and over again. I'm talking about in prominent positions where the opposite is usually true. Saturn's going to impinge, right, somewhere to slow that fire down, or to minimize that drive, or to reduce, right, the never say that word. Being magnanimous, right, is reduced to a great degree when Saturn's involved in the Sun and Mars, right? If Saturn is impacting the ascendant Lord or the ascendant, the person likes a 9 to 5. They don't want a whole lot of, today I might work 10 hours, tomorrow I might make 12, then the next day I might work 4. That's how entrepreneurs like. That's how they roll. They don't really have a set schedule. Right? And think about it. You have to have a strong energy in order to endure those kind of crazy hours. Because if you have a weak Chi, weak Sun, weak Mars, you're going to get sick. Right? You're going to burn out. Or you're going to get, literally, your nervous system is going to compromise. Your immune system is going to weaken. Your libido is going to drop. Right? So you have to have those strong planets, because again, you got to be able to roll with the punches, right? If you're not the kind of person that can roll with the punches, and you need to have that stability, you do employment, you do service, and most people want the safety of those things. Saturn is about fear, right? So if you're fearful, you're dealing with loss. Remember, you come with your Saturn comes with his cup half empty. The other one comes, right? Those other positions come and they say, look, I'm gonna fill the cup. Even if it's empty, it's still gonna be full. Right? So having those kind of dispositions will slow you down. It'll stop you from really making the next quantum leap. So, and that's where people should be, if that's where what they need, because not every soul is here to literally cut heads and take names, right? You shouldn't, right? You should be in that particular venue. Now, some people can do both, like I said. Some people, and the other thing I haven't mentioned is the Varga charts, right? The D10 chart will show you if you see the sixth house interacting with the sixth house of the D10 interacting with the 10th house of the D1, or vice versa. A lot of times a person's going to have the propensity to, right? They're not going. There's not going to be that drive. There's just not the drive, the ambition, the need to externalize that power. It's just not there. But the D10 should be checked, right? And all those planets I mentioned should be checked in the D10, right? Sun, Mars, Mercury, and Saturn for business. If you're looking, and I say strong Saturn, if Sun is weak, Mars is weak, but Saturn is strong in either one of those, it's a good chance. Let's say because you have so many different professions now. See, 2,000 years ago, it was kind of limited, right? You kind of had your own little area to go into, and that was it.
You were self-employed, but not an entrepreneur.
No.
You are a farmer. You are some type of smith, leather worker.
Community. You community. Know what I mean? Yeah, community is usually where you were employed.
I think we're moving back to that to a certain degree.
It seems to be absolutely. The further we get out of this Piscean age, and the more we get into the Aquarian age, that's going to be more the norm, right? And we got a long way to go, but nonetheless, understanding that in a chart, you have to understand that these particular things come out in time periods, in dasha periods.
Yeah.
And so you can have someone let's look at it. You can have someone in a Saturn period, right? Saturn's placed well. They had a very high position at a firm, but they're still employed. Mercury dasha comes next, right after. And Mercury is conjunct Mars in Aries in let's say the 10th house, right? When that Mercury period hits, there's a secret rule that the planet that is with, so let's say he goes into the dasha period of Mercury is not going to reveal or give the results. It's actually the planet that they're conjunct that gives the results. So Mars gives the results, not Mercury, right? So that person will then at that point turn on, and it's full steam ahead, right? Now they're ready to own their own business. They got all the knowledge from the experience that they garnered from this business. They're going to start out with the same business, but in that Mercury dasha period, right? So again, right, these things come on in time frames too, right?
Yeah.
And it could be the reverse, right? It could be that they're in a Rahu period, right? And Rahu is in Aries, right? And Rahu's Lord is exalted, right? Then Rahu, they're going to do business. But then they go into a Jupiter dasha, and Jupiter is directly aspected by Saturn by degree. So then all of that slows down, right? Jupiter comes on, and wherever Jupiter is placed, that particular house placement and rulers and whatever houses they rule, that's the area of life that they will now be garnering into for the next 16 years. So again, these are variables that come out, right? In order to see what someone is really best suited for, right? Some people are we can be suited for all kinds of things. Some of us are suited for more than one thing. It's just we have to find the thing that is really our heart's desire. And that's usually where I lead people to go to follow that next path. So again, right, there's just a lot more variables than that, right? I know Saturn, I mentioned Saturn as the planet of service. Really, there isn't any other. Saturn will impact someplace, somehow, some way, one of those factors that will produce that either service slash employee type disposition. Right. So I hope that kind of gives, because right, I'd have to literally sit down and we'd have to go through each ascendant, because ascendants can change things too. And Aries ascendant a lot of times has a lot more disposition because cardinal signs like to get things started. Right. Mm-hmm. They like to initiate. They like to be pioneers of something. Right. And so Aries is the one that would do that because it is head first. Right. So I noticed a lot of Aries, they don't have a lot of, when it comes to that kind of thing. Right. Relationships, that's when they kind of their weaknesses. But most of the time, Aries ascendant are strong Aries in the chart. That person literally they're going to at some point take the bull by the horns, at least try to maybe see if they can go that route and go from there. So I hope that paints a good light on it and what you can look for pretty quickly, right, in order to kind of make those determinations.
Indeed. So, with that being said, I want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Pushing Forward Media Group, Calipusha Astrology, and our good people over there on Patreon. Again, thank you all for your support, checking us out, giving us feedback, and, helping us take this podcast to the next level. I think, this show, has been, this episode, it's pretty eye-opening. I think a lot of people, begin, looking at their charts and seeing where they land, on that spectrum, because it's good to know, right? It's good to know, why you're pursuing what you're pursuing and if you're heading in the right direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm my own. I work for myself. This is my profession. So, right, I don't take risks, right? But I still have to make judgment calls. I have to make decisions that sometimes, I don't even want to make with regards to who, what, how, and where I'm going to do readings. So, I mean, even running my own stuff, right? I don't have to have all that martial disposition and all those things because I'm not taking those major life-changing risks. But I do have to have anytime you own any business, you should have a strong sun. Maybe not entrepreneurial, but the sun needs to be strong enough to at least to hold your own as an individual, to have an identity that says a sun's identity extends beyond the personality. It's something that I'm going to leave a mark. I'm going to show the world this is what I'm all about. I'm here to do this very thing, right? That sun, if a person's sun has a disposition that's adequate enough and strong enough to yield that, you're gonna want to own something, even a home, right? Because that king aspect of you is gonna want to have something to show for it, right? So again, right, business, right, is really oriented around the sun. Entrepreneurial business is Sun and Mars, right? But again, if you're a distributor, that's what the sun does. It distributes chi, light, prana, right? If you're a hub, you want to be a centerpiece, right? And maybe exchange. Those are all suns type stuff. So again, you can get very specific into even the type of business that you have, right? And tailor it based on the planetary energies and how they work. So again, right, it gets pretty complex when we start figuring that stuff out.
Indeed. So, like I always say, thank you all for tuning in for episode 20 of the Cosmic Convos podcast. Shout out to the Patreons again, because, they're able to get this thing a little early. We got a couple of people checking us out here on live and stuff like that. And, next week we got a banger show.
Oh, we got a banger next week. Yeah.
So, stay tuned for that. You guys will definitely enjoy this or whatnot. And, I don't know. We'll see. We might do something a little different next week. We'll see. We'll talk about it and whatnot. Indeed. But, thank you all for tuning in to this episode. And we'll be back same time, same day, next week, with some more knowledge for you or whatnot. So that being said, we're out. Peace.
Peace.